Chapter 29:19. Heaven-cleaving skill, heaven-cleaving sword. How? How did this happen? What happened? Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Or rather, they were all frightened by the terrifying pressure of the supreme life level. That pressure was too terrifying, and this pressure came from Jian Wushuang. At this moment, everyone stared at Jian Wushuang with horror in their eyes. What kind of monster is he? This question arose in everyone's mind. But at this moment, the monster in their eyes slowly raised the long sword in his hand. As he raised the sword, the supreme life-level pressure immediately merged into his sword force. It made his sword move terrifying. Rumble. The world suddenly shook, and the wind and clouds surged in the void above. A large number of dark clouds had already covered the area crazily. But at the same time, the supreme will of the heavenly Tao, which existed in every corner of the divine beginning world, was slowly attracted over. This was very normal. The Xian Shin Daoist had warned Jian Wushuang that it was best not to use his strongest trump card, the pressure of the perfect life level. Once the pressure was released, it would cause too much commotion and might attract the will of the heavenly Tao. To get the mountain river map, Jian Wushuang had used the pressure of the supreme life level once. Then he was lucky that the will of the heavenly Tao did not come, but this time he was not so fortunate. However, Jian Wushuang did not care about that anymore. Not only did he use the perfect life level suppression, but he also used another trump card the moment he raised his long sword. Jian Wushuang had a vast background and had many tricks and trump cards. Among these trump cards, there was another one besides the life-level suppression. This trump card was the heaven-cleaving skill. The heaven-severing technique was the strongest divine ability created by his master, Xian Yi, and the first perfect primal chaos creature in the absolute beginning divine world. This divine ability was left in his memory along with the 5 strongest secret techniques of a 7 stars mysterious sect. After his reincarnation, he understood the cultivation methods of these 5 strongest secret techniques and the heaven-severing technique. He had chosen a suitable cultivation method for the 5 strongest secret techniques of the 7 stars mysterious sect a long time ago. These years had also helped him immensely, allowing his strength to surpass those of the same level far. However, he had never used the heaven-cleaving skill. He did not want to use it, but that he was not qualified to use it. If he wanted to use the heaven-cleaving skill, he had to be at least at the level of a mortal saint or above. Although Xian Yi had developed this divine ability based on his perfect life level, it was accompanied by the suppression of life level. However, Jian Wushuang had only used his life level suppression once. Now his life level suppression was spreading again. Although he was only a divine master, his divine power was as strong as that of the immortal saint or even slightly stronger than that of the immortal saint. Under such circumstances, he was qualified to use the heaven-cleaving skill. As Jian Wushuang raised the long sword in his hand, a terrifying power that suffocated everyone slowly spread out. In front of Jian Wushuang, the cold and arrogant woman had just looked down on Jian Wushuang, but now her face was pale. It was not only her, but also the other disciples from the supreme emotion-forgetting valley. They had already felt a suffocating power from the blood mountain sword that they could not resist. The cold and arrogant woman regretted attacking Jian Wushuang. But now that Jian Wushuang had raised his long sword, it was impossible for him to stop. So even if she regretted it, it was useless. Go to hell. Jian Wushuang's cold voice exploded in the world. Heaven-cleaving skill, heaven-cleaving skill. Boom! The blood mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand finally fell. The long sword fell straight down, just like how he usually swung his sword. However, the difference was that he exerted the pressure of his perfect life to the extreme with the help of the heaven-cleaving skill. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A vast sword sea swept out of thin air. This sword sea was huge and boundless, As soon as it appeared, it enveloped the void in front of it. Not good. Seeing the sword C cover them, the 9 undying saints of the supreme emotion-forgetting valley turned pale with fright. However, they were suppressed by the perfect life form and could not move at all. They could only watch as the sword C completely submerged them. As they fell into the sword C, a unique power immediately attacked them. In front of this power, they had no room to struggle at all. Immortal body. I have an immortal body. Z.E. was terrified. He knew that he could not block this sword C, but he still had a high chance of survival. After all, he was a true saint, and he had the immortal body. This sword C was a material attack, but even if it could destroy his immortal body, he could use his immortal body to rebuild it. That was what he thought. However, when the sword C acted on him, and the special power attacked him, he was completely stunned. This power directly destroyed my divine power. Z.E. was stunned. He had personally felt the power mercilessly destroy his divine power. From the beginning to the end, he had no ability to resist or struggle. As the sword C swept past, Z.E., the true saint expert who had just fought Jian Wushuang one-on-one and had the absolute advantage, was completely annihilated. Not even a trace was left behind. Z.E. was the first to die, and then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the cover of the sword C, the immortal saints from the supreme emotion valley followed in Z.E.'s footsteps. Before they died, these immortal saints were terrified. They did not expect that the sword C that covered them would not only be extremely powerful, but also have a unique ability that made their immortal bodies ineffective. Hum hum hum. The sword C covered the entire battlefield and enveloped the 9 immortal saints from the supreme emotion valley. However, under Jian Wushuang's control, the sword C did not touch Lung Wushuang at all. As for the 9 immortal saints from the supreme emotion valley, they had already suffered a catastrophe. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the 9 immortal saints were killed on the spot. Silence. The huge Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had fallen into a dead silence. There was no sound at all. Chapter 2920. Consciousness, doppelganger, countless experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were completely stunned. There were 9 immortal saints in the supreme emotion valley. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them died on the spot. Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword strike and terrifying strength shocked everyone. This is impossible. A shrill voice suddenly sounded. The voice belonged to the cold and arrogant woman, the only one among the 9 immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley who was still alive. The cold and arrogant woman was the strongest among the 9, and her position in the Supreme Emotion Valley was very high. Although an elder of the Supreme Emotion Valley had given her a life-saving command token, which she had used just now, she was lucky enough to survive. Otherwise, she would have been killed on the spot, just like the other 8 people. However, although she survived, her right arm had been cut off by the sword C. She was pressing on the wound on her right arm. The divine power in her body was surging, trying to repair the broken right arm. However, no matter what she did, the wound did not change at all. There was still a trace of extraordinary power left in the wound, which was still eroding her divine body. What kind of power is this? The cold, arrogant woman was terrified. Jian Wushuang stood in front of her with a cold face. The heaven-cleaving skill can even cut through saber principle. The immortal body has no effect against the heaven-cleaving skill. Jian Wushuang murmured. Unfortunately, I only met the requirements to use the heaven-cleaving skill, and I didn't have a deep understanding of it. I just barely used it, but I didn't use even 1,000th of its power. Otherwise, even though I'm only a divine master, the heaven-cleaving skill alone is enough to defeat many immortal saints. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He knew how terrifying the heaven-cleaving skill was. It was the most powerful magic power created by his master Xian Yi. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately raised his head. As he raised his head, he saw that the void above him was becoming noisier and noisier. The will of heavenly Tao is about to descend, so I can't dawdle. I want to leave with Shuang air immediately. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, but he directly moved forward, wanting to snatch Lung Rushuang away. But just as he moved, Jian Yi! A hysterical roar suddenly came out of the cold and arrogant woman's mouth. You killed 8 disciples of our Supreme Emotion Valley. Today, no matter what background you have, you will die without a doubt. No one can save you. As the cold and arrogant woman's roar fell, a jade slip suddenly appeared in her hand. It was a gray jade slip that emitted a special aura. As soon as the jade slip appeared in her hand, it was crushed by her. In an instant, a thick and ancient aura burst out from the jade slip. Rumble. The aura was so strong that it was suffocating. As soon as it appeared, countless cultivators felt as if their necks were being strangled. They could not even breathe normally. Jian Wushuang's figure immediately stopped in the void. He frowned slightly and looked toward the source of this aura. Here, a hazy figure slowly took shape. This figure was at least 3 meters tall. Although her face could not be seen clearly because of the hazy figure, she was already a woman. Master! Seeing the 3-meter-tall figure, the cold and arrogant woman immediately cried and knelt. A pair of cold eyes swept across the surroundings from the haziness and saw everything. She ignored the cold and arrogant woman and directly locked her eyes on Jian Wushuang. The pressure of the life level? And it's so strong, it's incredible. The haziness could not help but be shocked. She had a noble identity and was very powerful. She had spent many years in the core of the absolute beginning divine world, which was the 3rd sky. She had seen all kinds of bloodlines and races in the whole beginning divine world, as well as some unique life forms. But she had never seen a creature with a life level pressure that was so strong. The person with the highest life level pressure I've seen is a superior life form who has long reached the level of a master of laws. He is a life form formed by a golden mountain that has existed for billions of years. His physique is powerful, and he is one of the overlords of the absolute beginning divine world. When that life level pressure swept out, even the top bloodlines in the whole beginning divine world would have to submit to it. But I feel that the life level pressure from this divine master is 10 times stronger than that of the rule master. The shadowy figure exclaimed in disbelief. While the shadowy figure stared at Jian Wushuang, the latter was also sizing her up. An avatar of consciousness. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. A cultivator could easily condense an avatar of consciousness if he wanted to. However, an avatar of consciousness did not have power, but an avatar of consciousness was different. An avatar of consciousness could have a certain level of combat strength. Some people could condense an avatar of consciousness because they cultivated secret skills, which was enough to display 30% to 40% of the original Bodhis combat strength. The blurry figure in front of him was a consciousness clone, and it was the consciousness clone of a rule master. Even if the consciousness clone of a rule master only has 20% or 10% of the combat strength, it's probably enough to defeat the immortal saint, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But facing the consciousness clone of a rule master, he was also feeling a lot of pressure. What's going on here? Who is this person? The shadowy figure asked slowly, but his voice was a bit hoarse. Master, this person is a monster, the cold and arrogant woman said. We were ordered to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take Junior Sister Lung back to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, but we were stopped by this person. At first, we saw that he would be a hindrance to Junior Sister Lung, so we wanted to kill him directly. However, we did not expect that although he is only a divine master, his methods are very powerful, and he is too strange. He is just a divine master, but his combat strength is strong enough to match a first-level true god. Moreover, he has an immortal body. This immortal body is not only ineffective against material attacks, Even soul attacks have no effect at all. Just now, junior sister Chiao had already used soul attacks on him twice in a row. Each time his soul was completely destroyed, but he was still able to survive and recover immediately. Just as I was planning to use the treasure to suppress him, he used an incredible technique to kill junior brother Z and his 7 junior sisters. Even I would have died if I didn't have the life-saving talisman that you gave me. Chapter 29-21. The heavenly Tao has descended. Hearing the cold and arrogant woman's words, even though she was a shadowy figure, she could not help but feel shocked. A divine master could not even kill a material attack or a soul attack. A divine master could kill 8 true saint-level disciples of her supreme emotion valley with just one sword? A divine master was 10 times more powerful than the most influential person she had ever met? This man, the shadowy figure, stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange light in her eyes. I have no intention of making an enemy of the Supreme Emotion Valley, so let me take Shuang Air with me. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, You killed 8 true saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley, and you still dare to talk to me like this? What a joke! The shadowy figure's voice turned cold. Die with that disciple of the Supreme Emotion Valley. As soon as the shadowy figure finished her words, she attacked. She pointed with one hand, and the void in front of her penetrated directly. Immediately, a vast, giant finger with a layer of snow white directly attacked Jian Wushuang. The moment the giant finger stretched out, it was as if a great snowfall fell from heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. He had already sensed the power of this finger. This finger had already exceeded the scope of the immortal saint. I have already displayed the pressure of a perfect life level, and I have also performed the heaven-cleaving skill. The will of heaven should have sensed my existence. If I use it again, the will of heaven will probably lock onto me in an instant. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, but his eyes were fixed on Lung Rushuang, who was quietly floating in the void in front of him. A touch of scarlet suddenly burst out from the depths of his eyes. I'll risk it all for Shuang Air. Jian Wushuang let out a fierce shout, but he raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand again. The moment he raised it, the endless pressure from the life level crazily gathered in the Blood Mountain sword again. Heaven-cleaving skill. Jian Wushuang used it again. This time, because of his previous experience, its power was even stronger than the sword he used to kill the 8 immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley. Kill! The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand fell with the pressure from the endless life level. It was also a vast and majestic sword sea, but it instantly combined and turned into a real heaven-cleaving sword after it swept out. In front of this sword, even heaven had to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-cleaving sword collided with the vast, giant finger. Bang! This collision was like 2 realms and 2 large worlds colliding crazily. The whole world roared and trembled under this collision. After the collision, the 3-meter-tall hazy figure in the void trembled slightly and then took 3 steps back. Jian Wushuang also took a few steps back, and the sword light had completely dissipated. She forced me to retreat. The figure was full of disbelief. She was a rule master, even if it was not the original body, but a consciousness clone that could only use 10% of its strength. Its battle strength was enough to sweep away the Saint Realm. But now she was fighting a divine master head-on, and they were evenly matched. She found it hard to believe, and Jian Wushuang was also very surprised. My sword strike gave me the feeling that it was mighty, but this person only came with a consciousness clone, and he blocked my sword strike head-on. The Master of Rules is so powerful. Jian Wushuang was also praising it in his heart. Both of them were shocked. However, just as they were shocked, look at the sky. An expert from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion exclaimed. Everyone present, including the kneeling experts, raised their heads with difficulty and looked up at the sky. When they saw it, they were stunned. They saw that the sky above had long changed color. Previously, there were only a large number of dark clouds sweeping over from all directions. But now, the dark clouds were filled with rolling thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flickered crazily, and in the blink of an eye, they had already formed a vast lightning sea. This lightning sea was not formed by the divine power or special power of the cultivator himself. It was purely formed by nature. This was a vast lightning sea of heaven and earth. In the middle of the lightning sea, numerous dark, purple thunderbolts as thick as buckets were dancing wildly. Each of these dark, purple thunderbolts caused the numerous experts below, including the immortal saints, to feel fear and trepidation in their hearts. Without any warning, two of the dark purple thunderbolts collided with each other. This collision did not create too much movement, but there were threads of electric arcs that scattered out. These threads of dark purple electric arcs, they suddenly descended from the void above. The first thing they did was to descend onto the sect protecting great formation around the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's sect protecting formation was one of the greatest things that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had relied on over the long years. No one had been able to blast open this great formation for so many years forcefully. But now, as this dark purple lightning bolt descended, boom, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's sect protecting formation let out a violent rumble. After that, the entire great formation collapsed, completely disintegrating. The divine power that filled the sky also spread out wildly in all directions. The sect protecting formation, which the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had relied on for so many years, actually collapsed. The sect protecting formation collapsed. How is this possible? Even the immortal saint, whose strength is incomparably terrifying, wouldn't be able to shake this formation even if he used all his strength. But now, just a wisp of lightning from the sea of lightning could directly destroy the sect-protecting formation. Just how terrifying is the power contained within that sea of lightning? Inside and outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, countless experts were highly shocked, their faces filled with terror. In the sky above, rumbles sounded out one after another. This was the roar of the heavens and earth, the roar of the heavens. A terrifying might madly crush down, wanting to annihilate everything. This is the will of the heavenly Tao. The hazy figure was the most knowledgeable. When he saw the sea of thunder, he immediately reacted. It's the will of the heavenly Tao, and it's very obvious that it's coming for him. The hazy figure looked at Jian Wushuang, but his heart was filled with great waves. This kid is just a divine master, but the will of the heavenly Tao suppressed him. He defied the heavenly Tao. The hazy figure roared in his heart. The will of the heavenly Tao controlled the heavenly Tao, and it was the most supreme power in this world. The absolute beginning divine realm was boundless, and there were countless experts who dared to defy the heavenly Tao. The masters of laws did not dare, and the masters of the sage realm did not dare either. But now, a mere divine master actually defied the heavenly Tao? Chapter 29-22. Go. Who is this kid? What's his background? The shadowy figure stared at Jian Wushuang, full of shock and curiosity. Rumble in the endless thunderclouds. A destructive power had already spread out. But this destructive power had completely locked onto Jian Wushuang. Is it coming? Jian Wushuang was directly below the thunderclouds. His face was cold, and his body was slightly trembling, but he still retained a trace of unyielding in his heart. At the same time, a dark gray jade slip appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. The dark gray jade slip was his ultimate life-saving move, but he did not want to pass it now. His eyes looked through the void in front of him. Lung Wushuang was still in a deep sleep, and the shadowy figure was standing next to her. If Jian Wushuang wanted to go up and snatch Lung Wushuang, he had to pass through this shadowy figure. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling crazily. He was roaring crazily, and there was endless unwillingness in his heart. However, no matter how unwilling he had to be clear about the situation in front of him. Boom! With a violent boom, the destructive power in the void above and deep in the thunderclouds finally exploded. Countless dark purple thunderbolts that could easily shatter the void and kill the immortal saint gathered together at an astonishing speed. Under the gathering of these thunderbolts, a huge face was formed in the blink of an eye. That's right, it was a human face. This human face was icy. It slowly descended from the void above. The further down it went, the more the destructive power multiplied. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, countless cultivators sensed the power contained within this human face. Everyone was stunned. Even the shadowy figure, who was a dignified master of laws, felt a slight tremble in her heart when she saw this human face that was completely formed from thunderbolts. The will of heaven. This is the power of the will of heaven. Even in the third heaven, where the will of heaven is weak, the power of the will of heaven is still strong enough to kill rule masters. If it reaches the third heaven, the power of the will of heaven is said to be able to suppress even saint realm masters. No one can resist such power. The hazy figure shook her head secretly, but she looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of pity. In her opinion, Jian Wushuang was dead for sure if the will of heaven attacked him personally. Then he would not have any room to struggle. It was true. When the human face swooped down and kept approaching Jian Wushuang, the pressure Jian Wushuang felt multiplied. It made him despair. He could not move his hand, which was holding the jade slip. He could not crush the jade slip directly. But at this time, crash! The surrounding void suddenly broke. Without any warning, a huge black hole directly appeared. And in this space black hole, a huge hand directly extended out. This huge hand contained the power to rip the sky. As soon as it appeared, it struck the human face like lightning, and it happened to hit the face of the human face. With a crisp sound, the human face directly collapsed and turned into a sky full of dark purple thunderbolts, which swept wildly in all directions. Each of these dark purple thunderbolts had the power to destroy the world. As they swept through the surrounding void, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately suffered. The earth rumbled crazily, and the thunderbolts shattered countless mountain buildings. Some unlucky people were even struck by the dark purple thunderbolts and died on the spot. Jian Wushuang, run! A deep voice suddenly sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. This voice made Jian Wushuang's body and mind tremble. He stared at Lung Rushuang in front of him, and his fingertips had already pierced into his flesh. If Shuang heir loses hair or suffers any injustice, I will destroy your whole family from now on. Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded across the entire sky. After his voice fell, Jian Wushuang finally crushed the dark gray jade slip in his hand. The dark gray jade slip contained a skill, which was teleportation. As the jade slip was crushed, a wave of space-time power was activated, and Jian Wushuang's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Jian Wushuang had already left. The giant hand that stretched out from the void was retracted, and the void was restored without leaving a trace. Only the top of the sky was left. Countless deep purple thunderbolts were still dancing crazily, and the destructive power was getting stronger and more violent. Terrifying booms were heard continuously. It was obvious that the power of the will of heaven was angry. Someone saved the Divine Master under the power of the will of heaven. The shadowy figure still existed in this world. She had seen everything that had just happened, and now she was shocked. The power of the will of heaven, just now, even if her original body came, would be destroyed on the spot. However, someone who was hundreds of millions of miles away used a great method to destroy the destructive power of the will of heaven and save Jian Wushuang. How terrifying was the person who had just saved Jian Wushuang? What happened to the power of the will of heaven? The hazy figure raised her head again and looked over in surprise. She could see that the power of the will of heaven was obviously still in a rage. However, in her opinion, since Jian Wushuang had been rescued, the power of the will of heaven should have dissipated very soon. However, looking at the traces now, the power of the will of heaven did not have any intention of dissipating. And at this moment, in the vast thunder sea above, a space passage slowly appeared. That's right, it was a spatial tunnel. There was not the slightest spatial factor in the void previously. However, a tunnel had been forcefully opened up by someone. A human figure slowly appeared at the end of the spatial tunnel. The human figure slowly walked out of the spatial tunnel and quickly appeared in everyone's sight. This was a bald man wearing a white robe. He was smiling. This bald man was barefoot and his entire body was bathed in sunlight. White light flickered on his body, giving off a gentle feeling of a cool breeze. He stood there in the air and did not speak. However, everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion seemed to have completely calmed down. Everyone became calm and peaceful. At the same time, everyone's gaze, including that of the blurry figure, could not help but look at the white-robed, bald man. The blurry figure's eyes were already wide open. Sage Lord! Chapter 29-23. The Sage Realm Master has arrived. The Sage Realm Master has personally arrived. Even this hazy figure, a dignified master of laws, was utterly stunned at this moment. Previously, it was the will of the heavenly Tao that had descended. Still, now, a dignified Sage Realm Master, the strongest existence in the absolute beginning divine realm, had personally arrived. That's not right. No matter what, this place is outside the third heaven. In the endless territories, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao isn't too oppressive here. Although a Sage Realm Master is formidable, he is far away in the third heaven and is still at the core. He can't rush here so easily. Even if he has the power of the will of the heavenly Tao to help him, he wouldn't be able to do so. Then he must be a consciousness clone. The shadowy figure thought to herself. She was right. The white-robed bald man was indeed a consciousness clone, but it was much stronger than the one she had condensed as a rule master. After the white-robed bald man walked out of the tunnel, he looked down with a gentle gaze. "I'm late. Did he escape again?" The white-robed bald man had already received the message from the power of the will of heaven. He knew that Jian Wushuang had been rescued. Although he was a little angry, he was still smiling on the surface, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. At the same time, the white-robed bald man also noticed the hazy figure, and his eyes had already penetrated through it. The blurry figure's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately bowed and greeted. "Grand Supreme Emotion Valley's Zhu Xan greets you, sir." Why would someone from Grand Supreme Emotion Valley appear here? The white-robed bald man asked. "It's like this. A disciple of my Grand Supreme Emotion Valley has met with some trouble here, and I've come specially to pick her up," the blurry figure said. "The disciple you're talking about is that woman?" The white-robed bald man had already turned to look at Lung Rushuang. "Yes." The blurry figure did not dare to lie. "This woman is not ordinary. If I'm not wrong, the little fellow who escaped earlier, who the heavenly Tao does not tolerate, must be related to her." The white-robed bald man's eyes flickered with a strange light. The blurry figure was startled. Although she could sense that the white-robed bald man's tone was somewhat unfriendly, he immediately said, "Sir, this girl is a disciple of my Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley and is especially important to my Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. But, most importantly, my Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley's master thinks highly of her and has even intended to accept her as a disciple." Old Valley Master? That old woman! The white-robed bald man did not show any signs of anger on the surface, but his heart sank. The Supreme Emotion Valley was indeed a large force in the absolute beginning divine realm. It could even be compared to the 8 Directions heavenly sect. If that were all, he would not take it to heart. However, the The Supreme Emotion Valley's master had to make him pay attention to her. Forget it. Since he is the successor of that old woman, I will naturally not make things difficult for him. The white-robed, bald man waved his hand. Thank you, my lord. The hazy figure secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the white-robed, bald man had already turned around, and a terrifying aura was spreading out from his body. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao above the void had yet to dissipate. At this moment, the white-robed, bald man seemed to have wholly combined with the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. With the help of the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, the white-robed, bald man began to set up some unique arrays. What is he planning? The hazy figure was shocked when he saw this, but he soon understood. He is setting up a spatial tunnel, and with the help of the will of the heavenly Tao, could it be that he is planning to open up a spatial tunnel leading to the third heaven, allowing his true body to descend from the core of the third heaven personally? The hazy figure was amazed at it. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, many experts were also looking at the scene at the top of the void in shock, but no one dared to stop him. This was a boundless void that was a certain distance away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, and even the Golden Crow Nine Realms. This void has initially been empty, but suddenly a figure appeared without any warning. This figure was naturally Jian Wushuang. He had once obtained a unique jade slip in the secret realm left behind by the rule master of the Pale Sun Sacred World. The jade slip contained teleportation. Teleportation was one of the skills that could only be mastered after one had reached an extremely high level of understanding of the space-time rules. Among the immortal saints, anyone who could control teleportation was the best immortal saint. This time he directly used the jade slip and teleported into the void. Jian Wushuang did not know how far he had teleported and where he would be teleported to. However, in the situation just now, he had no choice but to use teleportation to escape. After appearing in the void, Jian Wushuang's aura immediately became weak. Not only was he weak, but he was also very weak. The heaven-cleaving skill was the most powerful divine power created by his master Xian Yi. It was extremely powerful. Although he could not exert 1/10 of its power, it was still too much of a burden for him to use it. Moreover, he had just used it twice. His divine power and mind had been extensively damaged after using it twice. He had indeed fallen into a weakened state. This was the first time he had encountered such a weakness since his reincarnation. However, Jian Wushuang could not care less at this moment. His expression was cold and his mind was full of thoughts. I unscrupulously displayed the power of the life level and performed the heaven-cleaving skill twice in a row. The power of the will of heaven has already arrived. The power of the will of heaven has completely locked onto my position. Although Taoist Xianxin helped me out of my predicament in time and allowed me to teleport away, now that my position has been exposed, the power of the will of heaven, as well as the mortal enemies of the seven-star mysterious sect in the core of the divine beginning world, the three masters of the Saint Realm, will immediately rush over. Even if their original bodies won't come in person, their consciousness doppelgangers will definitely come. When that time comes, they will definitely try to find my whereabouts. They will definitely turn the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and even the surrounding territories upside down. I definitely can't go back to the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Not only that, all the people who are close to me in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow must be moved immediately. Jian Wushuang was very clear about the danger he was facing. Not only would he face great danger, but he would also implicate the people around him. For example, his parents in this life. Chapter 29-24. Escape his parents in this life, his elder sister, second brother, and the people closest to him would be implicated. Jian Wushuang had to ask them to leave as soon as possible. But now he did not know where he was. So there was only one way to take Zhui Yunfeng and the others away. Jian Wushuang took out a message token. It was the first time he had taken it out since he got it. Miss Xiao Er, there's something I need your help with." Jian Wushuang had already sent the message. In the Witch Desert region, under the command of the Beiming Star Field in the Pale Sun Sacred World. It was the 12th month, and the snow covered the entire Burning Moon City with a layer of silver clothing. In the courtyard in the center of the city lord's mansion, Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin stood together. "Darling, do you remember when I was pregnant with Shuang Heir?" Luo Xinqin asked. "Of course I remember." Zhu Yunfeng smiled. "Shuang Heir is a child with extraordinary talent. He stayed in your arms for 9 years, 9 months and 9 days, and it snowed in Burning Moon City for 9 years, 9 months and 9 days. Strangely, the snow stopped on the day Shuang Heir was born, and the sky cleared in an instant. I wonder how this child is doing outside now." Luo Xinqin asked. "I don't know, but with his talent and speed of improvement, his strength is probably many times stronger than before. He might have already reached the peak of the reverent god realm. His achievements are not what we can imagine," Zhu Yunfeng said with a smile. "Yes." Luo Xinqin sighed softly. But at this moment, Wang, a figure appeared in the sky above the Burning Moon City, Lord's mansion, without warning. This figure wore a simple gray robe and a gray mask. As soon as he appeared, a majestic aura immediately enveloped him. "Zhu Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin." A cold voice sounded both inside and outside the city, Lord's mansion. The entire city, Lord's residence, instantly erupted into a clamor. The many cultivators in the residence looked up at the gray-robed, masked figure with endless terror. Even the 2 God-fiend realm experts sent by the Great Tragedy sect to secretly protect Zhu Yunfeng and his wife were highly shocked at this moment. "Greetings, my lord. May I know why my lord has come to my Burning Moon City?" Zhu Yunfeng immediately stood up and said respectfully, "You are Zhu Yunfeng? Is that your wife, Luo Xinqin, beside you?" The gray-robed, masked figure asked. "Yes." Zhu Yunfeng nodded subconsciously. "If that's the case, then there's no mistake. Come with me." The gray-robed, masked figure waved his hand, and immediately Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin lost the ability to resist. Instead, they were directly driven by the gray-robed, masked figure to rush towards the surrounding void. Soon, they disappeared from the world. It was not until the 3 of them left that the governor's mansion exploded. The 2 divine Devil Realm experts who were secretly protecting Zhu Yunfeng and his wife were shocked. When Jian Wushuang left, he had reached an agreement with the Great Tragedy sect. Before Jian Wushuang returned, the Great Tragedy sect would do their best to ensure the safety of his parents. But now Jian Wushuang's parents were in the governor's mansion of Burning Moon City. Had they been taken away? If Jian Wushuang did not see his parents when he came back, would he not be furious? "Quick, report this to the sect master." The 2 divine demon realm experts of the Great Tragedy sect immediately sent a message. In a remote void in the Witch Desert region, the gray-robed, masked figure suddenly stopped. Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were floating beside him. Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were also a little frightened. "My lord, why did you bring us here?" Zhu Yunfeng could not help asking, "Do you too have a son named Jian Yi?" The gray-robed, masked man looked over. "Jian Yi? No, I only have 2 sons. One is Zhu Preng, and the other is Jian Wushuang." "There is no one named Jian Yi," Zhu Yunfeng said. "Jian Wushuang." The gray-robed, masked man's expression changed. He flipped his hand and took out a portrait. "Is it the person in the portrait?" Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin glanced at the person in the portrait. They immediately recognized that it was Jian Wushuang. "Yes, it's him. The person in the portrait is my Shuang Heir," Zhu Yunfeng said. "That's right. You 2 wait here," the gray-robed masked man said coldly, but he did not explain much. Not long after, "They're here." The gray-robed, masked man suddenly raised his head. He saw two figures rushing over from the void, not far away. One of the two people was also wearing a simple gray robe and a mask. As for the other person, it was Zhuo Bing heir. Zhuo Yinfeng and Luo Xinqin were both shocked when they saw Zhuo Bing. Father, mother, you're here too? Zhuo Bing was also extremely surprised. She was clearly still cultivating in the ancient Star Hall just now. But a gray-robed masked man directly barged in and brought her here with effective means. The experts in her ancient Star Hall, including the strongest divine master, did not even have the slightest chance to struggle. Not long after Zhuo Bing arrived, Zhuo Peng also arrived. He was also brought here by a gray-robed, masked man. Since then, the four people closest to Jian Wushuang had all gathered. Everyone is here. Let's hurry up and leave this world. The three gray-robed, masked men reached an agreement. Then they immediately left with Zhuo Yinfeng, Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Peng. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the white-robed, bald man and the will of the heavenly Tao worked together. In merely 2 hours, an enormous teleportation channel had already appeared in the sky. This spatial channel was enormous and boundless. After it was constructed entirely, only then did the will of the heavenly Tao completely dissipate. Soon after, numerous figures began to stride over from the other end of the spatial channel. A large number of figures appeared in the air, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There were over 100 of them. However, terrifying was that the aura of each and every one of these people was exceptionally tyrannical. Any one of them was sufficient to cause the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to tremble in fear. Just like the immortal saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion at this moment, all of them lowered their heads in fear. These people were all experts at the level of the immortal saints. In addition, there were 10 figures at the very front of the crowd. Their auras were towering and far surpassed the immortal saints. Those 10 people were actually the 10 supreme masters of laws. However, regardless of whether it was the immortal saints or the 10 masters of laws, they were all unable to conceal the existence of the white-robed, bald man at the very front of the crowd. What the white-robed, bald man had arrived at this moment was not his consciousness, but his true body. Chapter 29-25. Empty buildings, go find him! Even if we have to turn this territory and the surrounding territories upside down, we must find that Brat's existence, not only him, but also his family members in this life. Everyone related to him must be arrested and interrogated. We must find him at all costs. Although the white-robed, bald man was still gentle, his voice was as cold as ice. The 10 rule masters and hundreds of immortal saints behind him all nodded solemnly and followed the many experts to search at the fastest speed possible. In the void below, the consciousness clone of the supreme emotion forgetting Valley's rule master watched this scene with great astonishment. As expected, the original body of the rule master has arrived, and he brought a total of 10 rule masters and hundreds of powerful Saint Realm experts. That kid is too powerful. The shadowy figure was secretly shocked. Yet, at the same time, the words that Jian Wushuang said when he left echoed in her mind. If Shuang heir loses a hair or suffers any grievance, it'll wipe out your entire clan from now on. At first, the shadowy figure did not take these words to heart, but now she did not dare to underestimate them. I hope this Saint Stage Master can find and kill that kid. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Supreme Emotion Valley will not be able to rest in peace in the future. The shadowy figure sighed lightly, and her consciousness clone had already begun to dissipate slowly. As for Lung Rushuang, when the white-robed, bald man set up the formation, she had already instructed the cold and arrogant woman to bring Lung Rushuang back to Supreme Emotion Valley. She did not want to get involved in what happened next, nor did she dare to get involved. The news of the arrival of the 3rd firmament experts, the core of the absolute beginning divine realm, had created a storm that swept through the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow. At first, the experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow were baffled. They even had some doubts. However, when the powerful immortal saints and even the legendary masters of laws started to roam the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow immediately believed them. Especially when they knew that these experts were all coming for Jian Yi, they were all shocked. After all, Jian Yi was only a divine master. A mere divine master had such great power that he had sent out more than 100 immortal saints and 10 rule masters from the 3rd heaven to hunt him down. There was even news from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Jian Yi had violated the Heavenly Tao and was not tolerated by the Heavenly Tao. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the power of the Heavenly Tao had personally descended to kill Jian Wushuang. But he was saved at the last moment. This news also shocked countless people. In short, the name of Jian Yi once again resounded throughout the Golden Crow 9 realms. Crimson Rock Castle in the Pale Sun Sacred World. Dozens of immortal saints and several rule masters appeared in Crimson Rock Castle at the same time. The experts in Crimson Rock Castle felt the terrifying auras and were so scared that their legs went numb. Even the fort master of Crimson Rock Castle, Yin Sewer, who had already broken through to the immortal saint level, was stunned. Oh my God, she was an immortal saint after all. Although she had just broken through, her strength was still there. However, among the dozens of people in front of her, any one of them, even if it was just a vague aura, made her feel like she could not resist it. This was especially so for those at the very front. The aura of any one of them was enough to cause her to feel despair. Are you the realm lord of this world? At the very front of these experts, the white-robed bald man suddenly turned to look at Yin Sewer. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Before Yin Sewer could react, her gaze had already turned hollow. In the blink of an eye, Yin Sewer had been entirely controlled by the bewitching spirit. After that, she could no longer resist. Tell me everything you know about Jian Yi, the white-robed bald man ordered. Yes. Yin Sewer nodded dully and then told him everything she knew in detail. She told him everything, including Jian Wushuang's origin and the connection between him and Crimson Rock Castle. Yin Sewer also mentioned the Beiming Starfield and the Witch Desert region where Jian Wushuang's move was born. Which desert region? After learning that the Witch Desert region was where Jian Wushuang was born and that he had relatives in this life, the white-robed bald man's eyes lit up, and he immediately left. In less than 6 hours, the white-robed bald man and the others had arrived in the Witch Desert region. However, when they arrived, they knew that Jian Wushuang's relatives had been taken away by 3 mysterious experts not long ago, and they were nowhere to be found. In other words, Jian Wushuang's relatives were all gone. All 3 of them are wearing simple gray robes and gray masks. They are members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The white-robed bald man's heart sank. Bastards! The white-robed bald man was a little angry, but he was helpless. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the most mysterious and terrifying in the absolute beginning divine realm. Their strength and methods were unfathomable. Moreover, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was not like the holy region that he controlled. His sacred region had an endless amount of resources within the 3rd sky. Therefore, it could be said that it could control everything. However, outside the 3rd heaven, his subordinates did not have much power. Just like in the Golden Crow 9 realms, he did not have the slightest bit of power involved. Therefore, if he wanted to mobilize experts, he could only temporarily open a space passage under the coordination of the will of the Heavenly Tao and let the experts in the 3rd heaven descend. However, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was different. No matter which territory in the absolute beginning divine realm, no matter which corner, as long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wanted to, they could mobilize several experts above the Immortal Saint realm as soon as possible. This was what the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was good at. Its strength was spread across every corner of the divine beginning world. Although it was scattered and not completely concentrated, it was still extremely terrifying. Since that kid can ask the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to transfer his family members, With the heaven-cleaving alliance's methods in the endless territories, they can casually transfer his family members to some hidden territories. Even I can't find out, and neither can he. The white-robed, bald man's face had become a little ugly. If Jian Wushuang was on his own, he would not care if he was on the run with his own strength. As long as he knew Jian Wushuang's approximate location, he could join forces with the power of the will of heaven. He would try to find Jian Wushuang through all kinds of means. But if Jian Wushuang used the power of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or if he joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he would have nowhere to go. Chapter 29-26. The dust has settled in the void far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Jian Wushuang, as you instructed, I ask the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to move your loved ones as quickly as possible. Now, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has sent news that your loved ones have gone to a very distant territory. I've also sent people to bring them here. I can guarantee that they won't be in danger. On the other end of the transmission token, a cold but heart-stirring voice was heard. Thank you, Miss Shower, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. Just remember my favor. You and I are allies. In order to help you, I have paid a lot of money to get the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to act as quickly as possible so that you can move your relatives in time. But in the future, the things I want you to do for me will be much more difficult than this, Shower said. As long as I have enough strength, I will do my best, Jian Wushuang said. After breaking off the communication with Shower, Jian Wushuang was relieved to know that Zhu Yinfeng and the others had been safely transferred. At the same time, he was secretly glad. He was glad that he had made an ally in the Witch Desert region. Shower had also experienced reincarnation. Her origin was a mystery and her background was huge. The key was that she was a friend and not an enemy of the 7-star mysterious sect. That was why Jian Wushuang agreed to form an alliance with her. Although the alliance was formed, neither side had encountered any difficulties before, so there was no communication. But this time, Jian Wushuang had to ask for help from this ally. And this Miss Shower did not disappoint him. Although Shower could not move his close relatives in a short period of time, she had asked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In this way, he could move his family members to a safe place in time. Father and mother have been moved. I have also sent a message to Shower to tell her to be careful. As long as those who are close to me are able to hide, for the time being they should be fine. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. This matter happened so suddenly that he had not been fully prepared. Therefore, it was somewhat urgent, but fortunately there were no major changes. Now that everyone close to him in the 9 realms had been transferred and hidden, he was much more relieved. Next, he would certainly be ready to leave. But before he left, whoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly waved his hand, and a figure appeared in the void in front of him. This figure was Lung Rushwang's master, Elder Qin. Jian Yi, are you finally willing to let me out? Elder Qin stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had been fighting with people and even fighting against the Heavenly Tao because of the urgent situation. At that time, he had put all his attention on his opponent. He had forgotten that Elder Qin had been suppressed in his Blood Mountain Sword. It was not until he had completely left the battlefield and arrived in the void that Jian Wushuang remembered. Elder Qin, I'm sorry to have made you suffer, Jian Wushuang said apologetically. Humph. Elder Qin snorted, but she looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look. Although she had been suppressed in the Blood Mountain Sword, she had clearly seen the scene outside. She had witnessed Jian Wushuang's battle strength at the true saint level. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's biggest reliance, Saint Hong, could not stop him. This was just a small matter. Later, when facing 9 experts at the true saint level from the Supreme Emotion Valley, their divine bodies collapsed and their souls were completely destroyed under the attacks of the 9 true saints. However, they did not die. In the end, they even used shocking techniques. They swept the 9 true saints with 1 sword and killed 8 of them on the spot. The terrifying strength and techniques completely frightened her. In the end, the consciousness avatar of the Rule Master appeared, and the power of the will of the heavenly Tao descended to perform the power of destruction. These were completely beyond what she could bear. Until now, Elder Qin still had not completely reacted, and her mind was still in a daze. She was very curious about what kind of secret Jian Wushuang had that caused the power of the will of heaven to descend. However, she did not intend to ask about it, and Jian Wushuang could not tell her. Elder Qin, there is one small thing I want to ask you, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Speak. Elder Qin's voice was still cold. You are Shuang Er, the master of Little Phoenix. You must know her background, right? Jian Wushuang asked. He was indeed curious about Lung Rushwang's background in this life. It could not be helped. Lung Rushwang's talent in this life was too high. Moreover, Lung Rushwang could not recognize him in this life. This made Jian Wushuang wonder if something had happened to her during the reincarnation process. Lung Er's background. Elder Qin frowned slightly. He said, I don't know her background either. When I first met her, she was just a baby. She was just born not long ago in the Dragon Phoenix, Sacred City. I happened to pass by a remote territory and found a large-scale heaven and earth phenomenon in that territory. I looked for the phenomenon and found her when she was a baby. At that time, there was no one around her. She just floated quietly in the void without crying. I saw that she was extraordinary, so I sent her back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and let her grow up there. The phenomenon of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. If what Elder Qin said was true, then the Lung Rushwang in this life seemed to be born from heaven and earth. Yes, just like those unique special life forms in the divine beginning world. They were born naturally from heaven and earth. However, most of those special life forms had been polished and evolved over a long period of time before they gradually gained some intelligence and finally became alive. But Lung Rushwang, was she reincarnated? In addition, the special life forms in the absolute beginning divine world had extremely strong bloodlines and physiques. However, apart from her high comprehension ability and the fact that it was as easy as eating and drinking, Lung Rushwang did not have anything special about her bloodline? Forget it. Since Shuang Er has already gone to the supreme emotion-forgetting valley, I won't be able to see her for a while. I'll wait until I become stronger. Then I'll slowly find the answer. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Elder Qin, I'll see you again. After saying this, Jian Wushuang turned around and left. Moreover, the direction he went in was clearly the opposite of the 9 worlds of the Golden Crow. Chapter 2927. Inkstone Realm, the primordial divine realm, was vast and boundless, not to mention the 3 heavens in the center. The endless territories beyond the 3 heavens were countless, and the territories they occupied were beyond imagination. After Jian Wushuang left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he used the space passage to pass through one territory after another. Thus, he passed through nearly 100 times on the way. It must be known that the cost of traveling from one territory to another territory was not small. On the contrary, the cost of traveling from one territory to another territory, which was separated by several or even more than 10 territories, was even greater. After traveling nearly 100 times, the cost that Jian Wushuang had to pay was no less than hundreds of thousands of saint elixirs. It was comparable to the entire wealth of an ordinary immortal saint. Jian Wushuang had teleported almost 100 times so that he could be further away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, and the 3 experts of the Saint Realm could not find him. As a result, Jian Wushuang did not know which territory he was in and how far from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Let's ask someone first. Jian Wushuang smiled and rushed forward. In the vast sky, dark clouds covered the earth. Lightning snakes flickered in the dark clouds from time to time as if dragons were rolling in them. This was a barren plain where a battle was going on. This battle was a massacre. A group of bandits suddenly targeted a team of experts with more than 10 people. More than 100 experts surrounded and killed them crazily. Among the group of over 10 experts, the strongest ones were only 2 peak divine masters. But, faced with the encirclement of over 100 experts, they were quickly defeated. Those bandits were also crazily chasing after these 2 people. Damn it, this isn't a place where bandits run rampant. So, how did this group of bandits come here? A middle-aged man who wore a triangular helmet and was as strong as an ox roared as he fled. What bandits? This is a trap deliberately set up by someone to deal with us. If nothing goes wrong, it should be someone from our clan. If someone didn't inform us, how would these people know our whereabouts? The purple-haired older man shouted in a deep voice. Clan members, could it be? The strong middle-aged man was shocked. Humph. Other than that good brother of yours, who else would use that great formation to deal with us? The violet-haired older man shouted. The muscular middle-aged man's expression was somewhat unsightly. Let's flee. Let's see if we can escape with our luck. The violet-haired older man sighed softly. Behind him, over 100 experts were chasing closely, each of them brimming with killing intent. But right at this moment, whoa, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. The moment this figure appeared, a terrifying pressure came hurling down. The robust middle-aged man and the purple-haired older man immediately squatted in the air. The hundreds of experts chasing behind them also stopped. Everyone raised their heads in shock, looking at the young figure like a god in the air. This pressure is too strong. It's much stronger than Father was when he was alive. It's countless times stronger. Father was a high-level great divine master when he was alive, but compared to this person, he's like an ant. This person is very likely an immortal saint-level super expert. But even if he's not, he's still the legendary, unrivaled, great divine master. The robust middle-aged man was shocked. This is our chance. The purple-haired elder was pleasantly surprised. He immediately bowed and said, Greetings, sir. What can I do for you? I want to ask you something. I hope you can answer me. Jian Wushuang looked down with a cold expression. Please ask, sir. The purple-haired elder was very respectful. Which realm is this? Jian Wushuang asked. Sir, this is the Inkstone realm, the purple-haired elder said. But at the same time, he immediately understood that the person in front of him should be an expert who had just arrived from the outside world. Inkstone realm. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. When he was free in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he also saw the Starfield's map in the surrounding territories. The map was quite vast, but did not mention the Inkstone realm. Obviously, his current location was very far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Let me ask you again, who are the realm masters of your Inkstone realm? Jian Wushuang asked again. My lord, there are 4 realm masters in the Inkstone realm, and each of them is a powerful immortal saint. I wonder who you are asking about. The purple-haired elder asked. 4 realm masters? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Usually there was only 1 realm master in a realm, but there were 4 in the Inkstone realm. Jian Wushuang knew that the 4 realm masters would fight for their own interests. Which of the 4 realm masters is the closest to here? Jian Wushuang asked. I know. It's the Evergreen realm master. He lives in Evergreen Island, which is less than 10 days away, the purple-haired elder said. Give me the map of the Starfield. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand. The purple-haired elder did not hesitate and immediately handed the most comprehensive map of the Starfield to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and immediately knew the location of the Evergreen realm master. He nodded and then looked at the hundreds of experts who had been chasing after the purple-haired elder and the middle-aged man. This deal ends here. You can leave. The hundreds of experts who were chasing after the purple-haired elder and the burly middle-aged man were extremely unwilling. However, after looking at Jian Wushuang, the leader of the hundreds of experts chose to endure. Let's go. The hundreds of experts immediately turned and left. Jian Wushuang's figure also disappeared. As for the purple-haired elder and the strong middle-aged man, they were overjoyed. Without any hesitation, they immediately set off and fled as fast as they could. Evergreen Island, the residence of the Evergreen Realm Lord. The Inkstone Realm was extremely vast, 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary realm. Naturally, more experts were born. However, after a round of fighting, these experts gradually turned into 4 forces. Each of the 4 forces had a ruler, which was the 4 realm masters of the Inkstone Realm. Among the 4 realm masters, Evergreen Realm Master was just an ordinary one. He was not strong, only at the level of an immortal saint. He was far from being a true saint. Jian Wushuang had already arrived at Evergreen Island. Chapter 29-28. Inquiry Evergreen Island was vast and majestic, with countless towering palaces and courtyards. Many cultivators gathered in front of the main gate of the island. Most of them had reached the great divine master level and were waiting there. They were here to see the Evergreen Realm Lord. Please inform him that Jian Yuan is here to pay a visit, Jian Wushuang said politely. Jian Yuan. The guard guarding the gate looked Jian Wushuang up and down. Jian Wushuang smiled and slightly revealed his divine power aura. His realm had reached the advanced Great Divine Master level. Under the cover of black rock, his divine power aura had reached the limit of a divine master, but he could not reach the immortal saint level. When Xian Shin Daoist gave him the black rock, he said that the black rock could only cover the aura of a mortal saint and below. Jian Wushuang gave the name Jian Yuan at the last minute. Even though the Inkstone Realm was far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, Jian Wushuang still did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to use his real name or even the 2 aliases he used in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Jian Yi and Su Han, he did not dare to use them. Therefore, he could only choose another one. The guard also sensed Jian Wushuang's aura and was immediately startled. Wait a moment. I'll immediately report it. The guard immediately reported this matter to the butler, who was usually in charge of Evergreen Island. But unfortunately, he was also a peak great divine master. Jian Yuan? I've never heard of this name. I don't know where it came from. The Realm Lord is busy these days. He doesn't have time to see this and that. Go and tell him to wait outside for a few decades, the butler ordered. The guard immediately returned and conveyed the butler's message. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang could not help smiling bitterly, but then his body shook. Boom! A terrifying divine power directly covered the entire Evergreen Island. This divine power was earth-shaking and suppressed everything. In an instant, countless cultivators in Evergreen Island began to tremble. At the island's main entrance, the experts who were waiting quietly looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. The guard and the housekeeper who had walked out of the island were also terrified. Jian Wushuang could not be bothered with them. He just calmly looked at the place not far away. There an aura slowly rose. May I know which friend has come to my Evergreen Island? A gentle voice slowly spread. A middle-aged man in a green robe with stubble slowly appeared in the void above. Seeing this middle-aged man in a green robe, many experts in Evergreen Island immediately showed respect. This middle-aged man in a green robe was the Realm Lord of Evergreen Island. He was also one of the 4 Realm Lords of the Inkstone Realm, the Evergreen Realm Lord. Jian Yuan greets the Evergreen Realm Lord. Jian Wushuang said politely, Yes, a divine master? The Evergreen Realm Lord looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. He had sensed the divine power, which was why he had shown himself. But he had never expected that it was only a divine master who was emitting the divine power. Although Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, his casual standing gave the Evergreen Realm Lord great pressure. As a result, the Evergreen Realm Lord did not dare to underestimate him. This divine master is not simple. This was the first thought that came to the Evergreen Realm Lord's mind. My friend, let's have a chat on the island. The Evergreen Realm Lord invited him. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him and immediately followed the Evergreen Realm Lord to the center of the island. In the center of a magnificent palace, the Evergreen Realm Lord ordered some delicacies and wine for Jian Wushuang to enjoy. You are not from the Inkstone Realm, are you? The Evergreen Realm Lord asked casually. Have you noticed, Realm Lord? Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course. I know many powerful divine masters in the Inkstone Realm. Many of them have been accepted by me. You are so powerful, but I have never heard of you. So, naturally you are not from the Inkstone Realm, the Evergreen Realm Lord said with a smile. Indeed, I'm from another realm. As for why I came to the Inkstone Realm today, I have something to ask you, Evergreen Realm Lord, Jian Wushuang said. You can tell me, my young friend. The Evergreen Realm Lord looked at him. You've been famous for so many years and are very knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Jian Wushuang asked. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The Evergreen Realm Lord was stunned, but his expression immediately turned solemn. I have naturally heard of the famous Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the divine beginning world. I even yearn for it. However, it's not easy to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If that's the case, do you know where the nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is located in the nearby territories, Your Excellency? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was recognized as the #1 alliance in the absolute beginning divine world. Its power was spread over every territory and every corner of the absolute beginning divine world. To achieve this, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance needed to have a spatial channel to connect the corners of each territory and had to have secret strongholds in those territories. These strongholds were known as nests in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. For example, there was a secret nest around the territory of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. All the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the Golden Crow Nine Realms and the surrounding territories would go to that secret nest if they wanted to take on missions. Of course, this was also what Bone Emperor told him. He had a Heaven-Cleaving token, and he was powerful enough. So he wanted to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although originally he wanted to wait for Lung Rushwang's matter to come to an end before he went to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest in the surrounding territories of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. After passing the Heaven-Cleaving token to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he officially became a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, he had to flee from the territory of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and come to the Inkstone Realm, which was an unknown distance away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Here, Jian Wushuang did not know where the secret nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was, so he could only invite people to inquire about it. That was the main reason why he came to look for the Evergreen Realm Master. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. The Evergreen Realm Lord frowned slightly. My young friend, as far as I know, there is no Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair in the Inkstone Realm. However, I have vaguely heard that there is one in the territory near the Inkstone Realm. However, I don't know the exact location of the lair. After all, I have never really dealt with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You don't know. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not surprised. However, although I don't know the location of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's secret nest, someone in my Inkstone Realm does. The Evergreen Realm Lord suddenly changed the topic. Chapter 2929. Shuedong King, who is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the Evergreen Realm Lord. Shuedong King. The Evergreen Realm Lord smiled. Shuedong King used to be an invincible divine master in the Inkstone Realm. When he was a divine master, his comprehension of rules and Tao had already reached the level of an immortal saint. He even created an absolute art at the level of a saint. Later on, he paid a price to obtain a Heaven-Cleaving token and passed the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's test to become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up. Since Shuedong King was a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he must know the location of the secret lair of the heaven-cleaving alliance around the Inkstone realm. Where is Xue Dongking now? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, my friend. The Evergreen Realm Lord said indifferently. Xue Dongking is in the Inkstone realm. It's not difficult for you to find him. Just ask a slightly stronger Great Divine Master, and you'll know. However, Xue Dongking has a very strange temper. If you want him to tell you the location of the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, you'll have to go through a lot of trouble. Oh! Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He has a weird temper. How weird is that? It's simple. He likes to fight. He's a battle maniac. He only respects experts who are stronger than him or are recognized by him. It's hard for ordinary experts to meet him or to befriend him because he won't talk to you at all. Instead, he takes the initiative and is very enthusiastic when facing those who are stronger than him and can be recognized by him. My friend, if you want to see him, you have to be prepared in advance, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. Prepared? You mean fight with him? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Of course. You have to fight with him and get his approval before he will talk to you. In addition, he has deliberately set up a series of powerful means in his residence. These means are so powerful that no ordinary person can break in. In other words, you have to go through the means he has set up over the years before you can really see him, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. So harsh. Jian Wushuang was stunned. They had met each other not long ago. If Xue Dongking did not want to meet him, he could just disappear. However, he had deliberately set up many means in his residence. No matter who it was, they had to break through all the means to meet him. Xue Dongking is indeed eccentric, but it should not be difficult for me to break through his means with my strength, Jian Wushuang said. Don't be too confident, my friend. I forgot to tell you that Xue Dongking has made a breakthrough to the Immortal Saint level not long ago. His battle strength is much stronger than mine, so his tricks are naturally more powerful, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. A breakthrough. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he shrugged helplessly and said, No matter what, I have to try. Thank you, Evergreen Realm Lord. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang stood up and left after saying his thanks. Evergreen Realm Lord looked at Jian Wushuang's departure with a strange expression. Jian Yuan is not only in the Inkstone realm, but also in the surrounding territories. I've never heard of him. However, the pressure he gives me is very great. It's even greater than the pressure from the other 3 realm lords in the Inkstone realm. Where did this expert come from? Did he really come to my Inkstone realm just for the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The Evergreen Realm Lord pondered for a moment before shaking his head, no longer thinking about it. On top of a smooth cliff, there was a huge scarlet castle. This red castle was extremely famous in the entire Inkstone realm. After all, that Xue Dongking, who had already broken through to the Immortal Saint realm and could threaten the 4 realm lords, lived here. Around the scarlet castle, a layer of scarlet mist surrounded the castle, flowing normally like a scarlet river. From time to time, faint blood-colored bubbles would appear. In the deepest part of the castle, 7th young master, go back. The clan leader misses you every day. Even if you still have some resentment toward what happened back then, it has been so many years. No matter what you do, you still have to care about the relationship between father and son. A white-haired old man stood below the steps. He looked eagerly at a blood-haired, blood-robed man above him. That blood-haired, blood-robed man was none other than the Xue Dongking. The relationship between father and son? Hee, how laughable. Back then, he complained that my cultivation speed was slow and that I didn't live up to expectations. When he beat and scolded me countless times, I could still understand and still be able to consider the relationship between father and son. But back then, I accidentally provoked a slightly more powerful clan, and he directly tied me up and sent me to the other party's residence. When I was at the other party's disposal, did he ever consider the relationship between father and son? Humph. Back then, if it wasn't for my intelligence and the fact that I knew how to endure humiliation and burden, and that I was finally able to survive under the endless torture of that Fong clan. Did he ever miss me at that time? Did he ever come to visit me? I'm afraid that at that time, I had already become an abandoned child in his hands in order to quell the fury of that Fong clan, right? At that time, he did not care about my life or death at all. Now that I've become stronger, he misses me. Does he have to care about the relationship between father and son? What a joke! What a big joke! Shwe Dongking sneered, but his voice was unusually cold. Scram! Go back and tell him that I've already broken off my relationship with him. Tell him to stop bothering me in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shwe Dongking waved his sleeve. A terrifying aura that had already reached the level of an undying saint directly pressed down on the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically, and he forcefully endured the pressure. He continued, "Seventh young master, the clan has encountered a great crisis this time. No matter what grudges you have with the clan leader, I beg you, on account of the fact that you share the same bloodline, no matter what, you must lend a hand." Lend a hand? If I don't personally exterminate them, it's already very worthy of them. Shwe Dongking snorted coldly, but he was already completely enraged in his heart. He waved his hand, and a majestic force immediately acted on the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shot backward in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Shwe Dongking. Although the white-haired elder was sent flying, Shwe Dongking's anger did not completely disappear in the palace. The entire palace was still under great pressure and did not calm down for a long time. At this time, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the Scarlet Castle. Chapter 2930, Forced Entry. Just before Jian Wushuang arrived at the Scarlet Castle, he saw the white-haired elder walk out of the castle in a sorry state. The white-haired elder's face was obviously a little ugly. The white-haired elder naturally saw Jian Wushuang. "Your Excellency, are you here to visit Shwe Dongking?" The white-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "If that's the case, I advise you to leave first and come back soon," the white-haired elder said. "Why?" Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. "Shwe Dongking is currently in a rage. It's too risky to visit him at this time. With his way of doing things, if he doesn't like you later, he might directly kill you," the white-haired elder said. "Oh, there's such a thing." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. "Let's try. If he wants to kill me, we have to see if he has the ability to do so." After saying that, Jian Wushuang flew directly into the Scarlet Castle. Seeing this, the white-haired elder was stunned. This man wants to break into the residence of the seventh young master? Is he courting death? Now, 99% of the experts in the Inkstone realm knew that Shwe Dongking had become an immortal saint. His battle strength was probably even stronger than that of the four realm lords. The techniques he had deployed in his castle were also very powerful. Even ordinary immortal saints would not dare to break into it, but Jian Wushuang. From the moment he rushed out, his aura was revealed. He was obviously a divine master. How dare a divine master barge into the castle where Shwe Dongking lives? The white-haired elder thought that Jian Wushuang was tired of living. But suddenly, boom! A violent boom suddenly resounded in the void. The white-haired elder's eyes immediately widened. He saw that the layer of a red river surrounding the Scarlet Castle had wrapped the entire castle tightly. But now, in the middle of the Scarlet River, a huge hole had appeared. This hole was too big, and it was obvious that it had been forcefully blasted open by someone. After this hole appeared, the entire Scarlet River collapsed. He actually broke through seventh young master's defensive measures on the castle with a single strike. The white-haired old man had a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Scarlet Castle, Xue Dongking, who had not completely calmed down, also sensed the commotion outside and immediately raised his head. My first attack was actually defeated in a frontal attack without any warning. Was it defeated in one blow? Xue Dongking's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately rose up. Jian Wushuang grinned as he looked at the collapsed Scarlet River. According to Evergreen Realm Lord, I don't need to say anything to Xue Dongking. I just need to have absolute strength to convince him or make him acknowledge me. In that case, there's no need for me to be so polite. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked ahead. He could vaguely see layers of restrictive moves. The one that had just been defeated was only the first layer of the Scarlet Castle, which was relatively weak. There were still 3 more layers of measures waiting for him. Only after passing through all the remaining 3 layers of measures could he enter the center of the Scarlet Castle and see the king. Boom! Jian Wushuang immediately burst into speed and shot forward into the void. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang encountered the second move of the Scarlet Castle. Break! Jian Wushuang still threw out a brutal punch. This punch contained a terrifying divine power as if it could break the world. It hit the first move of the restriction in front of him, which shook crazily and then collapsed in the next moment. The second move has also been broken, and it's still just a single strike. The white-haired elder was even more shocked when he saw this. However, Jian Wushuang continued to rush forward. Soon, the third move appeared in front of him. It was also a great restriction. However, the power of this restriction was obviously much stronger than the previous 2. Facing this restriction, Jian Wushuang no longer fought with his bare hands. Instead, he directly took out the Blood Mountain sword. Whoosh! With a casual slash, he activated his boundless sword art, which was 33,000 feet tall. A huge sword light struck the restriction, and it was instantly cut open. Then, Jian Wushuang encountered the 4th and final restriction. Whoosh! It was still a slash, but it was extremely sharp. With a mournful sword light, it forcefully cut open a gap in the restriction. Jian Wushuang passed through the gap and entered the center of the Scarlet Castle. Outside the castle, the white-haired elder was a little stunned. A divine master easily defeated the 4 restrictions placed on the castle by the 7th young master. Who is this divine master? The white-haired elder exclaimed. In the void at the center of the Scarlet Castle, the figure of Xue Dongking floated there. His eyes flashed with a glimmer as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Divine Master? Xue Dongking was shocked. He had personally set up these 4 restrictions, so he knew how powerful they were. Even an ordinary immortal saint like the 4 realm lords of the Inkstone realm would not be able to break in so easily, let alone a divine master. But this divine master had actually broken in. Even I, back when I was at the divine master realm, wouldn't have such terrifying combat strength. This person, the anger on Xue Dongking's face, had completely disappeared. What replaced it was excitement, a thick sense of excitement. At the same time, a shocking battle intent rose up. Just as the Evergreen Realm Lord had said, this Xue Dongking was a battle maniac. What he liked the most were fierce battles, especially when he fought with experts. However, the Inkstone realm was too small. The 4 known realm lords were only ordinary immortal saints. Before he had made the breakthrough, he was still in awe of them. But now he did not care about their strength at all. Therefore, even if the 4 realm lords came personally, they could not make him excited. But now, Jian Wushuang's appearance had aroused his long-lost fighting spirit, which was exceptionally strong. Who are you? Xue Dongking asked excitedly. Jian Yuan. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, After all, this is your residence, so it's not convenient for us to fight. How about we go to the nearby void? Okay. Xue Dongking nodded without hesitation and immediately went to the void next door with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2931. Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing, the void near the Scarlet Castle, was above a vast sea. The endless sea water was flowing slowly, and the entire sea surface seemed very calm. But this calm was quickly broken by someone. Xue Dongqing, I asked you to make the first move. Jian Wushuang stood there and said grandly, Haha, you're so confident. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Xue Dongqing laughed loudly and immediately took out a long saber. A majestic aura rose from his body. Xue Dongqing suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, his body split into two, turning into two identical figures. Well, this is... Jian Wushuang could not help being surprised. When he saw the two figures, Jian Wushuang immediately understood that they were just illusions that Xue Dongqing had used a special method. However, these illusions were extraordinary, and even he could not tell which one was real. It was not until Xue Dongqing appeared in front of him and raised the long saber in his hand that Jian Wushuang was able to determine which one was real. Buzz! Xue Dongqing struck out with his saber straight. The saber light was dazzling and extremely domineering. It immediately formed a huge saber river in the void and spread toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly. Divine power surged in his right hand. He raised the Blood Mountain sword and directly faced the long saber. When the long saber and the Blood Mountain sword collided head-on, an extremely domineering power contained in the long saber immediately came into effect. This power, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He staggered, but he could not help taking a few steps back. The long saber took advantage of the situation and slashed toward Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he immediately dodged to the side and dodged the saber. Your strength is not bad. Jian Wushuang looked at Xue Dongqing. Xue Dongqing's strength was indeed impressive. In that moment of collision, an extremely powerful force came from the long saber. It was much stronger than that of an ordinary immortal saint. Although it was not as strong as a true saint, the gap between them was very small. Xue Dongqing is indeed worthy of being a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance at the Divine Master level. Now that he has reached the Immortal Saint level, his strength has soared again. Although he is not comparable to a true saint, he is definitely a top false saint, Jian Wushuang thought. There were two kinds of immortal saints, false saint and true saint. The false saint was the most common type of immortal saint. Although his cultivation had indeed reached the immortal saint level, he had not truly mastered the immortal body and could not fully display his strength. True saint, on the other hand, had completely mastered the immortal body and could perfectly display his strength. Such a true saint was much more powerful than a false saint. For example, the immortal saints in the Golden Crow Nine Realms were almost all false saints with different strengths. As for true saints, there were only two of them. One was the Bone Emperor, and the other was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Saint Hong. Moreover, even if they were true saints, there were differences in strength. Moreover, in the absolute beginning divine realm, true saints were divided into 7 levels, which represented 7 different levels. These 7 different levels could be based on their understanding of laws and Tao. There were also unique skills that showed that Saint Hong was only a rank 1 true saint. As for Bone Emperor, the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there were rumors that he had long reached the pinnacle of a rank 1 true saint. There were also rumors that he had broken through to become a rank 2 true saint, but no one knew how he did it. A top false saint is indeed very powerful in the Inkstone realm. No wonder the Evergreen Realm Lord was a little afraid of Xue Dongqing. Jian Wushuang chuckled. The Evergreen Realm Lord and the other 3 Realm Lords in the Inkstone realm were only false saints and had average strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one would be a match for the Xue Dongqing. A divine master was able to block one of my strikes. You are qualified to be called a monster just because of that. Next, the bloodthirsty smile on the Xue Dongqing's face was followed by his figure floating out again. 2 identical figures appeared at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures flashed one after another and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Xue Dongqing raised the long saber in his hand again and swung it at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not show any weakness. He had exerted his divine power and swordsmanship to the fullest. Clang! 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 The low sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Blood Mountain sword and the long saber collided again and again. Each time, a large amount of power swept out and affected the sea surface below. Huge waves immediately rose up from the calm sea surface. Each of these huge waves was over 100 feet tall and incomparably majestic. The entire sea seemed to be roaring and shrill due to the fierce battle between the two. Jian Yuan, is this all you've got? Xue Dongqing shouted in a low voice during the fierce battle. He did not use his full strength, but even so, he still had an absolute advantage in the battle with Jian Wushuang, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing Xue Dongqing's words, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. After all, the opponent is a top-fall saint, and he is infinitely close to a true saint. If I don't use my secret skill or some other means, it will be a little difficult to fight. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The star power in his body had been directly activated. The 7-star secret skill had been used. This secret skill instantly raised his realm from Advanced Great Divine Master to Peak Great Divine Master, and his divine power suddenly soared. Xue Dongqing, now you and I will fight again. Jian Wushuang grinned and moved forward. The Blood Mountain sword suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed out. This sword move was extremely swift and fierce. Xue Dongqing immediately sensed that Jian Wushuang's sword move seemed to have increased in power. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately brandished his long saber to meet it. Clang! There was a loud sound, but this time both of them retreated at the same time. Xue Dongqing's right hand, which was holding the long saber tightly, was still a little troublesome. How can a divine master be so powerful? Xue Dongqing was shocked. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had only used the 7-star secret skill. He had not used the divine punishment expert or the 9 luminary star armor. He had not really guided the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. Even so, Jian Wushuang's divine power was no weaker than his. Once Jian Wushuang went all out, his battle strength would be at the true saint level. Although he was not the best among the first-stage true saints, he was definitely not weak. Chapter 2932, Approval. Xue Dongqing, let's fight again. Jian Wushuang laughed and suddenly waved his hand, causing streams of black light to appear in the void in front of him. These streams of black light were 18 underworld blood divine swords with astonishing auras. As soon as the 18 dark blood divine swords appeared, under Jian Wushuang's control, they immediately fused together perfectly at the fastest speed. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely strange. In an instant, it overshadowed the roar of the sea below. In the void, a brand new black divine sword that was only 2 meters long, but extremely wide appeared out of thin air. The moment this 2-meter-long black divine sword appeared, the world around it suddenly turned gray. This gray-white seemed to have sunk into an endless sea of snow. There was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, and the only black color in this vast expanse of whiteness was the black divine sword in the center of the void. The black magic sword had become the sole focus of the world. Go! Jian Wushuang spat out a word, and the black magic sword instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of Xue Dongqing. The black magic sword pierced through the void, but before it could get close, the violent sound of wind breaking caused Xue Dongqing's expression to change. Xue Dongqing did not have the time to think too much. He instantly brandished the long blade in his hand. This long blade was like a river of stars hanging in the sky, forcefully tearing a path through the vast white world. The void trembled. In the blink of an eye, the Black Divine sword collided with Xue Dongqing's long blade. The power of the fourth stage of the reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, also completely erupted at this moment. Boom! Boom! Xue Dongqing felt his arm go slightly numb, and he immediately retreated. As for the black magic sword, although it was not far away, it only shook slightly before it continued to shoot out. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's body also flew out in a strange manner. Boom! Boom! The black magic sword flew toward Xue Dongqing again and again in an extremely tyrannical manner. Jian Wushuang also displayed his swordsmanship, displaying it around Xue Dongqing again and again. The speed of his swordsmanship was extremely fast, and the power was also extremely powerful. With the combination of the two, Xue Dongwang was completely suppressed. In just a moment, "Stop, stop!" Xue Dongqing hurriedly shouted to stop. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and stopped what he was doing. Seeing this, Xue Dongqing let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang with a burning gaze. It's incredible that a divine master can be so powerful. Jian Yuan, I rarely admire you, but I have to admire you today. It's amazing that a divine master can fight with me to this extent. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew that although Xue Dongqing had asked him to stop, it did not mean that he had one. He could see that Xue Dongqing had held back. Some of his powerful secret skills and trump cards should not have been used. If he went all out, his battle strength should be comparable to an ordinary first-rank true saint. However, it was clear that although Xue Dongqing liked to fight, he would not use his trump card to fight with others for no reason. "Xue Dongqing, I'm here to ask you something," Jian Wushuang said directly. He had already proven his strength, and it was obvious that Xue Dongqing had approved of him. Therefore, Jian Wushuang could state his purpose of coming here directly. "You must be asking about the heaven-cleaving alliance, right?" Xue Dongqing looked at Jian Wushuang. "You know." Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had come for the heaven-cleaving alliance, but he had not told Xue Dongqing before. He had only told the Evergreen Realm Lord. Could it be that the Evergreen Realm Lord had sent him a message before? I don't know, but I guessed it. Xue Dongqing smiled. I, Xue Dongqing, have a bad temper and don't have a good relationship with people. Usually, those who come to see me have more or less asked for my help. But with your strength, you don't need me to do anything for you. Besides, you're only a divine master. But a divine master is so powerful. You're a monster. A monster like you came to see me only because of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Indeed, I'm here for the heaven-cleaving alliance. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted directly. I've just arrived in the Inkstone realm. I don't know if there's a nest of the heaven-cleaving alliance around the Inkstone realm, so I came to ask. There's a nest of the heaven-cleaving alliance nearby. Xue Dongqing nodded slightly. This nest is not too far from the Inkstone realm. If you want to go, I can show you the way. However, not everyone can enter the nest of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Only the official members of the heaven-cleaving alliance, or you have a heaven-cleaving token. I have a heaven-cleaving token. Jian Wushuang took out his heaven-cleaving token. Seeing the heaven-cleaving token, Xue Dongqing raised his eyebrows. It's easy with the heaven-cleaving token. I can take you there directly. When do you plan to go? Xue Dongqing asked. Let's go now. Jian Wushuang said. Okay, let's go. I haven't been to the heaven-cleaving alliance's lair for a long time. I don't know if there are any missions suitable for me. Xue Dongqing smiled and led the way. Jian Wushuang naturally followed. On the way, Xue Dongqing and Jian Wushuang chatted casually. Brother Jian, you're a divine master, but your battle strength is so amazing. You should be very famous, but I've explored the surrounding territories of the Inkstone realm, but I've never heard of your name. Why? Shuedong King asked. To tell you the truth, I don't come from the border. My hometown is quite far from here, so of course you don't know, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Shuedong King understood. Since you have the heaven-cleaving token, it should be easy for you to pass the assessment of the heaven-cleaving alliance with your strength. However, you still have to be careful. After all, everything is in case. The assessment of the heaven-cleaving alliance is usually very harsh and even a little unusual. Oh! Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Shuedong King was an official member of the heaven-cleaving alliance and had really participated in the assessment of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Since he said so, Jian Wushuang naturally would not be careless. By the way, Brother Jian, when you arrive at the heaven-cleaving alliance later, before you participate in the assessment, someone will ask you if you have been recommended. When that time comes, Shuedong King had not finished his words. Jian Wushuang said directly, Shuedong King, I'm sorry. Not long ago, I promised someone that I would treat him as a referral. That's why he gave me the heaven-cleaving token. Chapter 2933. Secret Lair Jian Wushuang had indeed promised Bone Emperor to make him a referral. However, Bone Emperor had not given him a heaven-cleaving token, but a scroll of heaven-sealing map. Is that so? That's a pity. Shuedong King sighed. He had fought with Jian Wushuang before, so he knew how terrifying Jian Wushuang was. If his battle strength was so terrifying at the Divine Master level, how powerful would he be when he broke through to become an immortal saint? According to Shuedong King's estimation, Jian Wushuang was almost certain to become an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and it was a certainty that he would become an Earth-level member. Once Jian Wushuang broke through to become an immortal saint, the possibility of becoming a heaven-level member was very high. In the future, he might even become an Emperor-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or even a legendary original grade member. The person who introduced Jian Wushuang to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would also receive a large reward. Of course, Shuedong King coveted this reward. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had already promised others, so he could not force him. While they were talking, they had already passed through many territories through the space tunnel. Soon, they arrived at a hidden dark void. There was no light in this dark void, nor was there any material existence. We're here. Shuedong King stopped. We're here. Right here. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. He looked carefully ahead, but he did not see anything strange in front of him, either with his naked eyes or with his soul power. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary void. Ha, just watch. Shuedong King gave a strange smile, but he reached out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Immediately, a trace of divine power spread out, which spread to the void. What surprised Jian Wushuang was that the dark void, which Jian Wushuang did not feel strange at all, began to ripple. These ripples spread out in all directions. Soon, an exquisite attic appeared in the void in front of him. This space-time is so strange. Jian Wushuang was surprised. When I first came here, I was just like you. Later, I found out that each nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was connected to each other by a special treasure. That treasure is extremely strange. No matter where it is, it can perfectly hide and protect the nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Don't underestimate this nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the endless territories. However, because it is connected to that treasure, even if a rule master came, he would not be able to break into this nest by force, said Shuedong King. So powerful. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was very powerful in the divine beginning world. It was spread across all the territories of the divine beginning world. The secret lairs of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were numerous in the divine beginning world. However, none of the lairs were connected to a unique treasure of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Each of the lairs was perfectly hidden, and even rule masters could not touch them. Such a method was indeed impressive. Only official members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or those who have the Heaven-Cleaving token, can enter the secret lairs of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. "Brother Jian, let's go in," said Shuedong King. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King immediately entered the attic side by side. The attic did not look big from the outside, but it actually had a universe inside. As soon as he entered the pavilion, Jian Wushuang appeared in a large hall. The hall was very vast, and there were all kinds of chairs and tables around it. However, there were only 2 or 3 people in such a large hall, which made it very quiet. The 2 or 3 people were wearing the same gray robes and gray masks. "Why is it so quiet?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. "It's normal. After all, this is the endless territory, not the boundless third heaven, where experts are as numerous as clouds. Not to mention the immortal saint, even the invincible divine master, is pitifully few here. Naturally, not many people become members of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the territory surrounding this secret lair, there are no more than 20 members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance," said Shuedong King. "Less than 20? So few?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. "Less? Brother Jian, you must know how high the threshold of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is. For example, even the invincible divine master needs a certain level of strength and luck before he can truly join. There are only dozens of realms around this nest. It's already very good to have nearly 20 members," said Shuedong King. "That's true." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Although there aren't many of them, they are of high quality. Even the weakest one should be an invincible divine master, and most of them are immortal saints. It's no wonder that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can gather more than 3 immortal saints in any corner of the beginning divine realm in such a short period of time. By the way, why are they all wearing the same gray robes and gray masks?" Jian Wushuang asked again. "Gray robes and gray masks. These are the attire of ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance," Shuedong King explained. "After all, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is an extremely loose and unconstrained union. There are countless experts who have joined the Alliance, and many of them have certain status. Most of them cannot look at others with their real faces. Therefore, after becoming a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they will be given such gray robes and masks. The gray robe and the mask can not only represent his position in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, but also conceal his aura. For example, your aura is as hot as fire, but through the mask, your aura can become very gentle and calm, and outsiders cannot see it. Is that so?" Jian Wushuang understood. "Of course, although the gray robe and mask are the attire of an ordinary member, whether you wear it in this secret lair on the way to the mission, and whether you hide your real identity is up to you. Like me, I usually don't bother to disguise myself, so I passed the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance test as Shuedong King," he said. "You are so free and easy." Jian Wushuang smiled. He had heard from St. Crimson Rock that members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance could hide their identity and make it easier for them to do things. Many people who were high and powerful on the surface had to pay attention to their identity. Many things were not easy for them to do in person. But after going through the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they had no scruples. They could plunder and kill at will. Now it seemed that they relied on this special outfit. "My identity is the most sensitive, so I definitely can't show my true face. I have to wear this gray robe and mask in the future." Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Chapter 2934. Soared Heavenly Marquis under the guidance of Shuedong King. Jian Wushuang came to the counter in the center of the hall. A thin elder in a Taoist robe was dozing off. "Elder Chiu, don't sleep," Shuedong King shouted. The thin elder in a Taoist robe moved his eyelids slightly and then opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he glanced at Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King and asked, "What's the matter?" "This little brother next to me wants to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance," Shuedong King said. "Where's the Heaven-Cleaving token?" The thin elder, who Shuedong King referred to as Elder Chiu, reached out his hand. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang handed over his heaven-cleaving token. Elder Chiu glanced at the token and nodded slightly. What is your name, or what title do you use? Title. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Brother Jian, there are only a few people in the heaven-cleaving alliance like me who are willing to show their true faces. Most of them wear gray robes and masks to hide their identities. Naturally, they won't use their real names, so most of them will give themselves a title. If you want to hide your identity in the future, you can also give yourself a title, Shui Dongqing said. Jian Wushuang immediately fell into deep thought. Title. He still remembered that when he was young, he used to travel around in the green fire world under the name of swordsman. Later, when he came to the 10,000 chaotic worlds, he also became famous as Sword Emperor. Now, when it came to the title, Jian Wushuang thought of Sword Emperor, but soon he shook his head. Sword Emperor was a very common title in the beginning divine realm. Many experts in the beginning divine realm were called Swordsman, Sword Emperor, and Sword Saint. Naturally, Sword Emperor was a good title. Jian Wushuang thought of a more special title. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang finally thought of a title. I'll call you Sword Heavenly Marquis. Sword Heavenly Marquis? Shui Dongqing looked over and nodded. It's a very domineering title. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Sword Heavenly Marquis was the first name that came to his mind. It was the place where he was born, but unfortunately, the Sword Heavenly Marquis mansion no longer existed after so many years. Elder Chiu, who was standing in front of the counter, waved his hand and left the words Sword Heavenly Marquis on the heaven-cleaving token. Leave your communication token here. I'll inform you when the test is ready, Elder Chiu said. Jian Wushuang handed his message token to the elder and asked, How long will it take? The test of the heaven-cleaving alliance will be held every once in a while. Each time, dozens of experts from hundreds of nests will gather to take part in the test. It has been 9 years since the last test, and there is less than a year left. You can stay here and wait, or you can leave on your own. When the test is over, you can come back, the elder said. It's only been a year. I'll just wait here. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at Shui Dongqing. Shui Dongqing, thank you so much. Don't worry. It's rare to see a talent that I admire. Anyway, I have nothing to do these days, so I'll stay here with you. I'll also take a look at some of the missions that have been released recently. Shui Dongqing smiled, then he looked at the elder and said, Old man, show me some of the new missions that have been released recently in the nearby territories. The elder glanced at Shui Dongqing and casually threw a jade slip over. Hey, race the mission list. Take a look for yourself. Shui Dongqing took the jade slip and found a seat beside Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian, it won't be long before you become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Your strength is no less than mine. You can take a look at the mission list. Shui Dongqing also put the jade slip in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and the two began to examine the jade slip together. 1-star ordinary task. Kill a peak divine master. Task location. Blood Smoke Cave. Task reward. 400,000 sacred elixirs, plus a 3rd grade offensive holy treasure. 1-star ordinary task. Protect an Earth Divine Master for 100 years. Task location. Luo Something Realm. Mission reward. 600,000 sacred elixirs. 3-star ordinary mission. Kill the 3 Shadow Saints. Mission reward. 2 million sacred elixirs, 2 superior 3rd grade offensive holy treasures, and 1 superior protective armor holy treasure. Jian Wushuang took a casual glance at the first 3 missions, but he was shocked by them. There were many special missions in the Jade Slip. Each mission only had a simple introduction, but there was no detailed process or background. But generally, the rewards for these missions were extremely high. Just killing a peak great divine master can get me 400,000 sacred elixirs and a 3rd grade offensive holy treasure. Isn't the reward too high? Or is it that this peak great divine master is unusual and difficult to kill? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. No, if I'm not wrong, the peak great divine master strength is average. With our strength, we can kill him easily. The reason why the mission is still here and the reward is so high should be the location of the mission, which is the Blood Smoke Cave, Shui Dongqing said. Is there anything special about the Blood Smoke Cave? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Heavenly Marquis, you don't come from the surrounding territories, so you don't know anything about it. Shui Dongqing had already changed the way he addressed Jian Wushuang. Previously, he had always called Jian Wushuang Brother Jian, which made Jian Wushuang feel very strange. Therefore, he asked Shui Dongqing to directly call him Sword Heavenly Marquis. The Blood Smoke Cave is a famous danger zone in the surrounding area. In this danger zone, let alone divine masters, even ordinary immortal saints have a certain chance of dying, while ordinary invincible divine masters have at least a 70% chance of dying. Shui Dongqing said in a deep voice, there's a 70% chance of dying. Those invincible divine masters who have already become members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will definitely not take the risk. And most of the immortal saints would not risk breaking into the Blood Smoke Cave for a mere 400,000 sacred elixirs. Therefore, the reward for this mission is not high, but too low. If the person who issued the mission can increase the reward to 600,000 or 700,000 sacred elixirs, then the invincible divine master or the immortal saint should go and take the risk. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but then he asked, since the Blood Smoke Cave is so dangerous, how did the peak divine master who was on the mission break in? Is he still alive? Who knows? In short, although the mission is only 1 star, I'm not interested, Shui Dongqing said. Chapter 2935. 3-star mission. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and continued to read the missions on the jade slip. After a short while, he read through the missions briefly. Are all the missions here? So few? Jian Wushuang frowned. There were only about 20 missions on the jade slip, which was indeed a small number. These are only the missions in the territory around the nest. We can get there in the shortest time possible. There are more missions from other territories. Elder Chiu also has them. If you don't think there are any suitable missions here, you can go to him. However, it's more troublesome to carry out missions in other territories than in the territory around the nest, Shui Dongqing said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In addition, the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance are divided into different levels: ordinary, earth level, heaven level, and emperor level. Naturally, the missions taken by the members of different levels are different. For example, I'm still an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, so I can only take ordinary missions, but am not qualified to take earth-level missions. Missions of different levels can be divided into 1 to 3 stars according to their difficulty. The 1-star mission you mentioned to kill the peak divine master in the Blood Smoke Cave is a 1-star mission. Under normal circumstances, the more difficult the mission is, the higher the reward will be, said Shui Dongqing. Jian Wushuang understood. Sword Heavenly Marquis looked carefully. Do you think any of these tasks are suitable for you? Shui Dongqing looked over. I haven't passed the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance yet. I'm not even an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It's useless to look at these tasks, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. How is it useless? With your strength, it should be easy for you to pass the assessment as long as you're not too unlucky. After you pass the assessment, you can accept these ordinary tasks. First, see if there are any tasks that you think you can accept. Then let's join hands to do a job, Shui Dongqing said expectantly. Work together? Can we work together to complete these tasks? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Of course. Shui Dongqing grinned. We can work together to complete any task in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but the reward will not change. We need to distribute it ourselves. In addition, the tasks that we work together to complete are not counted in the promotion task. Promotion mission? Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. Promotion missions are missions that need to be completed to advance from one level to another. For example, if an ordinary member wants to advance to an Earth-level member, in addition to his own strength, he has to complete 3 3-star ordinary missions alone. If the same Earth-level member wants to become a Heaven-level member, he has to complete 3 3-star Earth-level missions alone, Xue Dongqing said. Previously, I was just an invincible supreme divinity, so I could only accept some 1-star ordinary missions. At the very most, I could only accept 2-star ordinary missions. As for 3-star missions, I've never tried them before. Now that I've broken through to the level of a saint, my strength has skyrocketed, and I've completely reached the level of an Earth rank member. However, although my strength has reached that level, I haven't completed the promotion mission yet. In addition, I didn't accept a 3-star mission before, so I didn't know how difficult it was. So I wasn't sure at first. The best way is to join hands with others to try to complete a 3-star mission. Naturally, you are my best candidate. After saying that, Xue Dongqing looked at Jian Wushuang with some expectation. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded silently. Xue Dongqing had never tried a 3-star mission, so it was normal for him to be cautious. If I pass the test in a year, I can try to complete a 3-star mission with you, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, that's great. Xue Dongqing was delighted and immediately began to explore the jade slip. There are only 2 3-star normal missions in our territory. Of these 2 missions, although this one looks easier, it's too troublesome. ITLL, take at least 100 years to complete. Moreover, the reward isn't that great. It's just a bare one. 5 million sacred elixirs. If we split it between the 2 of us, there won't be much. Let's go with this one. It seems to be a good mission. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the mission that Xue Dongqing was pointing at. The 3-star mission mentioned by Xue Dongqing was to kill the 3rd Saint Shadows. The reward was 2 million Saint elixirs, 2 superior 3rd-grade offensive holy treasures, and 1 superior protective armor holy treasure. It's to kill 3 immortal saints. Xue Dongqing, are you confident? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Well, I don't know, but I've heard of the 3 shadow saints. Xue Dongqing's face darkened. The 3 shadow saints are in the territory we're in, and they have occupied a large territory a long time ago. However, they are evil. After they occupied that territory, they completely turned it into their paradise. Countless cultivators in the entire territory submit to them and live like slaves. I heard that he had already closed the space passage between the realm and the outer realm. He also deployed various means around the realm and had an army guarding it. Unless the cultivators in that realm can cultivate to the immortal saint level, it's impossible for them to escape from that realm. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly cold. In other words, the 3 of them enslaved a realm. Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. Yes, countless cultivators in that realm are like slaves. They don't have any freedom. They were even born to make fun of the 3 shadow saints. A long time ago, I heard about the 3 shadow saints. Unfortunately, I was only a divine master at that time, so I couldn't deal with them. But now, a cold light flashed in Xue Dongqing's eyes. Jian Wushuang's face was also cold. He could tell that what Xue Dongqing said was true. Otherwise, the mission to kill the 3 shadow saints would not have appeared in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He had heard from the Bone Emperor that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would not easily kill some experts. However, if this expert was on the mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there were only 3 possibilities. First, this expert had provoked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Second, someone had given an extremely generous reward and price. Third, this person deserved to die. The 3 shadow saints clearly belonged to that person who deserved to die. Chapter 2936. Gathering Sword Heavenly Marquis. What do you think of this task? Do you want to do it? Xue Dongqing looked over. If I pass the test in a year, I will complete this task with you, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, that's great. Shuedong King immediately smiled. Although the three shadow saints are not very strong individually, they stay together all year round and have a tacit understanding. If the three of them really work together, I, a top false saint, am not absolutely sure that I can kill them. But if I work together with you, I am absolutely sure. Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. Then the two of them waited quietly. Although they said they were waiting, in fact, Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King had a casual exchange for a while before they went to cultivate. He was extremely talented. Although the year was short, he could still make some progress. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Sword, Heavenly Marquis, come with me, the elder called Jian Wushuang. Brother, I wish you good luck. I'll wait for your triumphant return here, Shuedong King said with a laugh. Jian Wushuang followed Elder Qiu toward the inner hall. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of a huge wormhole. What's this? Jian Wushuang looked at the wormhole in front of him in confusion. On the other side of the wormhole is the gathering point. Every 10 years, nearly 100 nests or nearly 100 territories will be located there. Take your heaven-cleaving token and go there directly. When you get there, someone will tell you what to do, Elder Qiu said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the wormhole in front of him. With a flash of light, Jian Wushuang appeared on the top of a towering mountain. Around the top of the mountain was an endless sea, with waves constantly sweeping over. When Jian Wushuang arrived, there were already many people gathered in the open space on the top of the mountain. At a glance, there were nearly 20 people. These people were either standing or sitting alone. No one spoke. When Jian Wushuang appeared, a few people glanced at him. Another one, his aura is very unique. I can't tell his specific realm. Is he the Immortal Saint? Some people muttered in their hearts, but they only muttered a few words. Jian Wushuang's appearance did not attract the attention of others. Jian Wushuang looked around at the people around him and said, Didn't Elder Qiu say that nearly 100 people from the surrounding lairs are gathered here? Why are there only so few people? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he soon understood. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment was held once every 10 years. 10 years was very short for ordinary divine masters, not to mention immortal saints. Although the assessment was conducted in nearly 100 nests at the same time, most nests would not have people take the assessment for 10 years. Therefore, there were at most 20 to 30 people taking the assessment each time. Among the nearly 20 people in front of him, divine masters accounted for more than half of them. As for the immortal saint, there were only 4 people on the field. It seems that the assessment is conducted by divine masters and the immortal saint at the same time. I wonder what the content of the assessment is. Jian Wushuang muttered. He did not take the initiative to talk to them. Instead, he found a place to sit down casually. Jian Wushuang waited here for about 2 hours. There were more than 30 people gathered on the top of the mountain, but there were only 5 immortal saints. At this time, whoosh, an old man with a goatee suddenly appeared in the void above the top of the mountain. The old man with a goatee had a pair of narrow and strange eyes with a faint, cold luster. He looked down at the people below. Are all the participants here? The old man with the goatee said coldly, 5 immortal saints and 27 reverends. Thanks. I hope that half of them will survive after this mission. Hearing this, the 27 reverends and the 5 immortal saints below trembled. All of them were quite powerful. For example, the 27 reverends were all unrivaled reverends. There were many unrivaled reverends who had reached the 2nd stage, or even the 3rd stage. They had great confidence in their own strength. It was because of this that they dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment. However, when the goateed old man saw them, he directly said that it was already good enough for half of them to survive. This instantly caused a trace of pressure to appear at the bottom of their hearts. Don't be nervous. although there will be a large number of people who fail the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment. As long as you are strong enough and careful enough, surviving is not a problem. The goateed old man gave a strange smile. Sir, may I ask what the content of the assessment is? When will we start the assessment? A deep voice sounded. The one who spoke was one of the 5 immortal saints. Don't be anxious. The assessment hasn't started yet. When it really starts, I will naturally tell you the content. As for now, let's wait for a while. There is still a special person who hasn't arrived yet. The goateed elder said, Special person? The expressions of the people who came to participate in the test all changed. Then they quietly waited. After waiting for another hour, finally a ray of light flashed. Then a fiery figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately looked over. The person who came was over 2 meters tall and graceful. Obviously, it was a woman. However, the woman was wearing the same gray robe as the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. She also wore the same gray mask. Let me introduce you. This is the Heaven-rank member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Yao Yu. The old man with a goatee said with a smile, Yao Yu. Heaven-rank member. The people below were shocked. They looked at the masked woman with respect. The members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were far from each other, and there was a huge difference in strength. The ordinary members were mostly composed of divine masters and some immortal saints who had just broken through from divine masters and had not had the time to complete the promotion mission. For example, Xue Dongking was an immortal saint who had not had the time to complete the promotion mission. He was only an ordinary member now. The weakest Earth-level members should be a top false saint, while most of them had already reached the true saint level or even a rank 2 true saint. For example, the overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Bone Emperor was supreme in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Saint Hong of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was also a rank 1 true saint, but he was still weaker than Bone Emperor. Therefore, Jian Wushuang estimated that Bone Emperor should be a rank 2 true saint, but Bone Emperor was only an Earth-level member. Generally, the weakest Heaven-level member was a rank 2 true saint, and the stronger one was a rank 4 or 5 true saint. Chapter 2937. Black Dragon Mountain. Since this demonic jade was a Heaven rank member, she was at least a powerful 2nd rank true saint, or even more. Faced with such an expert, the invincible reverends below and the 5 immortal saints who had not even reached the true saint level naturally had to maintain their due respect. This test is quite special. When the time comes, we will need Lord Yao Ye's help. The goateed elder said humbly, Under the mask, Yao Ye's cold voice sounded. The goateed elder smiled and waved his hand. A spatial tunnel immediately appeared in the void beside him. Let's go. Let's head to the test site. The goateed elder smiled and was the first to rush into the spatial tunnel. Yao Yu, the 5 immortal saints, and the 27 reverends immediately followed. There was a special territory in the endless territories. This territory was made up of 6 different realms of different sizes. These 6 realms had countless cultivators, and these cultivators all knew one name, Black Dragon Mountain. These 6 realms were ruled by Black Dragon Mountain. In the center of these 6 realms was a floating land. This land was not very vast, and this was the base of Black Dragon Mountain, which was also the sacred land of Black Dragon Mountain mentioned by the cultivators in the 6 realms. However, at this moment, the entire sacred land of Black Dragon Mountain was covered with a layer of barrier. This layer of the barrier was extremely powerful and was not something that ordinary cultivators could break. In the center of the barrier, on a towering black mountain, there were countless pavilions and palaces. In the center of the towering Great Hall, many experts of the highest level of Black Dragon Mountain gathered together. These experts' expressions were extremely gloomy. It was extremely ugly. Patriarch, is there really nothing we can do? A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes were all focused on an old man with white hair sitting on the throne in the center. The old man frowned. After a while he sighed. I've already used all my connections and tried to contact the people of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Unfortunately, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance didn't pay any attention to it. Ignored? How is that possible? Are they really not going to give us a chance? The expressions of the experts present changed. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is too strong, too detached. The weathered elder shook his head. Compared to the high and mighty Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, my Black Dragon Mountain is nothing. It's just an ant, not even comparable to an ant. But to my Black Dragon Mountain, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is a tall mountain and a giant statue. When did you see a giant statue that would be willing to sit down and talk to an ant? We have no choice. This time, our Black Dragon Mountain is doomed. We have no chance at all. Who asked us to be so blind to provoke the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Patriarch, the reason why our Black Dragon Mountain provoked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance this time was purely an accident. It was not intentional. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance should also know this. How could they still do this? Someone said, unwillingly, it was an accident. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also knows this. However, even if it was an accident, the high and mighty Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wouldn't allow it. It's like a beggar accidentally bumping into an emperor. Although it was an unintentional act, it has already offended the emperor's majesty. For the sake of his majesty, the emperor must also punish him. The aged elder sighed softly. Hearing this, the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain turned pale. Despair rose in the hearts of most of them. In front of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, a mere Black Dragon Mountain was indeed too weak. Now that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has completely sealed off our Black Dragon Mountain, none of the cultivators of our Black Dragon Mountain can escape. Could it be that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wants to completely wipe out our Black Dragon Mountain? An immortal saint of the Black Dragon Mountain said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be to the extent of completely wiping out." The aged old man shook his head. Our Black Dragon Mountain has only inadvertently provoked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will descend and punish us. It might directly destroy our Black Dragon Mountain, but it definitely won't be too extreme. Instead, it will leave a certain amount of life force. Otherwise, with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's methods, after completely sealing off our Black Dragon Mountain, they will immediately take action and kill us all. However, several days have already passed, but other than that enchantment, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance hasn't made a single move. Obviously, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't have the intention to completely wipe us out. Then what does the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance want to do? The surrounding people looked over. Who knows? Just wait. The weathered elder sighed softly, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Black Dragon Mountain in the void within the barrier, along with the appearance of a spatial tunnel, the many experts participating in this assessment, as well as the goateed elder and the Heaven Grade member Shueyu, all appeared in this void. After appearing, everyone looked around blankly. Follow me. The goateed elder waved his hand, and everyone immediately followed him forward. After rushing forward, it took them only half a day to arrive in front of a towering black mountain. Jian Wushuang and the others could clearly see the various buildings on the Black Dragon Mountain and the aura of cultivators coming from the buildings. Some of the hidden auras were extremely powerful, enough to make invincible divine masters and immortal saints treat them seriously. This is the place. The goateed elder smiled and then looked at Shueyu. Master Shueyu, please. Shueyu, who was 2 meters tall and wearing a mask, nodded slightly and walked toward the Black Dragon Mountain in front of her. A moment later, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Shueyu's body. As soon as this aura erupted, the pupils of the unrivaled reverend gods and the 5 immortal saints who were participating in the assessment shrank. So powerful! This aura is at least a 3rd-level true saint. It might even be a peak existence among third-level true saints. This blood jade is too strong. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but blood jade had already attacked. Her technique was very casual. She did not even take out her divine weapon. She only used one hand to slash with her finger. But this slash contained endless power. A blade light that blotted out the sky swept out at a terrifying speed. Wherever the blade light went, everything was torn apart. In the end, this blade light swept onto the towering Black Dragon Mountain. This towering Black Dragon Mountain was instantly cut in half by this blade light from above. The entire mountain fell to the sides. Numerous experts from the Black Dragon Mountain within the mountain were shocked and furious as they rushed forward. Chapter 2938, The Pursuit. Are the people from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance here? Many high-level experts from the Black Dragon Mountain had already gathered in the void, and the one leading them was the Weathered Elder. The Weathered Elder and the immortal saints behind him also noticed Shui Yu's existence. Seeing the terrifying aura that Shui Yu emitted, their bodies and hearts could not help but tremble. Shui Yu glanced at the vicissitudes of Life Elder and the others with her cold eyes. Then whoosh! She directly rushed out like a stream of light. You guys retreat quickly. The vicissitudes of Life Elder let out a roar, and a powerful aura immediately emerged from his body. This aura had also reached the True Saint realm, and it was much stronger than that of Saint Hong, who had fought Jian Wushuang head-on. It should have reached the peak of the first rank True Saint realm. He immediately displayed his strongest strength in an attempt to block Shui Yu. However, after coming into contact with Shui Yu, in just one exchange, the saber light formed by Shui Yu's single hand directly cut off the old man's arm. Then he struck out with his single hand. Before the old man could even react, his divine body was destroyed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Divine power began to gather in the sky. The Weathered Elder controlled the immortal body. After his divine body collapsed, he immediately relied on his divine power to rebuild his divine body. When Shui Yu saw this, she did not stop him. However, when the Weathered Elder's divine body was full, she struck out with her saber again. Bang! The Weathered Elder's divine body collapsed again, and then it was rebuilt again. This was repeated 5 times. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, I have no regrets in dying. Please give me a chance to live. After the old man died hysterically, his body collapsed for the 6th time. However, after this collapse, he could not reassemble again. Instead, he died. Is he dead? A true saint with an immortal body was killed just like that. A heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is too terrifying. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who had come to participate in the assessment widened their eyes in shock. The Weathered Elder was a true saint with an immortal body. However, after this battle, the Weathered Elder had no room to fight back. Even if he had an immortal body, he was still killed by Shui Yu. They were shocked by Shui Yu's strength. At the same time, they understood that having an immortal body did not mean that he was immortal. The immortal body is indeed sufficient, but it requires a lot of divine power to regenerate. The Elder's divine power was only enough for him to regenerate 5 times. After that, he was killed by Shui Yu. Jian Wushuang sighed. However, he also understood that the vicissitudes of life had killed the old man so easily because he did not want to escape. He had no chance to escape. However, if it were any other true saint, they would immediately try to escape after knowing that they were no match for Shui Yu. If he could regenerate his divine body 5 times, he would have 5 chances to escape. The Weathered Elder, who was also the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain, was killed by Shui Yu. This scene happened in front of the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain. When the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain saw this, they were not only furious but also terrified. Yes, even their ancestor was killed so easily, let alone them. They did not know what they were going to face. But at this moment, Shui Yu, who had killed the Elder, did not continue to attack the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. Instead, he turned around and returned to the side of the goateed elder. Master Shueyu, thank you for your trouble. The goateed elder said gratefully. Yes. Shueyu nodded slightly, turned around and left. He left? Master Shui, you actually left? The people who came to participate in the assessment were baffled. Only Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and vaguely understood the content of the assessment. At this time, the goateed elder walked toward the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. He came to the experts of Black Dragon Mountain and smiled faintly. Everyone of Black Dragon Mountain, listen up. After today, Black Dragon Mountain will no longer exist. This is the punishment for your Black Dragon Mountain provoking the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The figures of the experts from the Black Dragon Mountain trembled, but they were helpless. Although the Black Dragon Mountain will completely disappear, the cultivators from the Black Dragon Mountain, other than the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain who was killed just now, have a chance to survive. Hearing these words, the experts from the Black Dragon Mountain raised their heads in unison. Numerous gazes were fixed on the goateed old man. The goateed elder smiled cunningly and said, What you need to do is very simple. You need to do your best to escape. Escape? The experts of the Black Dragon Mountain were stunned. The goateed elder continued, The land where the Black Dragon Mountain is located can be considered a relatively small continent. Even an immortal saint would need 2 to 3 days to cross this land. I can give you 1 day to escape first. You can escape to this land. You can hide anywhere except underground. After 1 day, the immortal saints and the invincible reverends behind me will frantically search for and kill them. This search and pursuit will last for 10 days. After 10 days, our people will stop and those who survive will be able to leave safely. The experts from Black Dragon Mountain looked at each other. They finally understood the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's purpose. It was obvious that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance treated them as a training mission. They had to survive for 10 days in the pursuit of these experts from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. 10 days was not a long time, but it was not short either. Fortunately, as long as we can escape this pursuit, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will show mercy. Humph! This land is so big, and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance only has so few people. It's not easy to find us. We thought we were going to die, but now it seems that our chances of survival are still very high. Many experts in Black Dragon Mountain were whispering, Sir, Black Dragon Mountain thought the black-haired man made a deep voice. The aura of the black-haired man was as strong as that of Xue Dongking, who had fought with Jian Wushuang. Apparently, he was also a top-fall saint. During the 10 days of pursuit, if the experts of Black Dragon Mountain meet the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they will fight. But if they are killed by us during the battle, you don't have to worry about this. These little fellows behind me can only be considered as members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance after they pass the test. They are not yet members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the goateed elder said with a strange smile. Chapter 2939. List of names. I've already said that all you have to do is to stay alive in this Black Dragon Mountain for 10 days. There are no other restrictions. You can use whatever means you have. As long as you have enough strength, let alone killing these people behind me during the fierce battle. You can even treat them as prey and hunt them down. The goateed old man said with a smile. Hearing this, the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain felt relieved, especially the powerful immortal saints of the Black Dragon Mountain. However, there is one thing. No one is allowed to escape underground. This is the only rule. The goateed elder said coldly, Don't take any chances. Right now, the Black Dragon Mountain is completely within the enchantment of our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Your every move is monitored by our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If anyone dares to escape underground, our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will immediately execute them. The people of Black Dragon Mountain looked at each other and nodded secretly. This pursuit was obviously a test. Moreover, the The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had indeed given them a great chance of survival, and if they were to escape underground again. Although this land was not big, there were too many places to hide if they were to count underground. If a cultivator deliberately hid in the deepest part of the underground, it would be much more difficult to search. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance knew this, which was why they set the rule that they were not allowed to hide underground. Well, the opportunity has been given to you. Now it's up to you to seize it. Try your best to escape in a day. The goateed elder waved his hand. The densely packed experts of Black Dragon Mountain immediately turned to the East God. They saw a large number of figures rushing in all directions at the fastest speed. In a moment, they had completely disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others who were participating in the assessment. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who were participating in the assessment stood there with strange expressions on their faces. Although the goateed elder did not tell them about the contents of the assessment, they had roughly understood it through the conversation between the goateed elder and the experts from Black Dragon Mountain. This assessment was nothing more than a large-scale hunt, and whether they could pass the assessment should be determined by the quality and number of experts they killed from the Black Dragon Mountain. At this time, the goateed old man had already turned around. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and immediately threw jade slips at everyone present. This is the list of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain, other than the patriarch of the Black Dragon Mountain, who has already been killed by Lord Yaoyu. More than 90% of the others are currently on this land, and according to their strength, the Heaven-Slaying Alliance has marked the corresponding points for these experts from the Black Dragon Mountain. Take a careful look. The goateed old man said. Everyone took the jade slip and began to examine it carefully. Sure enough, the jade slip was a list of experts. There were hundreds of experts on the list, all of whom were at least at the great divine master level. As for the immortal saint, there were 11 of them on the list. 11 immortal saints. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He had just reached the gap. There were indeed 12 immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Besides the strongest true saint who had been killed by Yaoyu, there were still 11 left. The 11 immortal saints had also spread out. The points for these 11 immortal saints were also very high. According to their strength, the weakest immortal saint had 10,000 points, while the slightly stronger one had around 20,000 to 30,000 points. In addition, among the 11 immortal saints, 2 had reached the level of a peak fall saint. They had the highest points, each with 50,000 points. Is this the point to judge whether we can pass the test? Jian Wushuang muttered. The goateed elder spoke again. You should have guessed the content of this test, so I don't need to say anything more. It'll only tell you the standard of passing the test. It's very simple. The immortal saint has 50,000 points, while the divine master has 10,000 points. Hearing this, the 5 immortal saints' pupils could not help but shrink. The reverent gods also had solemn expressions. 50,000 points were not small for those immortal saints. After all, killing the weakest immortal saint was only 10,000 points. If they wanted to gather 50,000 points, it meant that they had to kill 2 or 3 immortal saints from Black Dragon Mountain. But immortal saints were not so easy to kill. It was also extremely difficult to gather 10,000 points against 27 immortal saints. After all, on this list of experts, other than the 11 immortal saints who had more than 10,000 points, the rest of the immortal saints did not have very high points. For example, below the immortal saint of Black Dragon Mountain, the strongest had 4 invincible divine masters. Each of these 4 invincible divine masters only had 3,000 points. As for peak great divine masters, the average peak great divine masters only had 500 points. Even some extremely powerful peak great divine masters only had at most 1,000 points. In other words, if these divine masters wanted to pass the test, they would have to kill at least a dozen peak great divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain. It was not difficult for them to kill a divine master at the peak of the Black Dragon Mountain with their strength. However, it was not easy for them to pass the test in just 10 days, especially since they had gathered on the land where the Immortal Saint had gathered. I've long heard that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's test is extremely harsh. Now it seems that it's true. Jian Wushuang sighed. He only sighed slightly, but he did not feel too much pressure. It was only 10,000 points. It was absolutely not difficult for him. Sir, I wonder how we can determine that we killed the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain after we killed them? A divine master asked. That's simple. The Black Dragon Mountain can be considered a relatively powerful force in endless territories. Every expert under the command of the Black Dragon Mountain has an identity token. This identity token corresponds to their identity. After 10 days have passed and everyone has stopped, I will calculate your respective points based on the identity token you have obtained, the goateed elder said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Well, I've told you everything I need to tell you. The information on the experts of Black Dragon Mountain is very detailed. Take a look and be fully prepared. You can leave in 1 day, the goateed elder said. Jian Wushuang immediately began to carefully read the information on the experts on the list. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a day had passed. Chapter 2940. Slaughter, time's up. Let's go, the goateed elder said in a deep voice. The 5 immortal saints, 27 divine masters, and Jian Wushuang, who had been waiting in the void for a long time, set off immediately. Everyone spread out and headed in their respective directions. Jian Wushuang also flew straight ahead. This land is not big, and the experts of Black Dragon Mountain can't hide underground. It shouldn't be difficult to find them. 10 days should be enough time. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was also very fast, flying in the direction of the beginning alone. While he was flying, his soul power was also unscrupulously spread. Although his soul level was not high, it was extremely tough. His soul power was also very vast and covered a wide area. After 4 hours of unscrupulous soul-searching, he had already sensed the presence of several experts in a dense forest. Hiding in the dense forest and deliberately concealing your aura. Do you think I can't find you? Jian Wushuang stood in the void above the dense forest and looked down with a mocking smile. Come out. A magnificent voice came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth and reverberated throughout the entire dense forest. In the dense forest, the expressions of the experts from Black Dragon Mountain who were carefully hiding there changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For figures rose up at the same time and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He was discovered so quickly. This kid's perceptive ability is quite strong. I heard from the elders that the divine masters who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment are all top-notch divine masters, and even invincible divine masters. It's not strange that their perceptive ability is strong. The 4 experts from Black Dragon Mountain stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. 2 peak divine masters and 2 advanced divine masters are working together. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. The goateed elder said that the experts from Black Dragon Mountain only needed to survive for 10 days, and they could use any other means. Even if they joined hands, it was not against the rules. Boy, I know you must be strong since you dared to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. But now that the 4 of us have joined hands, we are not afraid of you at all. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now or else, a purple-haired demonic youth among the 4 said. But he had not finished his words. Shut up! Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice and flew out. Like a bolt of lightning, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the 4. Be careful! Kill him! The 4 great divine masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance looked cold. 2 of them had killing intent in their eyes, and their divine power burst out instantly. They were only great divine masters. They had never heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance before. It was only because the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had used a barrier to completely seal them that they knew of the existence of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. As for some of the matters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they had also heard about it from some elders of the Black Dragon Mountain who were at the level of immortal saints. But they did not know much. They only knew that the divine masters who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment were very strong, but they did not know how strong they were. Now, they thought that the 4 great divine masters would be able to defeat Jian Wushuang. But in the end, buzz! A demonic sword light flashed past. The 4 great divine masters did not even see how Jian Wushuang attacked, but the sword light had already passed them. The 4 of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths, but their vitality had been completely cut off. 2 peak great divine masters and 2 advanced great divine masters didn't run away when they saw me. Jian Wushuang looked at the 4 corpses and shook his head with a smile. Among the 27 divine masters who had come to participate in the assessment, 99% of them were invincible divine masters. Any one of them was enough to wipe out a group of peak great divine masters. In front of an invincible divine master, the 4 of them were nothing but butchered. They would be slaughtered. What was laughable was that the 4 of them not only did not run away, but also wanted to defeat him. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took away their interspatial rings. In their interspatial rings, Jian Wushuang also found their identity tokens. By comparing the identities on the identity tokens with the list given by the goateed elder, Jian Wushuang soon learned their identities and knew the points he could get. The 2 ordinary divine masters are only worth 500 points, and the 2 advanced divine masters are even weaker. One of them is only worth 100 points. I can only get 1,200 points from the 4 of them. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. 1,200 points were still far from the 10,000 points he could get from the assessment. Let's continue. Jian Wushuang continued to move forward and began to kill. In Black Dragon Mountain, the killing had already begun. The experts on the list were scattered in every corner of Black Dragon Mountain. Some of them were still working together. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who participated in the assessment were frantically searching for the experts of Black Dragon Mountain and trying to kill them. The experts of Black Dragon Mountain were only trying to survive, while the participants were trying to get more points. For their own purposes, a bloody storm had begun on this land. All kinds of battles were happening on this land. In a flash, 2 days had passed, on a vast and empty land. Kill him! With a fierce shout, 5 figures, namely 5 peak divine masters, turned into 5 streams of light and attacked Jian Wushuang at an incredible speed. These 5 peak divine masters were all extraordinary in strength, and there were even 2 peak divine masters who had 1,000 points. If the 5 of them worked together and met an ordinary invincible divine master, they could really fight. However, the one they met was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's figure was strange and ethereal. He moved freely in the void, bringing with him the power of endless space-time rules. The 5 peak divine masters who were surrounding him could not capture his real body. Without any warning, he appeared behind a peak divine master and slashed out with his blood mountain sword. The peak divine master did not have time to react before his head was cut off by Jian Wushuang. Then Jian Wushuang's figure flashed 4 times in a row. Jian Wushuang also slashed out 4 times in a row, each of which chopped off someone's head. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great divine masters were all killed. Chapter 2941. Hunters and Prey, another 5. This is the 12th Black Dragon Mountain expert I've killed. Jian Wushuang looked at the 5 corpses in front of him with a cold smile. In 2 days he had encountered 3 groups of Black Dragon Mountain experts. These 3 groups were made up of divine masters, and they were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had killed 12 experts from Black Dragon Mountain, and he had gained more than 5,000 points. There are less than half of the 10,000 points left, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. With his strength, killing these divine masters was a slaughter. However, no matter how many of them there was no room for resistance. At this speed, he could reach the requirement of 10,000 points in 2 days at most. But at this moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly rushed over from the distance and stopped in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. It was a hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man looked pale and weak, but his eyes were full of vigor. When the hunchbacked old man arrived, he immediately saw 5 corpses floating in the void in front of him. The hunchbacked old man's eyes immediately shrank. It's him. Jian Wushuang also looked at the hunchbacked old man. Although he did not know the name of the hunchbacked old man, he still had an impression of him. There were 27 divine masters participating in the assessment, but there were only 5 immortal saints. The pale-faced hunchbacked old man was one of the 5 immortal saints. "Sir, what's the matter?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Did you kill those 5? The hunchbacked elder pointed at the 5 corpses and asked. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Judging from the residual aura of those 5 people, they are all at the peak divine master realm and are not weak. After you killed them, you should have gained a lot of points, right?" The hunchbacked elder licked his lips. "Yes, I got a lot of points. Including what I got before, it should be more than 5,000 points, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. 5,000 points. The hunchbacked old man's eyes immediately lit up. He was a genuine immortal saint, but his strength was not very strong. That was why he came to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. To a large extent, he was also here to try his luck. And for this assessment mission, as an immortal saint, you have to get 50,000 points to pass. 50,000 points, but not a small number. The fastest and best way is to find the Black Dragon Mountain Immortal Saint. Think of a way to kill 2 or 3. But he did not have the information to kill the Immortal Saint of Black Dragon Mountain, so he could only set his eyes on the great divine master level of Black Dragon Mountain. In addition, there was also the invincible divine master level who participated in the assessment. Plunder. Yes, the hunchbacked elder had already thought of plundering. In any case, the goateed elder had said that there were no rules in this assessment and that any means could be used, including mutual plundering and killing. Even if the hunchbacked elder killed Jian Wushuang now, it was not against the rules to take the identity tokens that represented points from Jian Wushuang. "Boy, give me all the identity tokens you've got, and I'll let you live. Otherwise," the hunchbacked elder's eyes turned cold. Otherwise what? Jian Wushuang smiled. "I've long seen that you have bad intentions. I do have no less than 5,000 points. If you want them, just come and take them. I don't know if you have the strength. You're courting death." The hunchbacked elder was furious, and the immortal saint's aura rose instantly. A terrifying pressure came directly toward Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the hunchbacked elder immediately moved. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he was already charging toward Jian Wushuang. "Haha, it's you who's courting death." Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. He rushed forward to meet the hunchbacked elder. "You're just a divine master. How dare you fight me head-on?" The hunchbacked elder laughed disdainfully. A dark long spear appeared in his hand. This dark long spear was covered with mysterious dark airflow. Under the hunchbacked elder's control, with a swoosh it turned into a bolt of sharp black lightning and burst out. Jian Wushuang also brandished his Blood Mountain sword. With a casual wave of the Blood Mountain sword, an invisible sword essence and even a hazy sword shadow burst out. Clang! The two collided. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the hunchbacked elder's dark spear was knocked aside. The Blood Mountain sword continued to sweep toward the hunchbacked elder's head. How is this possible? A divine master's power can actually suppress the immortal saint. The hunchbacked elder was shocked and immediately retreated backward. At the same time, layers of dark airflow condensed in front of him, trying to block Jian Wushuang's sword. The Blood Mountain sword was above the dark airflow, and the endless dark airflow was immediately dispersed. A mocking smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. A majestic sword essence suddenly burst out. The ninth move of the space-time swordsmanship, Storm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of space-time rules gathered together with the sword essence, forming one space-time blade after another. There were more than 400 space-time blades that had completely fused with the sword intent. Space-time laws and sword arts were perfectly fused together. Boom! A violent wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth, and a huge sword intent storm completely enveloped the void where the hunchbacked old man was. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades, as well as an endless amount of shocking sword intent. It was extremely terrifying, killing everything in its path. No. The hunchbacked elder let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were full of fear. He had originally thought that Jian Wushuang was his prey and wanted to steal Jian Wushuang's points. Since Jian Wushuang was unwilling to hand it over, he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang directly. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang, a divine master, would have such terrifying battle strength. As a result, the roles of hunter and prey changed in an instant. The endless sword essence finally dissipated completely. The world returned to peace. As for the hunchbacked old man, his body had already been ground into pieces. Only his dark spear and his interspatial ring remained. Jian Wushuang went forward and put away the hunchbacked old man's spear. Then he began to search the hunchbacked old man's interspatial ring. The hunchbacked old man was an immortal saint and had a lot of wealth. He had a lot of ready-made sacred elixirs, as well as a lot of identity tokens that represented points. Chapter 2942. Jian Wushuang's gold. Jian Wushuang first looked at the identity tokens. There were many identity tokens. Jian Wushuang checked the list one by one and finally got the result. 11,700 points. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. It had only been 2 days since the 10-day deadline for the mission, but the vicissitudes of life elder had already obtained 11,700 points. All of these points came from the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain, but not the immortal saint. Obviously, the vicissitude elder only intended to deal with the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain, but not the immortal saint of Black Dragon Mountain. Moreover, the reason why he could get so many points in just 2 days was not only because he had killed the experts of Black Dragon Mountain, but also because he had killed the other participants on the way. Just now, if Jian Wushuang was not strong enough, he would have had no choice but to flee in embarrassment when facing this weathered elder. Even whether he could escape or not was a different matter. There are no restrictions in this assessment mission. The participants can not only get points by killing experts of Black Dragon Mountain, but also kill people from the same camp. The speed of getting points will be faster. Jian Wushuang understood this point. He had killed 3 groups of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain in a row and did not let any of them go. He only got more than 5,000 points. But now he killed an elder from the same camp and got 11,700 points in one go. It was easy to imagine how fast he got points. I'm only a divine master. The standard for passing the assessment is only 10,000 points. I've completed the assessment, and now Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. He had already met the criteria for passing the assessment, so there was no need for him to continue killing. However, after killing the hunchbacked elder, he saw great benefits. Yes, benefits. The immortal saint was not only powerful, but he was also worth a lot. For example, after killing the hunchbacked elder, Jian Wushuang had obtained countless resources, and there were no less than 600,000 saint elixirs. He needed saint elixirs. After all, his current realm was still that of an advanced, great divine master. He had not reached peak divine master yet, so there was still some room for improvement. To improve his realm, he needed sane elixirs. Normally, in the outer territories, many immortal saints either occupied their own territories or under the command of a great force. They did not actively provoke me, so it would not be easy for me to deal with them. But now it's different here, Jian Wushuang muttered. Black Dragon Mountain was in the middle of a massacre. The two camps, or even the same camp, were engaged in a fierce battle. In such an environment, Jian Wushuang did not care about the number of people and tried to plunder more resources. Forget about the divine masters in Black Dragon Mountain. If I kill them now, I'll be too much of a bully. My target is the immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining. There are 11 immortal saints alive in Black Dragon Mountain, and 2 of them are top-notch false saints. Each of them has a lot of resources. I can get a lot of benefits from killing one of them. In 10 days, I'll see how many I can find and kill. Jian Wushuang smiled wickedly, and soon he set off again. The land where Black Dragon Mountain was located was not big. If an immortal saint traveled at full speed, he could cross the entire land in 2 or 3 days. Jian Wushuang was traveling alone in this land at an extremely fast speed. His soul power swept out unscrupulously. Along the way, he also sensed many auras. Unfortunately, what he sensed were only the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain. Although there were many of them, Jian Wushuang did not plan to attack them. Instead, he passed by them. What Jian Wushuang was looking for were the 11 immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain. The 11 immortal saints were absolutely confident in their strength. Because of the death of the ancestor of Black Dragon Mountain, they were also very angry. Therefore, among the 11 immortal saints, most of them were wandering around like Jian Wushuang and the others. The immortal saints and 27 divine masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were trying to hunt down the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. The immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain were also hunting down the divine masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang searched all the way until he met an immortal saint of the Black Dragon Mountain on the 4th day of the mission. The boy of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was met by me, Jin Shan. You're dead. I'll kill you to avenge the deaths of the many cultivators of the Black Dragon Mountain. The burly man of the Black Dragon Mountain looked at Jian Wushuang with bloodshot eyes. He stared at Jian Wushuang with a giant axe in his hand. If you want to kill me, just do it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and waved at Jin Shan provocatively. Die. In his fury, Jin Shan charged forward like a prehistoric beast. His steps were extremely heavy, as if each step weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. After several steps, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Then he swung the huge axe in his hand. In an instant, a mighty shadow of the axe appeared and covered the entire void. Jian Wushuang chuckled and also struck out with his sword. As soon as the two came into contact, 2 terrifying forces burst out at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body shook and he took 2 steps back, while Jin Shan took several steps back. Your strength is not bad. You are much stronger than the hunchbacked old man that I killed before. But Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a strange move, he appeared beside Jin Shan, and the Blood Mountain's sword carried a beam of demonic light. He silently attacked Jin Shan. So fast! Jin Shan was shocked and quickly blocked it. With a clang, Jian Wushuang appeared on the other side, and the same sword light attacked again. Too slow, your speed is too slow. Jian Wushuang shouted. Ah, boy, go to hell. Jin Shan was like an angry beast, crazily swinging his huge axe, trying to suppress Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang did not confront him head-on. Your speed is too slow. You can't touch me at all. Be my target. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. The endless sword light had completely enveloped Jin Shan. Chapter 2943. Top False Saint Clang. 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 Jian Wushuang attacked again and again. Each time his swordsmanship was unbelievably fast, and the angles were extremely tricky. Although Jin Shan was powerful, he obviously could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed, so he could only take a beating passively. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had swept over his divine body twice, but he had resisted it. Jin Shan's attack is not only powerful, but his body protection ability is also very strong. Jian Wushuang thought, "Boy, are you tickling me? Your attack has no effect on me at all." Jin Shan growled, "Tickling me? Let's try again." Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and thrust the long sword in his hand forward. The thrust was extremely swift and fierce, and a spiral passage immediately appeared in the void. The dazzling sword light burst out with astonishing power and instantly struck Jin Shan's divine body. There had always been a layer of faint golden energy on the surface of Jin Shan's divine body. This faint golden energy helped him block the damage from the outside world. However, as Jian Wushuang's sword pierced through, the faint golden energy directly shattered with a bang. Jian Wushuang suddenly took a step forward. This step immediately closed the distance between him and Jin Shan, and then he directly slashed out with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was so fast that Jin Shan could not withstand it. The sword light immediately swept toward Jin Shan's neck. "It's useless. I'm wearing protective armor at the level of a holy treasure. You can't hurt me with your swordsmanship," Jin Shan shouted in a low voice. But he had just finished his words. The protective armor on his neck, where Jian Wushuang's sword light swept, was suddenly cut open, and the Blood Mountain sword entered Jin Shan's divine body through the opening. Then it flew out from the other end. A huge head flew out. How is this possible? Jin Shan was shocked, but his vitality was completely cut off. He did not know that Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was a second-grade holy treasure and extremely sharp. Although Jin Shan's protective armor was powerful, it was only in the third grade. In front of the Blood Mountain sword, it could not withstand the terrifying tearing force at all. A huge hole was immediately torn in the protective armor. In the void, Jian Wushuang looked coldly at Jin Shan's corpse and shook his head, secretly. "Weak, too weak. I didn't use any means. I didn't use many secret skills. I killed him easily with my divine power and comprehension of sword principle." Jian Wushuang sighed. He was indeed a divine master now, and he was only an advanced divine master. He had not reached the peak divine master level yet. However, his battle strength had long surpassed that of many immortal saints. If he used a secret skill, he could kill a false saint like Jin Shan with one sword strike. Even if he did not use a secret skill, he could still kill him. It was indeed difficult for a mere false saint to exert any pressure on him. After disposing of Jin Shan's body, Jian Wushuang began to inspect Jin Shan's interspatial ring. Jin Shan was much stronger than the hunchbacked elder who had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, he was a member of the highest level of Black Dragon Mountain, so he naturally had more resources and treasures in his hands. Jian Wushuang also obtained a lot of sane elixirs in Jin Shan's interspatial ring, and a lot of sane elixirs. Go ahead, and hopefully it'll meet someone stronger next, or it'll be too boring. Jian Wushuang murmured and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the 10-day deadline. In the middle of a vast canyon, boom! One of the sides of the gorge burst open, and a figure sank completely into it. The human figure struggled, but he did not have the time to walk out of the mountain wall. Bang! A golden fist directly smashed over, instantly shattering the human figure's head. Who? With a flash, the person who swung the fist was a tall and sturdy, golden-haired, middle-aged man. This golden-haired, middle-aged man's face was covered with a golden beard, but he looked like a living golden lion. The second one, the golden-haired middle-aged man, looked at the silent mountain wall and the cold corpse in front of him, but his eyes were still extremely cold. He came from the Black Dragon Mountain. He was one of the 2 strongest false saints in the Black Dragon Mountain, excluding the old ancestor who was killed. During these 7 days, all he did was to travel around and search for the experts from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who participated in the assessment. During these 7 days, he met a total of 4 experts who were participating in the assessment. In the end, 2 of them managed to escape, while the remaining 2 were killed on the spot. Those who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance assessment do indeed have some strength. Furthermore, all of them are not weak in life-saving abilities. During these 7 days, I met a total of 4 people, but in the end, I only managed to kill 2 people. The golden-haired, middle-aged man was clearly not satisfied. Black Dragon Mountain's patriarch was killed on the spot by Yao Yu. Black Dragon Mountain would no longer exist in the future, which filled the golden-haired, middle-aged man's heart with resentment and anger. He naturally wanted to vent this resentment and anger by killing the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's experts who participated in the assessment. But in the end, he only killed 2 people in 7 days. To him, that was too little. In the remaining 3 days, I have to think of a way to kill more. The golden-haired, middle-aged man clenched his hands tightly and then flew to the side. As the golden-haired, middle-aged man flew, he released his soul power, frantically searching for the traces of the surrounding experts. 2 hours later, the golden-haired, middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He was already far away from the divine Lord's aura that had appeared in the area covered by his soul. That divine Lord's aura was extremely unfamiliar to him. Clearly, it was not from his Black Dragon Mountain. Without hesitation, the golden-haired, middle-aged man rushed toward the Holy Master at his fastest speed. He didn't escape? Did he not notice me? The distance between him and the Holy Master was getting closer and closer. In just a moment, he had appeared in front of the Holy Master. Even though the Holy Master had seen him coming, he had no intention of escaping. Jian Wushuang stood quietly in the void with his arms crossed. He looked at the golden-haired, middle-aged man with a faint smile on his face. This man has such a strong aura. He is much stronger than the hunchbacked elder and Jin Shan whom I killed before. When all the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain gathered together, his aura was also very strong, only slightly weaker than the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain. It seems that he is one of the 2 top false saints of Black Dragon Mountain. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He knew from that list that the Black Dragon Mountain now had 2 top false saints, each with a total of 50,000 points. Chapter 2944. Special Events. Boy from the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. You didn't run away when you saw me coming? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? The golden-haired, middle-aged man stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Not long ago, an immortal saint from the Black Dragon Mountain met me. He wanted to kill me, but he died in my hands. His name is Jin Shan. You should know him, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Jin Shan? You killed junior brother Jin Shan? The blond, middle-aged man's expression changed. Jian Wushuang did not say anything. He just waved his hand and took out a token. This token was Jin Shan's identity token. The blond, middle-aged man only glanced at it and immediately recognized it. It really is junior brother Jin Shan's identity token. You killed junior brother Jin Shan. You deserve to die. The blond, middle-aged man instantly became furious. A terrifying aura burst out from the golden-haired, middle-aged man's body. The golden-haired, middle-aged man was filled with towering hostility. His 2 palms were covered with golden fists. A golden light flashed, and an ear-piercing air explosion was heard. The golden-haired, middle-aged man had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and the fists in his hands were also violently thrown at Jian Wushuang. Naturally, Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. He immediately fought head-on with the golden-haired, middle-aged man. The fighting continued in the Black Dragon Mountain. The enchantment that covered the entire Black Dragon Mountain still existed. As long as the enchantment existed, no one could escape from Black Dragon Mountain. There was a void outside the enchantment, and a magnificent tower was floating there quietly. On the top floor of the tower, two figures sat facing each other, sipping the fine wine in front of them. "Yao Yu, what are you planning to do?" the elegant, purple-haired youth asked. Sitting opposite the purple-haired youth was Yao Yu, the heaven-rank member who had easily killed the Black Dragon Mountain's patriarch. However, Yao Yu was not wearing a mask at the moment, revealing an extremely beautiful face that could make one's mind waver. "There's no rush. It's not easy for me to come out. I'll wait for some time," Yao Yu said. "Is this all right? If I remember correctly, if that lord behind you knows that you secretly ran out, he will likely be a little unhappy." The purple-haired young man said playfully, "Who cares? That old fellow's character is extremely withdrawn. I'm different from him. If it wasn't for him forcing me back then, I wouldn't have been willing to be his disciple." Yao Yu said, "Haha, that lord's character is a little withdrawn. However, he treats your disciple quite well." The purple-haired young man laughed. Yao Yu and the purple-haired youth clearly knew each other, and they had a certain degree of friendship. The two chatted casually, but at this moment, dang dang dang, a gray-robed figure walked up the stairs anxiously and soon arrived in front of the two. "Lord, a special event has occurred in the Black Dragon Mountain." The gray-robed figure bowed respectfully. "Special event." The purple-haired youth put down the wine cup in his hand and frowned slightly. "We have already thoroughly investigated the background of Black Dragon Mountain. After that ancestor was killed by me, this Black Dragon Mountain should no longer be able to cause any waves. Now that a special event has occurred, could it be those people who participated in the assessment?" Yao Yu said in surprise, "Why don't we go and take a look?" The purple-haired young man smiled. The two of them immediately stood up and walked downstairs. On the lower floor, in a dark space, several gray-robed men were gathered there. At the front of this space, there were dozens of mirror images. Before the assessment began, the goateed old man had said that everything in the Black Dragon Mountain was under the surveillance of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. This was indeed true. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance could see every corner of Black Dragon Mountain clearly through the barrier. Wherever there was an intense battle in Black Dragon Mountain, it could be seen from the mirror image in the dark space. When the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu came to this dark space, they were immediately attracted by the mirror image in front of them. In the mirror image, there were two people fighting fiercely. They knew that one of the two people fighting fiercely was Jin Shi, one of the two strongest top false saint experts in Black Dragon Mountain. But the other person, a god, a divine master? The purple-haired young man was extremely shocked. A divine master can fight head-on with a top false saint without being at a disadvantage? Yao Yu was also extremely shocked. What they saw was the battle between Jian Wushuang and the golden-haired, middle-aged man. One was a superior false saint, and the other was only a divine master. The result of this battle should have been without any suspense. But now, how long have they been fighting? The purple-haired young man asked. "Sir, it has been a while." A gray-robed man next to him said respectfully, "We have found out that the divine master fighting with Jin Shi is called Sword Heaven Marquis from the 385th layer. We have noticed him a few days ago." "A few days ago?" The purple-haired young man looked over in surprise. "Sir, a few days ago, Heavenly Sword Marquis had already fought with the Immortal Saint in Black Dragon Mountain. He has already killed 2 Immortal Saints. One of the 2 Immortal Saints is also participating in this assessment. His strength is average, but the other is an Immortal Saint from Black Dragon Mountain. His name is Golden Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 2 of them, he displayed extremely strong battle strength. But because the immortal saints he killed were not very strong, we paid special attention to it, but did not report it to you. But just now, Sword Heavenly Marquis fought with Golden Lion of Black Dragon Mountain. We immediately came to report it. The gray-robed man said. The purple-haired young man nodded slightly. Although he was in charge of the assessment, as long as there were no major changes in the assessment process, he would not give it to the gray-robed men. These gray-robed men also knew their own judgment. Only when there was something really important, that was why he told him. Although Jian Wushuang had shown great strength when he killed the two immortal saints, they were not so shocked that they did not report it to the purple-haired young man. But now it was different. After all, the Golden Lion is a genuine top false saint. A deity was able to fight a peak false saint head-on without losing. Such strength was rare even in the vast, absolute, beginning divine realm. Yao Yu, what do you think? The purple-haired young man looked at Yao Yu. Sword Heavenly Marquis is indeed very impressive. From the techniques he has displayed, his basic divine power is extremely strong, not inferior to an ordinary false saint. The reason why he could fight against Golden Lion like this is because his comprehension of the sword principle is extremely high. Yao Yu exclaimed. His comprehension of sword Tao is too high. If I'm not wrong, not only has he nurtured the boundless sword tree, but it has also grown to a height of at least 20,000 feet, or even 30,000 feet. Otherwise, his sword arts would not be so powerful. Chapter 2945. Beheading from the battle between Jian Wushuang and Jin Shi, he could see that Jian Wushuang's basic divine power, comprehension of rules, and even the creation of absolute arts were inferior to Jin Shi's. The reason why he could confront Jin Shi head-on was that the point is that his understanding of sword Tao was too high. With a high understanding of swordsmanship, the power of his swordsmanship would naturally skyrocket. To be able to match Jin Shi, Jian Wushuang's boundless sword tree should be about 30,000 feet tall. And her judgment was spot on. Jian Wushuang's boundless sword tree was 33,000 feet tall. But it was not because his understanding of the sword principle was too high. He had just bred the boundless sword tree not long ago. But because his physique was different, his starting point was too high. Many people had only grown the boundless sword tree to the limit of 33,000 feet. But once he gave birth to the boundless sword tree, it was 33,000 feet tall. Although his comprehension of the sword principle was not very high, when the 33,000 feet tall boundless sword tree was activated, the power of his swordsmanship increased. A mere divine master's comprehension of the sword principle is actually so high, it's simply unbelievable. In addition, he is also extremely outstanding in other aspects. All in all, he definitely has the qualifications to enter the heaven and earth palace of our heaven-cleaving alliance. If his comprehension of the rules were to improve slightly, it would not be a problem for him to enter the primitive palace, said Yao Yu. Haha, I think so too. With his current strength, he can barely enter the primitive palace. I didn't expect that you and I could meet such a genius just because we went on a mission out of boredom. The primitive palace, even you and I are only members of the heaven and earth palace. There is still some distance to go before we can enter the primitive palace. As for the heavenly sword Marquis, the purple-haired young man did not finish his words. Don't worry. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that heavenly sword Marquis hasn't gone all out, Yao Yu said. He hasn't gone all out? The purple-haired young man's expression changed, and he immediately looked at the mirror image in front of him. In the mirror image, it was in Black Dragon Mountain. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Wushuang and Jin Shi were both pushed back. Jin Shi's aura was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. He stared at Jian Wushuang, but he was also shocked. A divine master is so strong. Jin Shi was indeed shocked. He now believed that Jin Shan had indeed died at the hands of this divine master, because this divine master's battle strength was definitely comparable to an ordinary peak false saint. Your strength is not bad. You are much stronger than Jin Shan. You are a good opponent to train your swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand and looked at Jin Shi with a faint smile. Train your swordsmanship. Jin Shi's expression changed. Do you think I'm your opponent to train your swordsmanship? Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled. Unfortunately, your strength is still weak and you can't really put pressure on me. The effect of the training is minimal. In that case, I don't need to waste time with you. I'll kill you directly. Kill me directly? How arrogant. Jin Shi snorted with disdain in his heart. Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words. His body shook, and immediately majestic golden divine power began to gather crazily behind him. In the blink of an eye, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom appeared behind him. The 7-star secret skill and the 9 luminary star armor were immediately used. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang had used all 3 of his secret skills, and his battle strength had soared to a whole new level. In the outside world, when he fought with Shuedong King, who had also reached the peak of the pseudo-saint realm and was infinitely close to the true saint realm, he had only used the 7-star secret skill to gain the upper hand. But now he had used all 3 secret skills at the same time. As expected, Heavenly Sword Marquis still has some tricks up his sleeve. His aura has improved a lot. I feel that he is much stronger than before. In the tower outside the enchantment, the purple-haired young man and Yao Yes' pupils shrank when they saw this scene. As for Jin Shi, although he felt that Jian Wushuang's aura had improved greatly, he did not pay much attention to it. Boy, no matter what, you are only a divine master. I don't believe that you can really overturn the heavens. Jin Shi shouted. Golden light burst out from his body, and in an instant he turned into a huge golden beast and crazily attacked Jian Wushuang. Before he got close to Jian Wushuang, the shocking evil aura swept over him. Looking at the crazy Jin Shi, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. Streams of black light burst out instantly. These black streams of light were 18 underworld blood divine swords with astonishing auras. As soon as the 18 underworld blood divine swords appeared, they immediately merged perfectly with Jian Wushuang's control at the fastest speed. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely strange. In the void, a brand new black divine sword that was only 2 meters long, but extremely wide appeared out of thin air. The moment this 2-meter-long black, divine, sword appeared, buzz, 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 the surrounding world suddenly turned gray. This gray-white seemed to have fallen into a boundless sea of snow, and everywhere was a vast expanse of white. In this vast expanse of white, the only black color that stood in opposition was the black divine sword in the center of the void. The black magic sword had become the only focus in the world. The 4th level of the Samsara sword formation, the world of ice and snow, had taken shape. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed. The black magic sword instantly turned into black lightning and shot out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Jin Shi. Jin Shi's eyes were red, and there was endless golden divine power gathering in his right palm. Suddenly, he swung his right arm, and a golden fist smashed out like a golden meteorite falling from the sky. The black divine sword stabbed crazily. Bang! With a loud sound, a terrifying power spread out and shattered everything in the surroundings. In the middle of the collision, Jin Shi's body shook, and his aura instantly weakened, with faint blood flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been completely crushed in this head-on collision. Die! Killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The black divine sword did not stop for a moment, but it shot out again and directly hit Jin Shi's divine body. Jin Shi's body was covered with protective armor. He seemed uninjured, but the inside of his divine body had been shattered. A peak false saint had died on the spot. Chapter 2946. Primal Chaos Palace, dead, dead. A peak false saint was killed just like that. In the tower, the purple-haired youth and demonic jade looked at the scene in the mirror image in shock. A peak false saint was indeed nothing to them. They could easily kill him. But now, the one who killed Jinshi was only a divine master. A divine master could kill a peak false saint, and from the looks of it, Jian Wushuang seemed to have it easy. True saint, Sword Heavenly Marquis, definitely has the battle strength of a true saint. Yao Yu shouted. Yes, once he showed his strength, he activated the sword formation and seriously injured Jinshi with one attack. The second time he killed Jinshi. Only a true saint has such strength. And even among first-rank true saints, Sword Heavenly Marquis is not weak, the purple-haired youth said. The primitive palace. He can definitely enter the primitive palace. Without a doubt, he is definitely one of the top existences in the primitive palace. If he improves a little in terms of the rules, he might even be able to enter the primal chaos palace. Yao Yu said solemnly, Primal Chaos Palace. The purple-haired young man's heart could not help but be shocked. Both of them had extraordinary backgrounds and knew more about Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had 3 palaces, which were used by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to cultivate top geniuses. These 3 palaces were the Heaven and Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Primal Chaos Palace. Among them, the Heaven-Earth Palace had the lowest level, and the level of geniuses was also the lowest. However, even the lowest Heaven and Earth Palace could not be entered by ordinary people. It had to be the top genius of the divine beginning world. Take a divine master, for example. If this divine master wanted to enter the Heaven and Earth Palace, he had to at least kill an ordinary immortal saint. This was only the lowest standard. Some of the top geniuses in the Heaven and Earth Palace could kill peak false saints at the divine master level. As for the primitive palace, it was higher than the Heaven and Earth Palace, so the level of geniuses was naturally higher. When they saw that Jian Wushuang was able to fight Jinshi head-on, they were certain that Jian Wushuang could definitely enter the Heaven and Earth Palace. However, they said that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rules was higher, so he could enter the primitive palace. It showed how high the threshold of the primitive palace was. If the geniuses of the primitive palace were to take the divine master as an example, he could definitely cross ranks to challenge a peak false saint or even defeat a peak false saint. As for killing a peak false saint, only the top geniuses of the primitive palace could do it. However, Jian Wushuang had not only killed Jinshi, but he had also killed him easily. He had driven the reincarnation sword formation and killed Jinshi with 2 strikes. It was a complete slaughter. With such strength, the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu believed that Jian Wushuang was qualified to enter the higher level of the Primal Chaos Palace. The Primal Chaos Palace was a place where monsters were nurtured. Anyone who could enter the Primal Chaos Palace would be the most terrifying monsters in the divine beginning world. Any one of them was enough to make all the forces in the absolute divine beginning world fight for it. For example, among the top forces like the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect in the vast third sky, there were only a handful of such monsters. And within the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there was a rumor regarding the Primal Chaos Palace. It said that as long as a genius who came out of the Primal Chaos Palace did not die midway, the weakest one would be the Master of Laws. Because of this, the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu were full of yearning for the Primal Chaos Palace. Unfortunately, although they were geniuses, they could only try to break into the Primal Chaos Palace. The Primal Chaos Palace was too far away for them. Long Yin, we should immediately report the matter of Heavenly Marquis, soared to the existence behind us or the highest level of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. We should try our best to absorb such a top genius, Yao Yu said. Don't be anxious. Long Yin waved his hand. Let's not report it yet. After this assessment is over, you and I will go and talk to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You and I will go. You mean? Yao Yes expression changed. If we recruit a top genius like the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, no matter which palace he goes to, as long as he shows his strength, you and I will receive a huge reward. However, if we report this matter to the person behind us and ask the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to recruit him and negotiate with him, we will still receive benefits. But not as much, Long Yun said. Understood. Yao Yu nodded slightly. He also understood Long Yun's meaning. The two of them took the initiative to approach and agreed on the terms. It would be best if they personally brought Heavenly Sword Marquis to the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That way, as long as Heavenly Sword Marquis revealed his strength, they would receive a huge reward. However, if it was just to report the news, they would definitely not receive so many things. In comparison, they would definitely choose the former. Let's wait for a while. The assessment will be over in 3 days. Let's wait here for 3 days. Long Yin smiled and was obviously very happy. In the Black Dragon Mountain, Jian Wushuang did not know what happened in the outside world, nor did he know that Long Yun and Yao Yu were shocked by what happened to him. He just did what he wanted to do. In the battle with Jin Shi, he did have the intention of honing his swordsmanship. After all, his swordsmanship had a lot of room to grow. After honing his swordsmanship, he killed Jin Shi and gained a lot of wealth from Jin Shi. This was a big harvest. Then he continued to wander around the Black Dragon Mountain, searching for the immortal saints. However, there were many divine masters among the remaining experts in Black Dragon Mountain, but Jian Wushuang was not interested in divine masters at all. However, there were not many immortal saints. He had killed 2 of the 11 immortal saints, and only 9 of them were wandering around the Black Dragon Mountain. Some of them were hiding, which made it difficult for Jian Wushuang to find them. Time passed, and the last 3 days passed in a flash. Jian Wushuang did not make any more moves during the last 3 days. Since then, the 10-day deadline had come to an end. Jian Wushuang and the others stopped their search and began to return to the previous gathering point. As for the experts who were lucky enough to survive in Black Dragon Mountain, they were very happy. They were glad that they had survived the 10-day hunt. As long as they survived these 10 days, they would be able to live according to what the goateed elder had said. Of course, they were happy. On the Black Dragon Mountain, in front of the huge black mountain that had been split in half, the experts who had come to participate in the assessment gathered once again. Chapter 2947. Lord Long Yin, there are so few people. Jian Wushuang looked around. There were originally 27 divine masters participating in this assessment, and almost all of them were invincible divine masters. However, after 10 days, only 12 of them, including Jian Wushuang, were still alive, less than half of them. Only 3 of the 5 immortal saints survived, and 2 of them died in the same test. Of course, one of the 2 immortal saints was killed by Jian Wushuang. Although the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance test is not very stressful for me, it is very dangerous for ordinary invincible divine masters, Jian Wushuang thought. He could imagine it. Although the Black Dragon Mountain Patriarch had been killed, there were still 11 immortal saints scattered on the land. The divine masters who participated in the assessment had to find a way to kill the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain and get enough points. But they had to be careful not to be targeted by the 11 immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain. It was indeed very difficult. It was remarkable that they could survive these 10 days and get enough points to complete any divine master. Take out all the identity tokens you've got, the goateed elder said. The experts present immediately took out the 10 days gains. Jian Wushuang also took out some identity tokens, but he knew what to do. He only took out a small part, which was enough for him to pass the test. As for the remaining identity tokens, he put them in his interspatial ring. As for the final result, out of the 3 immortal saints, only one of them got 50,000 points and passed the test. The remaining 2 had fewer points. As for the 12 surviving divine masters, including Jian Wushuang, 10 of them got enough points. Only 2 of them were unlucky and got fewer points. It could be seen that compared to the Immortal Saint, the probability of a divine master passing the assessment was higher. Those who pass the assessment will be ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance from today onwards. You can enjoy the treatment of ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Here are your identity tokens and costumes. Come up and take them one by one, the goateed elder said. The Immortal Saint and the 10 divine masters who had passed the assessment stepped forward one by one and took an identity token and a set of clothes from the goateed elder. Well, the assessment is over. Except for you. The rest of you can leave through the spatial passage. The goateed elder pointed at a person. The person being pointed at was Jian Wushuang. The people around quickly left through the space passage, leaving Jian Wushuang alone. Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. He did not know why the goateed elder wanted to leave him alone. Heavenly Sword Marquis, there is a lord in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance who wants to see you. The goateed elder looked at Jian Wushuang with a gentle smile. A lord wants to see me? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Come with me, the goateed elder said, and then led the way. Although Jian Wushuang felt strange, he still followed the goateed elder, because the assessment had ended. The great barrier that had always existed in Black Dragon Mountain had disappeared. The goateed elder took Jian Wushuang away from the land of Black Dragon Mountain and came to a tall tower in the surrounding void. The goateed elder led Jian Wushuang into the tower and soon arrived at the top floor. There were 2 people waiting for him on the top floor. When they saw Jian Wushuang come in, they immediately came up to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, let me introduce you. This is Lord Xueyu, whom you have met before. The goateed elder pointed at the beautiful young woman. Lord Xueyu. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly to show his respect. He had indeed seen Xueyu before, and he had also seen her kill the patriarch of Black Dragon Mountain with a thunderbolt. However, at that time Xueyu was wearing a mask, but now she was not. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are too polite. I didn't expect you to be so powerful when we met before. Xueyu smiled slightly. This is Lord Long Yun. The goateed elder pointed at the purple-haired youth. Both Lord Long Yun and Lord Xueyu are top geniuses in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. They are real geniuses. Lord Long Yun. Jian Wushuang also bowed to Long Yun. Haha, I don't dare to call myself a genius in front of you. You don't have to call me Lord. Just call me by my name. Long Yin was very enthusiastic. At the same time, he glanced at the goateed elder. You can go down first. Let us talk alone. Yes. The goateed elder nodded and immediately turned to leave. Only Jian Wushuang, Long Yin, and Yao Yu were left in the space on the top floor of the attic. Brother Tianho, take a seat. Long Yin waved his hand. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down beside a long table. To tell you the truth, I specially invited you here for one reason. Long Yin did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly stated his intention. I want to invite you to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and become a member of the 3 palaces. Join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang was puzzled. I have passed the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Am I not an ordinary member now? That's different. Long Yin shook his head. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is an extremely loose alliance with almost no restrictions. Many members of the alliance join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for their own interests, and so is your status as an ordinary member now, Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis. And by joining, I mean truly joining the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and becoming a core member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Core. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Isn't it said that the original level above the Emperor level is the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Haha. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, the so-called original level members are the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. This is just a rumor from the outside world. In fact, the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance does not distinguish between realms. It depends on their talent and strength. As long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance believes that an immortal saint or even a divine master has great potential, he can become the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That's why there are 3 palaces in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Long Yin said. 3 palaces? Which 3 palaces? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Primal Chaos Palace. Long Yin began to explain to Jian Wushuang. He told Jian Wushuang about the basic situation of the 3 palaces, including their significance and the level of geniuses. Chapter 2948. Rejection after listening to Long Yin's detailed explanation. Jian Wushuang had a certain understanding of the 3 palaces. To put it bluntly, the 3 palaces were specifically used by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to cultivate geniuses and monsters. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's forces were spread across every corner of the Primordial Palace, and there were countless experts who joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, these experts were very loose and there were no restrictions. Among the experts who joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it was inevitable that there would be some extremely outstanding geniuses who were monsters. To these top geniuses and monsters, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would send out an invitation, asking them to join the 3 palaces. Once they entered these 3 palaces, they could receive the greatest degree of cultivation in the entire absolute beginning divine realm. There were countless resources and treasures, and because they had everything, they could allow this genius monster's strength to increase at the fastest speed. However, there were 2 sides to everything. If he wanted to enter the 3 palaces and receive the best cultivation, then from now on, this genius would truly belong to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although he did not have to be absolutely loyal to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he had to contribute some strength to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Brother Tianho, during the 10 days you roamed the Black Dragon Mountain, Shui Yu and I saw your performance clearly through the enchantment, including the fact that you killed the Peak False St. Jean Shur of the Black Dragon Mountain. Long Yin looked at Jian Wushuang solemnly. You are only a divine master, but you have the battle strength of a true saint. Your comprehension of the sword principle is so high that you have already surpassed many true saints. With such talent, Shui Yu and I are sure that you can enter the primordial palace of the 3 palaces. You can even enter the primal chaos palace if you try your best to improve the rules. That's the primal chaos palace. Even if our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gathers all the countless geniuses in the absolute beginning divine realm, there are only a few dozen people who can enter the primal chaos palace to cultivate in each era. If these people walk out from the primal chaos palace in the future, as long as they don't die midway, 99% of them can become masters of laws. Even Shui Yu and I yearn for such a place. Long Yun exclaimed, and Shui Yu, who was beside him, also showed a fanatical look. After a long while, Long Yun calmed down a little and asked, Brother Heavenly Marquis, how about it? Do you want to go to the core level of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance with me? Long Yin looked at Jian Wushuang with a look of anticipation. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang thought for a while and then shook his head. I'm sorry, but I refuse. What? Long Yin's face changed. Shui Yu, who was standing next to him, also looked at him in surprise. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had 3 palaces, and it was the second-ranked Primitive Palace. It might even be the highest-level Primal Chaos Palace. It was the cultivation, holy land that countless top geniuses in the divine beginning world dreamed of. Countless experts fought for the chance to enter the 3 palaces, but they could not. But now, such a good opportunity was presented to them. As long as Jian Wushuang agreed to go with them, they guaranteed that Jian Wushuang would definitely be able to enter the Primitive Palace. But Jian Wushuang actually refused? Brother Heavenly Marquis, you have to think carefully. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is the publicly recognized #1 alliance in the divine beginning world. We have the strength and means to reach the heavens, and the 3 palaces, any one of them is the dream of countless geniuses, especially the Primitive Palace and the Chaos Palace. Like me and Shuiyu, we are both top geniuses. Take Shuiyu, for example. She is only a rank 1 true saint and has just broken through to the rank 1 true saint realm. She has just mastered the immortal body. But her battle strength is strong enough to rival an ordinary rank 3 true saint. With such strength, she can only stay in the Heaven-Earth Palace. At the very least, you can join the Primitive Palace. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, Long Yun said anxiously. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. What surprised him was Shui's strength. Previously, he knew that Shuiyu was a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and was very strong. This could be seen from the fact that she easily killed the patriarch of the Black Dragon Mountain. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect that Shuiyu was only a rank 1 true saint who had just mastered the immortal body. He was a rank 1 true saint who had just broken through, but his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary rank 3 true saint. His talent was impressive. However, Shuiyu was only a member of the Heaven-Earth Palace, which was the lowest level among the 3 palaces. From this, it could be seen how great the talent level of the Primitive Palace and the Chaos Palace was. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang not to be tempted by such a cultivation, holy land, which had gathered so many top geniuses of the Primitive Palace. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang also had his own concerns and thoughts. Firstly, he did not want to have too many restrictions. Joining the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would indeed allow him to receive the most training, but at the same time he would become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and would have to work for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the future. Secondly, and most importantly, he did not know the position and nature of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance at all. To be more precise, he did not know which side the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was on. One had to know that his identity was very sensitive. The will of the Heavenly Tao clearly did not want him to live in this world. In the 3rd heaven, the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect all wanted him dead. And the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, as the publicly acknowledged number 1 alliance in the absolute beginning divine realm. What position did he stand on? Was he on the side of the will of the Heavenly Tao, the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect? Or was he on the opposite side of the will of the Heavenly Tao? It was similar to the 7-star mysterious sect, or it was neutral. Jian Wushuang knew nothing about this. Under such circumstances, why would he want to go to the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Although the name of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance should not be on the same side as the will of heaven, what if? If the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was on the same side as the will of the Heavenly Tao, would it not be suicidal for him to go to the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? In conclusion, even though he had some desire for the cultivation geniuses of the 3 palaces, he rejected them without hesitation. Sir Long Yun, Sir Shuiyu, I'm sorry. I'm not really interested in the 3 palaces you mentioned. Jian Wushuang rejected them again and stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Long Yun frowned, but soon relaxed. Well, since Brother Tianho doesn't want to join, I won't force you. But there's a token here. I hope you can keep it. In the future, if you come to your senses or meet with any trouble, you can contact me through this token. Seeing Long Yun take out the token, Jian Wushuang hesitated for a moment and took it. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 2949. Secret Domain. Seeing Jian Wushuang completely disappear from their sight, Long Yun and Shuiyu both looked a bit unsightly. He refused? How could Heavenly Sword Marquis refuse to enter the Primitive Palace? Shuiyu frowned and seemed to be in disbelief. Perhaps what we said was not comprehensive enough to truly move him. We had no choice but to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and have them personally invite people to talk to him, Long Yun said. Is it useful for the higher-ups to look for him? Shuiyu was puzzled. I don't know, but it has nothing to do with us. As long as we report the news of the discovery of this peerless genius, we will be able to receive a big reward, Long Yun said. That's true. Shui Yu nodded slightly. The primitive palace, or even the primal chaos palace, is like a pie falling from the sky to us, but Heavenly Sword Marquis doesn't care at all. It's really, Long Yin and Shui, you were secretly amazed. The 385th nest of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance was also the nest Jian Wushuang had been in before. Jian Wushuang returned to the nest after completing the assessment. In the hall, Shui Dongqing was still waiting. When he saw Jian Wushuang walk out of the inner hall, Shui Dongqing immediately went up to him. Haha, Brother Tianhou, you came out so quickly. Shui Dongqing smiled and asked, How about the assessment? What do you think? Jian Wushuang gently waved a token in his hand. This token was his identity token. Haha, I knew it would be a piece of cake for you to pass the assessment with your strength. Shui Dongqing laughed and was not surprised at all. Come on, tell me, what did you encounter in this assessment? Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing sat down at the table next to them, and then Jian Wushuang also briefly explained the contents of the test. Thanks. There are actually 11 immortal saints alive in Black Dragon Mountain. Under such circumstances, it's really difficult for you to think of a way to kill those immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Shui Dongqing pursed his lips and said, It can't be helped. This is the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although this task is difficult, many people have passed it. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, By the way, Brother Heavenly Marquis, since you have passed this test and you have officially become an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, then the 3-star task we talked about before. Shui Dongqing looked at Jian Wushuang with eager eyes. No problem. When will you set off? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. He had promised Shui Dongqing that he would go on an ordinary 3-star mission with him. Although it was only an ordinary mission, it was not too difficult since it had reached the 3-star level. Haha, there's no rush. Let's have a drink first. In addition, I'll tell you the details of this mission before we set off, Shui Dongqing said with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded and then listened to Shui Dongqing's explanation. An hour later, Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing both accepted the mission and set off together. The Dark Shout realm was a medium-sized realm. This was the location of Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing's mission, which was also the lair of the 3 Saints of Shadow. At the edge of the Dark Shout realm, there was a huge restriction that completely sealed the entire realm. Although the area covered by the restriction was huge, it was not very powerful. It could block ordinary divine masters, but to the immortal saint, it was just a decoration. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing had already arrived at the periphery of the restriction. Shadow 3 Saints have already turned the Dark Shout realm into their own paradise. Not only have they completely closed the spatial passage of this realm, but they have also used a restriction to cover the entire Dark Shout realm. If we want to enter the Dark Shout realm, we have to forcibly break through this restriction. Although it's not difficult to break through this restriction, once we do, 3 Shadow Saints will definitely notice and know of our arrival, Shui Dongqing said. Next to him stood a figure wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. His aura was extremely cold and evil. This figure was Jian Wushuang. He had changed into the unique attire of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and used the gray mask to turn himself into such a cold and evil figure. If you know, then you know. The 3 Shadow Saints are not weak. Even if they know that we are coming, they probably won't be too afraid. After all, in their eyes, I'm just a divine master and won't be a threat to them. As for you, Shui Dongqing, although you're very strong, the 3 of them can fight together. They won't be so scared that they will hide or run away, Jian Wushuang said. Well, in that case, let's force our way in. Shui Dongqing nodded. Immediately, Shui Dongqing waved his hand, and the terrifying divine power immediately tore a big hole in the restriction in front of them. Then Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing directly entered the Darkshout realm. In the center of the Darkshout realm, there was a huge swamp. The swamp was filled with a faint earthen yellow air current. In the deepest part of the swamp, there was a towering but huge temple. This divine hall was the Shadow Hall where the 3 Shadow Saints lived. At this moment, in the depths of the Shadow Hall, 3 human figures were gathered together. 1 month. Just 1 more month, and the Earth God fruit will ripen. It's been too long. Since the 3 of us discovered the Earth God fruit, it's been more than 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, the 3 of us have been guarding here and haven't left for even a moment. In order to cover up the news of this Earth God fruit, we had to use all kinds of methods to completely seal this dark domain. We were afraid that other experts would come and discover the existence of this Earth God fruit. And now, our boring waiting days are coming to an end. 1 month, just 1 more month. The 3 shadows were obviously very excited. In the outside world, it was said that the 3 shadows had sealed the Darkshout realm because of their evil natures. They wanted to turn the Darkshout realm into their paradise and enslave all the cultivators in this realm. However, that was not the case. They only had one true goal, and that was the Earth God fruit that was about to mature in the Darkshout realm. The Earth God fruit is an excellent treasure that cultivates the laws of the earth. Its value is shocking, and it's enough to make many true saints fight for it, especially those who comprehend the laws of the earth. Among the 3 Shadow Saint, a cold old man in a gray robe was smiling sinisterly. Chapter 2950. 3 Sages of the Shadow. As far as I know, the only true saint in this territory is someone who understands the laws of the earth. If he knew that there was an Earth God fruit here, he would definitely rush over like crazy. Unfortunately, he doesn't know about this place at all. The cold old man said with a cold smile, "Humph, the value of this Earth God fruit is shocking. If we had a good channel, we could definitely sell it for an astronomical price. The true saint in our surrounding territory is only a first-level true saint. How could he have the qualifications to possess such a good treasure?" Another black-haired, skinny man said in a low voice, "No matter what, we only need to wait here for a month. After a month, when the Earth God fruit ripens, we will think of a way to sell it. Then we will be rich." The last fat, bald youth said with a strange smile. The 3 of them chatted leisurely. At this moment, the 3's expressions suddenly changed. The restriction that covered the entire Darkshout realm was set up by the 3 of them together. When this restriction was torn apart, the 3 of them simultaneously sensed it. Someone tore apart the restriction and directly barged in. The gloomy and cold old man said in a deep voice, "The restriction set up by the 3 of us might cover a large area, but no one below the Undying Sage should be able to break it. Now that it's been torn open, the Immortal Saint must have taken action." The black-haired, skinny man said in a cold voice, "Third brother, take a careful look." "Okay." The chubby, bald youth nodded. Then he closed his eyes and began to investigate. The restrictions of the 3 of them were formed with the bald youth as the core. The bald youth was able to merge into the restrictions and clearly see the area that had been torn apart. "I saw it. There are 2 people who have torn apart the restrictions. If nothing unexpected happens, one of them should be the Shwe-Dong King," the bald youth said. "Shwe-Dong King? It's him." The cold old man and the black-haired, skinny man frowned. Shwe-Dong King had a strange temper and was extremely powerful. Not only was he famous in the Inkstone realm, but he was also quite famous in the surrounding realms. This was especially true after Shwe-Dong King had broken through to become an immortal saint. His strength had soared, and his name had naturally become even more famous. Although the 3 of them had stayed in the Darkshout realm all year round to wait, they still maintained contact with the outside world. Naturally, they had heard of this Shwe-Dong King. "We don't have any entanglements with this Shwe-Dong King. What is he doing here? Moreover, it has to be at this time." The black-haired, skinny man said in a deep voice. Third brother, you just said that there were two people who came together. Where is the other one? The cold-looking elder asked. There is another person wearing a gray robe and a gray mask on his face. From the looks of it, he should also be a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the bald youth said. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The cold elder was immediately shocked. However, the aura emitted by this person from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is only at the Divine Master level. There's no need to pay any attention to him, the bald youth said. Divine Master? The cold elder looked over in surprise. Third brother, look carefully. Is that person really just a Divine Master? Of course I saw him very clearly. Moreover, with my perceptive ability, even an ordinary first-level true saint wouldn't be able to conceal his aura in front of me. It's impossible for him to conceal his aura, the bald youth said with certainty. If that's the case, then it's still fine. The cold old man and the black-haired skinny man both let out a sigh of relief. If the person who had arrived was the Shui Dong King, an immortal saint whose strength was unknown in the outside world, then they would definitely be nervous, worried that the Shui Dong King duo would attack them. However, now that they knew that the person who had come with the Shui Dong King was only a Divine Master, there was nothing to worry about. Although Shui Dong King's strength was extraordinary and he was extremely strong among the peak false saints, very close to the true saints, with the combined strength of the three of them, they could still contend against him. If they used a few more tricks, they were even confident that they could beat Shui Dong King back. Because of this, they were not worried about Shui Dong King at all. As for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance expert who came with Shui Dong King, he was just a mere Divine Master. Even if he was a peak invincible Divine Master, they would not care too much about him. Such a lineup would only make them treat him seriously, but it would not make them choose to run for their lives. No matter what, at this juncture, Shui Dong King and Shui Dong King came uninvited. We still have to be careful. Third brother, use your restriction to hide the Earth God fruit. Don't let them see any clues when you go, said the cold old man. Don't worry. With me here, even if he uses his soul power, he won't be able to find anything, the bald youth said with a smile. That's good. Let's go and welcome him, the cold elder said. Immediately, the three of them went to the sky above the swamp and waited there quietly. Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King tore the restriction and entered the dark shout domain. They flew toward the center and soon arrived above the swamp. Sure enough, the three shadow saints knew we were coming and were already waiting there. Jian Wushuang looked ahead and could clearly see the three figures standing in the void. Humph, these three guys are really bold. They knew we were coming and were probably looking for trouble, but they didn't run away. They are courting death. Shui Dong King sneered. They are courting death. Jian Wushuang also sneered. In the blink of an eye, the two people had already appeared in front of the third saint. The third saint stood proudly in the void. When he saw Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King, he was not nervous or afraid at all. Shui Dong King, and this friend from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, may I know why you have come to my secret realm? The leader of the third Saint Shadow, the Cold Elder, asked indifferently. Our purpose is very simple. We only have one purpose. That is to send you three brothers to the road of the underworld and make a trip there, Shui Dong King said directly. Send us to the road of the underworld. The three shadow saints' faces immediately turned cold. Shui Dong King, you are too arrogant. Not long ago, you were just a divine master. Even if you have some strength, you are just an ant in front of us three brothers. Now, although you have reached the immortal saint realm and your battle strength is much stronger than before, you can't take advantage of us alone, can you? The cold elder said in a low voice. Haha, that may not be the case. The corners of Shui Dong King's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said softly, Brother Tianho, I'll test the strength of the three shadow saints first. Wait until it's about time for you to watch. then attack. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 2951. Looking down on me? Haha. 3 shadow saints, allow me to meet you. Maniacal laughter reverberated in the air. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Xue Dongqing's body, and he dashed out, a long green saber appearing in his hand. Following the sound of rushing wind, the long green saber slashed out like a bolt of green lightning with mighty momentum. Attack together and kill him. The leader of the 3 shadow saints, the cold old man, shouted. Instantly, 3 auras at the level of immortal saints rose up. None of these 3 auras could compare to Xue Dongqing, but at this moment, the 3 of them were working together. Moreover, the 3 shadow saints had lived together for a long time, fighting and fighting together. Their cooperation had reached an extremely tacit level. When they worked together, they were not afraid of any top fall saint. Bang! 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 A low sound of collision and explosion was heard in the void. Each time they collided, a violent wave of air swept out crazily in the surroundings. Jian Wushuang stood at the edge and looked at the battlefield in front of him. He had no intention of attacking. As I expected, Xue Dongqing had hidden a lot of his strength when he fought with me. His real combat strength is definitely the strongest among the top fall saints. He is infinitely close to an ordinary true saint. However, the strength of the 3 shadow saints is not weak. If the 3 of them were to split up, their combat strength would only be at the level of an ordinary immortal saint. However, with the 3 of them working together, they can fight head-on with Xue Dongqing. Jian Wushuang praised. He could clearly see that on the battlefield, the Xue Dongqing and the 3 shadow saints had already used all their strength, but the 2 sides were evenly matched. In terms of advantage, the Xue Dongqing barely had an advantage, but this advantage was negligible. Moreover, the 3 shadow saints seemed to have a trump card that they had yet to use. Haha, Xue Dongqing, I admit that your strength is tyrannical. In the many surrounding domains, other than that lord who has already reached the true saint level, I'm afraid that no one is your match. Unfortunately, your strength is only about the same as the 3 of us brothers. Do you want to kill us? You're simply dreaming. The gloomy and cold old man laughed loudly. Xue Dongqing's face darkened, but he also shook his head and felt helpless. Indeed, I can't do anything to you 3 alone, but I'm not the only one here. Xue Dongqing grinned and looked at Jian Wushuang. Brothers of the Heavenly Marquis, let's kill them together. The 3 shadows immediately looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain in their eyes. From the beginning to the end, they did not take Jian Wushuang, a divine master, seriously. However, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and thought to himself, these 3 brothers are not weak. If I fight them head-on, I'll have to spend some means to kill them. In that case, I won't waste time with them. I'll just kill them one by one. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He instantly turned into a stream of light and shot out. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. A mere divine master dares to participate in a fierce battle at the level of the immortal saint. He's courting death. A trace of contempt flashed through the bald youth, who ranked 3rd. With a wave of his hand, a majestic divine power gathered in front of him and formed a huge fist that attacked Jian Wushuang. Oh, are you looking down on me? Jian Wushuang curled his lips slightly. He did not even bother to wave his sword as he looked at the incoming fist. With just a thought, an invisible sword shadow instantly condensed in front of him and then burst out. The sword shadow crushed the fist that had gathered divine power. It directly tore the fist into pieces. Jian Wushuang's figure was not hindered at all. He had already appeared in front of the bald young man. Third brother, be careful. Dodge. The cold elder and the black-haired skinny man were shocked because they had already seen a beautiful sword light. The sword light was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. It was incredibly fast. What? The bald young man widened his eyes and looked at the beautiful sword light coming toward him, but he could not react at all. Chi. The beautiful sword light brushed past the bald young man's neck, and the bald young man's entire head flew out. The first one. Jian Wushuang smiled and appeared next to the black-haired, skinny man. Whoosh! It was also an extremely beautiful sword attack, but it directly created a huge sword net. The sword net was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the black-haired, skinny man completely. Second brother, run! The cold, old man not far away shouted. The black-haired, skinny man had already reacted. If the three of them worked together, their battle strength would indeed be tyrannical. Unless they met a true saint, they would not have any scruples. But if the three of them were to be disintegrated and killed one by one, they would only have the battle strength of an ordinary immortal saint. Now that the bald youth had been killed on the spot, the three-man alliance had been broken, leaving only the two of them to escape. Run! The black-haired, skinny man instantly burst out his fastest speed, wanting to escape the sword net before it completely covered him. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang suddenly raised one of his palms and pointed in his direction. The power of the space-time rule immediately burst out. The space-time where the black-haired skinny man was immediately frozen. It was so heavy that it was almost negligible. However, in such a short time, the sword net had completely enveloped the black-haired skinny man, and a large number of sword lights attacked him. The black-haired skinny man did not even have time to scream before his divine body was crushed into pieces. No. Seeing this scene, the cold elder's eyes became bloodshot and crazy. It was too fast. Jian Wushuang was too fast. At first, none of the three brothers thought much of Jian Wushuang as a divine master. However, Jian Wushuang killed the third brother, the bald youth, in an instant, and then the second brother with a thunderbolt that was the black-haired, skinny man. The cold-faced elder saw everything, but he could not help them in time. He could only watch as his two brothers were mercilessly killed by Jian Wushuang. Your two brothers are already dead. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Chapter 2952. Discovery. Haha. Third Saint Umbra. I'd like to see if you're dead or not. Xuedong King laughed coldly. The cold elder's body trembled as if he had gone mad. His scarlet eyes also looked at Jian Wushuang and Xuedong King. Jian Wushuang and Xuedong King were in the middle of him. The cold elder knew very well that in this situation he had no chance of survival. Xuedong King and you? Good, good. I, the third Shadow Saint, have dominated the endless territories for so many years. Today, I am finally defeated by you. However, although we three brothers are dead, you will not have a good time. The cold elder shouted. Humph! Jian Wushuang and Xuedong King had already stepped forward. With their combined efforts, the cold elder was killed in an instant. But before he was killed, a message was sent out from the cold elder's hand. In the void, Jian Wushuang and Xuedong King stood side by side. The three Shadow Saints are dead. Jian Wushuang said coldly. It's all thanks to you, Brother Heavenly Marquis. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to kill the three brothers. Xuedong King chuckled. It's a good thing that I asked you to complete this 3-star mission. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill the three Shadow Saints alone. Compared to those below the true Saint realm, this ordinary 3-star mission is indeed a little difficult. Jian Wushuang nodded. This mission was to kill the three Shadow Saints, but Jian Wushuang also saw the strength of the three Shadow Saints. It was too difficult for an ordinary peak false saint to complete this mission. Even for an existence like Xuedong King, who was infinitely close to a true saint, it was also a bit difficult to face such a mission. Brothers of the Heaven Marquis, since the three Shadow Saints are dead, let's distribute the resources and treasures in their interspatial rings Shui Dongqing suggested. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two immediately began to distribute the treasures. The three shadow saints were real immortal saints and had collected a lot of resources. They had obtained a lot of resources, but unfortunately, they did not have any precious treasures in their interspatial rings. The task is completed. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let's go back, Shui Dongqing said. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to stop him. What's wrong? Shui Dongqing looked at him. Have you noticed that the place where the three shadow saints live, the palace below, is a bit special? Jian Wushuang said. The palace is special. Shui Dongqing was stunned and immediately covered it with his soul power. This palace is nothing special except for a layer of special restriction at the bottom, Shui Dongqing said. It's the special restriction, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. The restriction is at the bottom of the palace, which means it's underground. If I saw such an underground restriction, I would think that there is a secret chamber. The third saint's shadow was in seclusion in the secret chamber, so he specially set up a restriction to prevent anyone from disturbing him. But now, the third saint's shadow has come out, and no one is in the secret room. Why is the restriction still open? If it's really just a restriction covering the secret room, they can use some of the restrictions at will. With their strength, even if they set up a restriction casually, no one should be able to break it in the secret shout domain. But look at the layer of restrictions below. It's very powerful. Most importantly, the restriction has the ability of confusion and concealment, so you and I can't see what's on the other end of the restriction. That's strange. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Shui Dongqing also revealed a strange expression. Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you saying that there is a secret hidden on the other side of the restriction? Shui Dongqing asked. I don't know, but since we have found something strange there is no harm in going to take a look. Let's go down. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately headed down to the palace. The palace used to be where the third Shadow Saints clan lived. There were a lot of maids and servants in the palace, but now because of the death of the third Shadow Saints clan, the maids and servants were scared and fled in all directions. Of course, they were both surprised and delighted at the same time. The strength of the third Shadow Saints clan meant that they could finally get rid of the hands of the three demons. Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing had already appeared at the bottom of the palace, in front of the restriction. This restriction does look powerful. Shui Dongqing looked at the restriction in front of him and waved the long saber in his hand. An extremely domineering saber light directly broke the restriction in front of him. When the restriction was broken, many things hidden under the restriction were immediately exposed to Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing. When they swept their soul power, they were stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures appeared next to a pool as if they had teleported. It was called a pool, but there was no water in it. Instead, there were all kinds of black mud. In the center of the pool, which was the center of the survivors, there was an earthy yellow fruit tree. On the tree, there was an earthy yellow fruit the size of a baby's head. The earthy yellow fruit emitted a special fragrance. The fruit was surrounded by a hazy earthy yellow energy. Jian Wushuang and Shui Dongqing both recognized this energy. It was the power of the law of the earth. What a rich power of the law of the earth. What kind of treasure is this fruit? Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Tut, tut, no wonder it was covered with restriction. There is such a fruit hidden here. Shui Dongqing also praised, I don't know what this fruit is, but judging from the power of earth rules covered on the surface of the fruit, it must be a treasure that is very useful for comprehending the earth rules. It's a treasure, and its value should be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly, but then his expression became strange. No, there's something wrong with this fruit. If I'm not wrong, it should not be fully ripe. Not fully ripe? Shui Dongqing was stunned, but then he understood. It was indeed not fully ripe. If it had been fully ripe, the third saint would not have let it stay here. It would have picked it long ago. I see. No wonder 3 shadow saints would close all the space passages leading to the outside world and completely cover the entire Dark Shout realm with restrictions. It turns out that he did not want to make the Dark Shout realm a better paradise for them, but for this fruit. They were worried that a powerful immortal saint would come to the Dark Shout realm and discover the fruit. So they simply sealed the realm completely. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Chapter 2953. Star Sea Saint, so that's how it is? Xue Dong King was quick-witted. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, he understood everything. The 3 shadow saints are really well hidden. If we hadn't come here to carry out the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's mission and killed the 3 of them, we wouldn't have known that such a treasure was hidden here, Xue Dong King said. It's a pity that the 3 shadow saints waited for the fruit to appear for so many years, but in the end, it still benefited you and me for nothing, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes. Xue Dong King's eyes were also shining. The fragrance of the fruit is already very strong. It's only missing the last bit of transformation. If I'm not mistaken, the fruit should be completely ripe in a month or so. A month? Jian Wushuang was delighted. Both he and Xue Dong King could tell that this fruit was not an ordinary object. Otherwise, the 3 Shadow Saint clan would not have spent so much effort to protect this place for so many years. Now that the 3 Shadow Saint clan were dead, those who knew about the existence of this fruit. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Xue Dong King immediately looked over. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us to completely occupy the fruit, Jian Wushuang said. What do you mean? Xue Dong King was puzzled. Do you remember what the 3rd Shadow Saint said before he died? He said that although the 3 brothers are dead, neither of us will have a good life. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. I thought the 3rd elder of the 3 Shadow Saints was just saying it casually, but now it seems that it's not that simple. Xue Dong King frowned. The cold elder did say that when he died. If I'm not wrong, the 3rd elder of the Shadow 3 Saints knew that he was going to die, so he must have secretly spread the news of this fruit before we killed him. Even if he didn't, he must have told others, Jian Wushuang said. What? Xue Dong King was shocked. The fruit was obviously very valuable, and it was not ripe yet. They could not pick it and leave immediately. They had to wait here, quietly, for a month. If the cold elder really spread the news, then there would be other experts who would come to fight with them during the month. If that's the case, then it's troublesome, Xue Dong King said with a frown. It's very troublesome. The key is that neither of us knows what this fruit is or its specific value. We don't know what level of experts it will attract, Jian Wushuang said. If only some false saints were attracted by the fruit, he would not care even if a peak false saint appeared. But if a true saint was also attracted, then it would be really troublesome. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Xue Dong King's brows suddenly relaxed, and he also had a smile on his face. Right now, we're not sure if the boss of the 3 Shadow Saints has spread the news. Even if he did spread the news, if an ordinary expert came, the 2 of us would be able to easily resist him. In this territory, the only one who has the battle strength of a true saint is that Star Sea Saint. But he's only a 1st-level true saint. Even if he personally arrives, the 2 of us can barely resist him. Besides, even if we can't resist it, we can just leave the fruit. After all, our mission has been completed, and the fruit is just an unexpected surprise. Haha, you're right. Jian Wushuang nodded. Indeed, they had many choices. There was no need to worry or struggle now. Just wait. A month will pass very quickly. Maybe no one will come after a month? Xue Dong King smiled. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Xue Dong King waited quietly in the underground of the palace. It was a vast and boundless void. In the void, there were many beautiful and dazzling stars. A dense mass of stars formed together, forming a vast sea of stars. And in the center of this sea of stars, there was a majestic continent floating. In the center of the continent, there was a 10,000 jong tall mountain palace. There was a bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, there was a middle-aged man dressed in gray robes. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man who had his eyes on the stage was sitting cross-legged there. This cold and arrogant middle-aged man was the only true saint known in the surrounding territories, the Star Ocean Saint. The Star Ocean Saint was an expert who comprehended the laws of the earth. His comprehension of the laws of the earth was extremely high. In order to comprehend the laws of the earth, he did not even wear shoes all year round. He walked barefoot and brought his body closer to the earth. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the void at the fastest speed, landing in this bamboo forest. Then he walked to the front of the bamboo house and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Saint Lord." The Star Sea Saint also controlled a force, and he was respectfully called the Saint Lord in that force. "Come in." The Star Sea Saint waved his hand, and the bamboo door opened. The graceful woman, who had already reached the level of the Immortal Saint, quickly walked into the bamboo house. "What's the matter?" the Star Sea Saint asked. His voice was cold and emotionless. He was the only true saint in this territory, and his strength was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. He was already high and mighty, and now he was only focused on reaching a higher level of cultivation. As for other things, he could not be bothered to pay attention to them. Moreover, for the current him, there were very few people in this territory who could make him pay attention to them. "Saint Lord, I just received news from an immortal saint who has a good relationship with me. He said that not long ago, the boss of the 3 Shadow Saints had personally sent him a message saying that there was a special treasure in the Dark Shout territory that he occupied," the graceful woman said. "Special treasure? What is it?" The Star Sea Saint's expression did not change. "Earth God fruit," the graceful woman said directly. "What did you say?" The Star Sea Saint, who had a calm and indifferent expression, stood up directly, his hair and beard blowing. "Is what you said true? Is there really an Earth God fruit in the realm of Secret Shout?" The Star Sea Saint looked at the graceful woman excitedly. "That good friend of mine wouldn't lie to me. As for the 3 Shadow Saints, I've sent people to investigate it carefully. I've also received internal information from the Dark Rebuke territory. The 3 Shadow Saints had met a great enemy a few days ago and died. The news was sent by them before they died. In addition, they said that the great enemy god fruit would take another month to ripen," said the graceful woman. Chapter 2954. The True Sage has arrived. It will take another month to ripen. The Starry Sea Saint was immediately overjoyed. "Haha! Since the boss of the 3 Shadow Saints said it before he died, it's most likely not a lie. Moreover, since he said that the Earth God fruit will take another month to ripen, then it can't be a lie. In other words, this news is 100% true." Yes, I made the same judgment. That's why I immediately came to report to you, Saint Lord, the graceful woman said. In addition, I have also investigated everything clearly. There were 2 people who killed the 3 Shadow Saints, and they were all from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. One of them was Shuedong King, who had just broken through to the saint level not long ago. The reason why they acted was that they accepted a 3-star mission from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and that 3-star mission was to kill the 3 Shadow Saints. Then where are these 2 now? Are they still staying in the Dark Shout realm? The Star Sea Saint said, "Yes, as expected. These 2 have also discovered the existence of the Earth God fruit, so they have been waiting there. They want to wait for the Earth God fruit to ripen and pluck it before leaving," said the graceful woman. "Haha, these 2 have a good plan, but unfortunately, since I know about this matter, the Earth God fruit is mine. No one can take it away." The Star Sea Saint's eyes shone with a strong light. "You did a good job. I'll go to the Dark Shout realm first, and reward you after I get the Earth God fruit," Star Sea Saint said. Thank you, Saint Lord. The graceful woman was overjoyed. The Star Sea Saint did not stay for long and went straight to the Dark Shout realm as fast as he could. In the Temple of the Swamp in the Dark Shout realm, Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing were drinking and chatting casually. They were waiting for the earthy yellow fruit to ripen. And now, the fruit was very close to ripen. But at this moment, buzz! An extremely powerful aura, which was obviously above that of an ordinary immortal saint, came pressing down. The aura was vast and majestic, covering the entire swamp. Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing, who were in the hall, were immediately alarmed by this aura. This aura, it's a true saint. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Damn it, a true saint expert actually came, Xue Dongqing cursed. Without any hesitation, they immediately rose up and appeared in the void above. When they arrived in the void, they saw the cold and arrogant middle-aged man with bare feet. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man with bare feet sized up Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing with his profound eyes. He is indeed the Star Sea Saint. Xue Dongqing's body trembled as he whispered. It is said that the Star Sea Saint is an expert who has comprehended the rules of the earth. He must have learned of the existence of the earth yellow fruit and rushed here. I think so. Jian Wushuang nodded. But he is the only one who has arrived. I wonder if there will be other experts of the true saint realm. No, he is the only true saint in this territory. The other true saints are far away in other realms. It will take a while to get the news. It will take a longer time to get here from their territory. But the Star Sea Saint alone is not to be trifled with. Xue Dongqing sighed. True saints and false saints. Although they were both immortal saints and there was only a one-word difference, the difference between them was abnormally huge. Although Xue Dongqing was a peak false saint and was very close to a true saint, no matter how close he was, as long as he grasped the immortal body and did not truly possess true saint battle strength, he was already on two completely different levels. The Xue Dongqing was not afraid of any of the immortal saints around this realm when facing the three shadow saints. However, he was indeed a little afraid when facing the Star Sea Saint. Xue Dongqing greets the Star Sea Saint Lord. Xue Dongqing bowed slightly. You are Xue Dongqing. The Starry Sea Saint spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. I already know that you killed the three shadow saints, and I also know that the third shadow saint realm has been hiding the Earth God fruit. This Earth God fruit is very useful for comprehending the rules of the earth and is also very useful to me. That's why I came here. Earth God fruit. Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing were surprised. They did not know the Earth God fruit before, but now they knew from the Star Sea Saint that it was called the Earth God fruit. With the name of the earth, one could imagine how helpful the Earth God fruit was to the rules of the earth. Star Sea Saint Master, there is indeed an Earth God fruit in the Dark Shout realm, which is at the bottom of the palace below, Xue Dongqing admitted directly. There was nothing he could do. As soon as Sea Star Saint arrived, he immediately released his soul power and saw everything around him. Naturally, he also saw the existence of the Earth God fruit. It was useless for him to deny it. But the Earth God fruit was discovered by the two of us first, after all, Xue Dongqing said with a frown. No, the Earth God fruit was discovered by the three shadow saints first. And if nothing goes wrong, they should have been waiting in the Dark Shout realm for a long time. Unfortunately, the Earth God fruit was about to mature, but the three of them died at the hands of the two of you. The two of you also took advantage of the Earth God fruit. But fortunately, the Earth God fruit is still some time away from maturity. Sea Star Saint smiled coldly. How about this? Since all of you have been waiting for this Earth God fruit for a few days, I promise to give each of you 1,000,000 sacred elixirs. How about it? 1,000,000 sacred elixirs. Xue Dongqing's heart skipped a beat as he frowned slightly. 1,000,000 sacred elixirs was indeed not a low price. One had to know that many immortal saints with average strength only had around 500,000 to 600,000 sacred elixirs. Only the wealthier ones were able to take out more than 1,000,000 sacred elixirs. After all, Xue Dongqing had just broken through to the immortal saint realm and possessed the battle strength of a peak fall saint. He did not have much time to accumulate wealth. Therefore, 1,000,000 saint elixirs was not a small amount to him. Although 1,000,000 saint elixirs was not a small amount, it was still insignificant compared to the true value of the earth god fruit. Although Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing did not know how much the earth god fruit was worth. According to their estimates, it was at least 30 million saint elixirs. It was too much to expect Star Sea Saint to take 2 million saint elixirs for such a precious thing. Star Sea Saint Lord, right? I don't lack 1,000,000 saint elixirs. Compared to 1,000,000 saint elixirs, I'm more likely to get the earth god fruit, so Jian Wushuang did not finish his words. Shut up! Star Sea Saint was stunned. I'm talking to Xue Dongqing. Since when did you, a divine master, dare to interrupt me? As soon as he finished his sentence, Star Sea Saint rolled up his sleeves. Immediately, endless rules of the earth gathered in front of him, forming a huge earthy yellow hand that directly fanned toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2955. Peak Stage 1. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The blood mountain sword in his hand moved the boundless sword tree, which was 33,000 feet tall, and instantly a huge sword shadow slashed out. The sword shadow directly cut the giant earthy yellow palm into two halves. The power of the earth rules spread out in all directions. Oh! Star Sea Saint raised his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. A divine master was able to block my attack head-on. No wonder you two worked together and killed the 3 shadow saints. However, your strength is far from enough. I'll give you one last chance. It's still 1,000,000 saint elixirs per person. Get lost immediately or else. A cold light appeared in the Star Sea Saint's eyes. Xue Dongqing's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Star Sea Saint Lord, are you forcing us? Humph! Although you are the #1 expert in the surrounding territories and a true saint expert, I and the Heavenly Sword Marquis might be able to fight you. Really? A sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Star Sea Saint's mouth. Stupid, you underestimate me too much. Well, since you too want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished his words, Star Sea Saint moved. At the moment he moved, a terrifying divine power burst out from Star Sea Saint's body. This divine power was shocking enough to change the color of heaven and earth. This divine power, Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it! Xue Dongqing's expression also changed greatly. They all felt that the divine power emitted by the Star Sea Saint was not only superior to that of a false saint, but also extremely powerful among true saints. Level 2? No, he hasn't reached the level of a level 2 true saint yet. But he's at least at the peak of level 1. We're in big trouble, Xue Dongqing said in a low voice. Peak of level 1 true saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. They were both level 1 true saints, but there were differences in strength. Judging from the divine power of the Star Sea Saint, he was much stronger than the level 1 true saint, Saint Hong, who had fought with him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Such strength! Xue Dongqing, be careful! Jian Wushuang shouted. However, the Star Sea Saint was too fast. As soon as he revealed himself, he had already appeared in front of Xue Dongqing like a ghost. Although Xue Dongqing was shocked, he immediately reacted and waved the cyan long saber in his hand. The cyan long saber turned into a huge cyan phantom and directly slashed out with boundless divine power. Xue Dongqing had already unleashed his strongest strength at this moment. Ridiculous! The Star Sea Saint sneered and slapped his palm forward. This slap was like a huge world pressing down. The huge cyan phantom instantly dissipated, and even the cyan-colored long saber in Xue Dongqing's hand was sent flying. Puff! Xue Dongqing spat out a mouthful of blood and shot backward in a sorry state. With just one strike and one palm, Xue Dongqing, who was at peak false Saint Realm and was infinitely close to the true Saint Realm, was seriously injured. You have to die too! The Star Sea Saint's eyes were filled with monstrous malice. After severely injuring Xue Dongqing with one palm, he moved again and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! The same palm struck out from above and ferociously slammed down on Jian Wushuang. Rumble! The endless power of the earth's rules immediately formed a towering mountain in the void and pressed down on Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face darkened. The power of the attack is so strong just by relying on divine power and the power of the earth's rules. Although he was shocked, Jian Wushuang still waved his hand. A shocking sword shadow wanted to tear the sky and earth apart, but it could not completely split the mountain. Then the towering mountain continued to crush Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang was also forced back, but his divine body was not damaged. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, Xue Dongqing, who had already retreated far away, immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Stay away from me. Leave this guy to me, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Leave him to you? Xue Dongqing could not help but be startled. The Star Sea Saint did not make a move, but the moment he did, he was immediately frightened. The battle strength of a true saint at the peak of rank 1 was too terrifying for him to contend with. In his opinion, even if he and Jian Wushuang joined hands, the possibility of fighting against the Star Sea Saint was slim. But now, Jian Wushuang wanted him to fight against the Star Sea Saint alone? Was that possible? A true saint at the peak of the first rank is a good opponent. Jian Wushuang looked at the Star Sea Saint with excitement in his eyes. He really wanted to fight with a real expert. Only by fighting with experts could his strength increase and become stronger. However, most of the cultivators he met were too weak. For example, in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment, his strongest opponent was only a peak false saint. He could not force out his true strength. Now that a powerful true saint at the peak of rank 1 was born in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss it. I want to see how strong you are as the #1 expert in this territory, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The surging divine power on his body slowly rose. Battle intent. Star Sea Saint looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. He admitted that Jian Wushuang was not weak. During the fight, Xue Dongqing was seriously injured by his attack, but Jian Wushuang was not injured at all. But that did not mean that a divine master could fight him head-on. I'm also looking forward to what tricks you can play, Star Sea Saint sneered, not taking Jian Wushuang seriously at all. The majestic golden divine power on Jian Wushuang's body began to condense, and in the blink of an eye, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom appeared behind him. The golden emperor's eyes were cold as he looked down at everything in the world. At the same time, his aura also soared, and a layer of dark golden armor appeared on his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, 9 luminary star armor. The 3 secret skills had been used at the same time. Jian Wushuang's strength reached its peak in an instant. Splash! A huge blood-red river gushed out. Chapter 2956. A head-on battle, the blood-red river surged in the sky. A faint, dark gold light surrounded the surface of the river and instantly filled the entire world. The 9-universe Bloodlight River, Star Armor Domain, and Punishment Prison had all been activated. Under Jian Wushuang's full effort, the 3 domains pressed crazily on the Star Sea Saint. A domain type, Holy Treasure. Star Sea Saint's eyes shone with a dark light. A divine master has such a treasure. Not bad. What else do you have? Bring it out. Star Sea Saint looked at Jian Wushuang calmly. Jian Wushuang was too lazy to answer. After his battle strength had reached its peak, he directly attacked. Whoosh! His figure burst forth as if he had teleported. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the Star Sea Saint. He held his sword with one hand and slowly raised it. Then he made a slash. This slash seemed to be an understatement, but in fact, the moment it was made, Jian Wushuang's sword essence and the power of the boundless sword tree in his body had been exerted to the maximum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of space-time rules condensed with the sword essence. Time-space blades condensed. There were more than 400 densely packed time-space blades, and these time-space blades had completely merged with the sword essence. The space-time rules and swordsmanship were perfectly combined. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth, and a huge sword-edge storm completely covered the void where the Star Sea Saint was. The power of this sword doesn't seem weak. The Star Sea Saint looked calmly at the sword blade storm, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He flipped his palm, and an ancient giant hammer appeared in his hand. This giant hammer probably weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, and its surface was surrounded by faint earthy yellow energy. As the Star Sea Saint raised his right hand, the giant hammer was also raised high. Endless power of the laws of the earth began to gather in the Star Sea Saint's hand. Heaven and earth split. The Star Sea Saint shouted in a low voice, and the giant hammer in his hand instantly fell down. It was a giant hammer that weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms, but when the giant hammer fell down at this moment, it was like a sharp battle knife. With incredible power, it instantly split the storm of sword blades. Then the overwhelming power crushed the sword essence in the sword storm. After the huge hammer fell, a visible crack appeared in the world. This crack was very obvious. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang rolled and shot backward. He retreated a long distance and finally stopped. After stopping, he looked up at Star Sea Saint again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. So powerful! This power is too powerful. Jian Wushuang praised in his heart. Boy, is this all you can do? Star Sea Saint looked at Jian Wushuang coldly with a giant hammer in one hand. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and communicated with the Blood Mountain sword with his mind. Buzz! A shocking sword essence suddenly burst out. This sword essence was not very powerful, but it was extremely extraordinary. It was a supreme sword essence that carried a shocking will. The sword essence swept across the world, and all the people in the world were ants. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword tightly and felt the supreme sword essence that burst out of the Blood Mountain sword. Millions of people in the world had to submit to this supreme sword essence. At this moment, he was the king of millions of sword principles. This sword essence is so strong. The Star Sea Saint's pupils constricted, and his expression gradually became serious. The supreme sword essence had been guided, and Jian Wushuang's battle strength instantly soared. Again, without any unnecessary words, Jian Wushuang stepped forward again. He directly appeared in front of the Star Sea Saint, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already been silently slashed out. This sword did not display any overly shocking sword techniques, but under the sweep of that supreme sword intent, the void was easily torn apart by the sword light, and the air was torn apart. A majestic sword light brought with it a supreme aura. It suddenly swept toward the Star Sea Saint. Facing this sword, even the Star Sea Saint did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At this moment, he held the giant hammer in both hands. The earthen yellow energy gathered in the sky, and the giant hammer in his hands suddenly expanded in size. It struck out like a small mountain. Boom! The giant hammer swept across the void, and the void seemed to be unable to withstand his power. It trembled crazily and let out a low rumble. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer and the Blood Mountain sword collided again. Huh. Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. He still felt a great pressure from the giant hammer. Even though he had channeled the supreme sword essence, and his battle strength had soared, the power contained in the giant hammer seemed to be stronger than his. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang staggered backward. Boy, no matter how strong your skills are, in front of me, in front of absolute strength, it's futile. Star Sea Saint's voice was cold. He waved the giant hammer and intended to chase after Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang pointed at him while he was retreating. Buzz! The power of endless spacetime rules swept out. Heaven-designated skill. With Jian Wushuang's current comprehension of spacetime rules and the power of divine power, this move could be of great use to those below the true saint realm. However, against a genuine true saint who was at the peak of rank 1, the effect of this move was negligible. However, no matter how weak the effect was, it still made Star Sea Saint pause slightly. At the same time, streams of black light rushed out and formed a 2-meter-long, pitch-black divine sword in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black divine sword contained the power of endless reincarnation rules. As soon as it formed a line, the world around it immediately turned white. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, completely reduced to a world of ice and snow. Kill! Jian Wushuang let out a low cry. The pitch-black divine sword suddenly attacked, aiming straight at the head of Star Sea Saint. However, before the black divine sword actually appeared in front of Star Sea Saint's head, he had already broken free from the heaven-designated skill. Humph! With a cold snort, the Star Sea Saint swung the giant hammer in his hand. When the hammer hit the black divine sword, it was immediately sent flying. Even the black divine sword was trembling crazily, as if it was about to collapse. Although the power of the reincarnation sword formation is powerful, it is still performed by the sword formation itself. Without the supreme sword essence of the Blood Mountain sword, its power cannot affect the Star Sea Saint, who has reached the peak of the first level of the true saint realm. However, it doesn't need to cause too much of an impact. As long as the reincarnation sword formation is perfectly coordinated with my own swordsmanship, the Star Sea Saint won't be able to do anything to me. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. As soon as he stood still, he burst out again like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 2957. Earth Boom! Clang! Clang! Bang! Bang! The sounds of head-on collisions and clashes rang out continuously. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had already engaged in a head-on battle with the Star Sea Saint. In terms of offensive power, the Star Sea Saint was indeed slightly stronger than Jian Wushuang. Moreover, his comprehension of the rules of the earth was also extremely high, making him extremely strong in defense, attack, and defense. His speed was also not bad, and he had almost no weaknesses. Although Jian Wushuang had perfectly combined his swordsmanship with the reincarnation sword formation to unleash the ultimate power, he still had the upper hand in a fight with Star Sea Saint. However, Star Sea Saint obviously could not do anything to Jian Wushuang in a short time. Not far from the battlefield, Shuedong King was already stunned. Star Sea Saint Lord is the acknowledged #1 expert in this territory. Star Sea Saint Lord. His divine power is extremely powerful, his comprehension of the rules of the earth is extremely high, and his absolute arts are even more powerful, too powerful. Star Sea Saint Master is really too powerful. However, Star Sea Saint Master is so powerful, but how could the Heavenly Sword Marquis fight him head-on? Shuedong King was shocked. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang was not weak, he thought that Jian Wushuang's battle strength was equal to his, or even less than his. But the result? Jian Wushuang's battle strength had completely overturned his understanding. To be able to defeat Star Sea Saint Master, who is at the peak of the first rank true saint realm, the Heavenly Sword Marquis must have the battle strength of the first rank true saint realm. Even among the first rank true saints, they must be extremely powerful. But he is only a divine master? Shuedong King could not help muttering. Yes, a divine master. Because Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, he was so shocked when Jian Wushuang displayed such battle strength. After all, he had never heard of a divine master who could have the battle strength of a true saint. In the center of the battlefield, the Star Sea Saint was full of surprise and shock at Jian Wushuang's strength. But soon his eyes were filled with anger. "Be careful. I admit that you are indeed a great genius. At least, I have never heard of a divine master who is more powerful than you. But no matter how powerful you are, you will die if you dare to block my way." The cold voice of the Star Sea Saint reverberated across the entire world. At this moment, the Star Sea Saint had already raised the giant hammer in his hand once again. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Endless earthen yellow energy, which was also the power of the laws of the earth, surged out crazily and condensed toward the giant hammer in his hand at an incomparably terrifying speed. A layer of earthen yellow earth battle armor appeared on the surface of the Star Sea Saint's body. His figure also became more towering, and his aura became more tyrannical. As for the giant hammer in his hand, it began to enlarge infinitely. Earth collapse! The Star Sea Saint's eyes flashed. Swish! It was like a flash of light. The giant hammer was raised high by the Star Sea Saint and was still a long distance away from Jian Wushuang. However, in an instant, the giant hammer appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Giving him no time to resist, the giant hammer had already smashed into his divine body. How can it be so fast? Jian Wushuang's eyes were also filled with shock. He could see that the Star Sea Saint was preparing to use his ultimate move. However, he did not expect that the Star Sea Saint's move would be so fast that he did not have time to dodge. The giant hammer smashed fiercely. The terrifying power contained in it shattered the 9 luminary star armor on the surface of his body at the first moment. Then, the power passed through the golden armor and entered his body, wantonly moving around inside his body. Jian Wushuang's body was also smashed by the hammer and fell to the ground. A huge pit appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, the power of the giant hammer had been completely exhausted. However, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although my divine body has been damaged by more than 70%, it didn't directly collapse. "I don't need to replenish my divine body," Jian Wushuang muttered. The collapse of his divine body was not terrible. He could use his divine power to rebuild his divine body immediately. However, he was only a divine master, but he could use his divine power to rebuild his divine body. It was obvious that he had an immortal body. There were not many divine masters who had an immortal body in the divine beginning world. This was the endless territory. Once the news spread out, the 3 Saint Realm experts who were still in the Golden Crow 9 realms and had not left would immediately determine his identity. This was not good for Jian Wushuang. His divine power had only been damaged, so he did not need to replenish it. He just needed to use his divine power to repair it. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang's divine body had been completely repaired. Whoosh! He immediately rushed up again and appeared in the void above. Seeing Jian Wushuang rise up from the huge pit below unharmed, even the Star Sea Saint was a little surprised. How is this possible? He was not injured by my most powerful move. His aura was not weakened at all. The Star Sea Saint was full of disbelief. Shui Dong King, who was watching the battle from outside the battlefield, was also stunned. If it had been him, he would have died, but Jian Wushuang was not injured at all. "You are indeed the #1 expert in this territory, the Star Sea Saint. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, although you are a little stronger than me, you can't do anything to me. It is difficult for you to even suppress me, let alone kill me. How can you compete with me for the divine earth fruit under such circumstances?" Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. "When the divine earth fruit ripens, I'll only have to tie you down and let Shui Dong King pick it. You can only watch." Saint Star Sea's expression changed. Indeed, judging from the strength displayed by both sides, he could not do anything to Jian Wushuang. He had even used his strongest move, but he could not hurt Jian Wushuang. How could he kill him? What Jian Wushuang said was true. As long as he was entangled, Shui Dongking would be able to pick the divine earth fruit with ease. Boy, what's your name? Star Sea Saint looked at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Jian Wushuang said. Heavenly Sword Marquis, although you are only a divine master, your strength is indeed impressive. You are the first person below the true saint realm to take my strongest move head-on, and you are only a divine master. However, if you think that you can easily get the divine earth fruit by entangling me, you are dreaming. Star Sea Saint smiled coldly. Chapter 2958. Forced to Retreat. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't forget that it will take some time for the divine earth fruit to fully mature. During this time, I can find a few of my immortal saints. I want to see if Shui Dongking alone can compete with my immortal saints. The cold voice of the Star Sea Saint entered Jian Wushuang's ears, causing his face to darken. Outside the battlefield, Shui Dongking also frowned. Indeed, not only was the Star Sea Saint the acknowledged #1 expert in the surrounding territory, but he also controlled a huge force. There were several immortal saints in that force alone, and it seemed that there were also peak false saints among them. If Star Sea Saint had gathered all the immortal saints before the divine earth fruit was fully ripe, the combined forces of the immortal saints would have been enough to suppress Shui Dongking, and any one of them would have been enough to pick the divine earth fruit. It was enough to pick the divine earth fruit. Star Sea Saint Master, are you really going to fight us to the death? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Fight to the death? Haha! Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are talented, but your strength is not as good as mine. How dare you say that you want to fight to the death with me? What right do you have to fight with me? Star Sea Saint sneered loudly. It seems that you are going to force me. In that case, don't blame me. Today, you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay here completely. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and his killing intent was shocking. Hearing this, the Star Sea Saint's face changed. He looked at Jian Wushuang and found that the latter did not seem to be joking at all. Does this kid really have a trump card that can make me stay here? The Star Sea Saint muttered to himself, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Humph! He is only a divine master after all. He has already shown so many tricks. There is no way he can be more powerful. He's just bluffing. He wants to scare me and force me to leave. Star Sea Saint was almost certain. However, Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words. With a thought, a golden light instantly merged into the surrounding void. In an instant, the world changed color. Above the endless sky, a wonderful scroll world appeared out of thin air. The world of the painting scroll was extremely real. There were mountains, rivers, and even 9 huge continents in the world. What is this? The Star Sea Saint frowned, but he suddenly widened his eyes. He saw a supreme power slowly condensing in the beautiful world of the painting scroll above him. This power was astonishingly strong, but in the end it condensed into a hand seal. The hand seal was enormous and boundless, as if it covered a great world. After the boundless hand seal was formed, it slowly broke out of the scroll world and slowly descended. The mountain river map was the first move of the 3 strongest moves of the 9-region seal, the divine emperor seal. This move had always been one of Jian Wushuang's killing moves. However, this move not only consumed a lot of divine power and mind power, but also needed a period of time to develop. In an ordinary battle, there was rarely a chance to use a killing move of this level. However, it was obvious that neither he nor the Star Sea Saint could defeat the other. Under such circumstances, the two of them naturally had to compete with each other in their own killer moves. The move of the Divine Emperor Seal, which Jian Wushuang used with his current divine power, was extremely powerful. Rumble, the giant handprint, slowly descended, and the heaven and earth void collapsed under the pressure of the handprint. The Star Sea Saint was at the bottom of the giant handprint. He was a true saint at the peak of rank 1. At this moment, there was a trace of fear and panic in his eyes. Previously, he did not care about Jian Wushuang's trump cards or skills because they could not threaten him. But now, the appearance of the giant handprint scared him. Block it. The Star Sea Saint let out a low shout, and a trace of madness surged in his eyes. The endless power of the laws of the earth crazily condensed in front of him to form layers of barriers, and his huge hammer, that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, was held in both hands at the same time, with an ear-piercing sound. The huge hammer that contained a terrifying power suddenly struck toward the huge hand seal. The two finally collided head-on. Bang! With a low rumble, the divine power of the rules of the earth spread out. The giant handprint stayed in the air for a moment, then continued to crush down. Boom! The huge swamp on the ground completely caved in. The entire swamp disappeared, but because Jian Wushuang could control his own power, the giant handprint did not touch the temple in the middle of the swamp, so it would not hurt the divine earth fruit. The world soon calmed down. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flew up. This figure was the Star Sea Saint, but at this moment he no longer looked high and mighty. Instead, he was in a sorry state. His robe was torn, his hair was messy, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His aura was also much weaker than before. He stood in the void and stared at Jian Wushuang with his cold eyes. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a killer move in your hands. Unfortunately, your move couldn't even defeat my divine body directly. You don't even qualify me to use my immortal body to rebuild my divine body. How can you leave me here? Saint Star Sea sneered. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's killer move was very powerful and terrifying. But do not forget he was a true saint, and he had mastered the immortal body. With the immortal body, even a second-rank true saint who was stronger than him would find it extremely difficult to kill him. However, Jian Wushuang's killer move could not even break his divine body. How could he kill him? It's too early for you to be happy. Jian Wushuang shot a cold glance at Star Sea Saint, and the divine power in his body surged again. Boom! A stronger power began to gather in the sky. There's more! Star Sea Saint was shocked. He stared at the scroll world and felt the shocking power coming from it. No, this power is even more powerful and terrifying than the hand seal just now. The hand seal just now has already shattered my divine body a lot, and I almost collapsed directly. Now, the power he has condensed is even stronger than the hand seal just now, and it can definitely make my divine body collapse directly. Although I can rely on my immortal body to be sufficient, with my ability I can only use it 4 times at most. But who knows how many times this kid can use such a killer move. The Star Sea Saint thought quickly and came up with an idea. The divine earth fruit is gone. I can think of ways to fight for it in the future. But I only have 1 life. Let's go. The Star Sea Saint made a prompt decision. He directly turned around and rushed toward the distant void at the fastest speed. Chapter 2959. Maturity. Did he escape? Seeing the Star Sea Saint completely disappear from his sight, a strange smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Buzz! The heaven and earth shook, and the pressure gathered at the top at a terrifying speed instantly disappeared. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you? Shui Dongking looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. I'm just bluffing. Jian Wushuang smiled. Bluffing? Shui Dongking was stunned, but he immediately understood. Indeed, Jian Wushuang was bluffing. He was very powerful and had many trump cards. However, unless he used the life level pressure, he had no means to completely kill a true saint at the peak of rank 1. As for the more powerful power that rose from the scroll world in the sky, it was indeed the second seal of the strongest 3 seals of the 9-region seal. However, he could not completely use the seal. He was just putting on an act and using some starting moves to condense such powerful power. However, because of the power of the first move and the many heaven-defying moves that Jian Wushuang had shown, Star Sea Saint believed that he could really use the second seal. Therefore, the Star Sea Saint fled. He fled in fear. Star Sea Saint is indeed powerful. I can only fight him head-on with all my trump cards. It's impossible for me to kill him. It's already good enough that I can scare him and scare him away. If nothing goes wrong, he won't dare to come for the divine earth fruit again out of fear of me, Jian Wushuang said. It would not take long for the divine earth fruit to ripen. Before it ripens, Star Sea Saint would not be able to ask other powerful true saints to help him. He was completely stunned by Jian Wushuang and was afraid that he would not dare to come again. Therefore, the divine earth fruit had naturally become his and Shui Dongqing's possession. Let's wait here. In a few days, the divine earth fruit will be fully ripe, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Shui Dongqing nodded heavily, but he gave Jian Wushuang a strange look. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, your strength is really terrifying. Shui Dongqing was extremely shocked. He had witnessed the battle between Jian Wushuang and the Star Sea Saint from the beginning to the end. He had thought that Jian Wushuang's battle strength should be comparable to his. They had fought equally before, but who would have thought that Jian Wushuang would be so heaven-defying? A divine master had scared the Star Sea Saint, who had reached the peak of rank 1 true saint, into fleeing in panic. It was incredible. Let's go down. Jian Wushuang did not explain much and returned to the palace with Shui Dongqing. In the bamboo forest on the floating continent in the center of the Star Sea. Since the Saint Master has gone to the Darkshout realm, it should be easy for him to get the divine earth fruit. He will be overjoyed and will reward you handsomely. But what will he reward you with? The graceful woman who had come to inform the Star Sea Saint was waiting there, but her heart was filled with anticipation. The Star Sea Saint was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in this territory, and he had the most resources in his hands. The things he bestowed, even the Immortal Saint would be extremely moved. Right at this moment, Shio, a stream of light shot over from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in front of the graceful woman. Saint Master! The graceful woman immediately bowed, but when she saw the appearance of the Star Sea Saint, the smile on her face could not help but stiffen. At this moment, the Star Sea Saint was not only in a sorry state, but his face was also extremely gloomy. The aura on his body was also extremely gloomy and cold. He did not look like he had any good news at all. Saint Master, the divine earth fruit! The graceful woman had just opened her mouth. Get lost! Don't bring me the divine earth fruit again! The Star Sea Saint shouted angrily. Yes, yes. The graceful woman nodded in fear and immediately turned around to leave. The moment she turned around, a trace of coldness flashed in the graceful woman's eyes. But more than that, she was shocked. She knew that since the Star Sea Saint was so angry, it was obvious that he did not get the divine earth fruit. But as far as she knew, the people who occupied the Earth God Kingdom were only Shui Dongqing and a supreme divine master. How could the Star Sea Saint not get the divine earth fruit from them? Since the Saint Master didn't get the divine earth fruit, I didn't get the reward. This trip was in vain, and I got myself into trouble. The graceful woman's face was cold, and she soon left the bamboo forest. The Star Sea Saint returned to the bamboo house. When he sat down cross-legged on the bamboo bed, his face looked better. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're unknown. Before this battle, I didn't know that you existed, and I didn't know that you had incredible talent. You're just a divine master, but you can't do anything to me. You even made me feel like my life was in danger when you used your last killing move. You're very powerful. It's not unfair that I lost to you in this battle. Moreover, I believe that with your power, you will grow to a higher level before long. You might even become famous in the absolute beginning divine realm. Although the divine earth fruit fell into your hands, I still admire you. The Star Sea Saint's eyes sparkled. He slowly closed his eyes, and the anger in his body gradually subsided. He was an ascetic, and his strength had come from his hard work and cultivation over the years. A treasure like the divine earth fruit was indeed very useful to him, and he was eager to get it. But if he could not get it, he would not force it. At most, it would be a pity. Time slowly passed. Soon a month had passed. In the palace, Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongking were still eating and drinking. Suddenly, buzz! A strange aura directly erupted from the deepest part of the underground. At the same time, a large amount of hazy earthen yellow power formed a halo and swept out in all directions. It was not a big movement, but it was quite strange. Has it finally matured? Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongking immediately stood up with surprise in their eyes. They soon came to the depths of the underground, came to the muddy pool, and saw the divine earth fruit again. The divine earth fruit had clearly completed its final transformation. The earthy yellow halo around its body was very thick, and the fragrance it emitted was even more tempting.